I drank a little too much at the graduation party, and when I woke up, I actually traveled to this world called Blue Star. The civilization and technological development of this blue star are roughly similar to those of my previous life, but there are more ferocious beasts and superpowers. Ferocious beasts are rampant on Blue Star, and superpowers are the power of humans to resist ferocious beasts. The body I possessed was also called Su Jingming, a senior student at Jiangqing Second High School. He looked quite good, but was just average in other aspects. Even his awakened ability was only an E-level, weak electricity. On this blue planet, everyone can awaken superpowers and become an awakener at the age of 16. There are many kinds of superpowers, such as controlling wind and fire, transforming into wild beasts, and healing injuries. Superpowers are also divided into 9 levels from SSS to F. Most people can only awaken D and E level superpowers, a few can have C and B level, and a level is considered a child of destiny. As for higher level superpowers, they are even rarer. 2 years ago, the predecessor awakened the E-level, weak electricity, which is a natural lightning ability. Although the lightning ability is good, the E-level rating has limited lethality, just like the arc at the fingertips, which is similar to the electric baton, or even worse. After traveling through time, can I only be a human stun baton? I also want to be a strong person. I sighed helplessly, looking at the bright classroom in front of me. My classmates were chatting during break time. The words "1 day to the college entrance examination countdown" on the lower right corner of the blackboard were particularly eye-catching. The college entrance examination of the Great Xia Kingdom is scheduled on June 7 every year, and is divided into liberal arts and martial arts. Liberal arts students answer questions in the classroom, while martial arts students have to fight against ferocious beasts, and their scores are assessed based on the number and type of ferocious beasts killed. In this world, superpowers have a very high status, are respected and enjoy privileges. Only after practicing and becoming superpowers can awakened people have the powerful strength to fight against ferocious beasts. Superpowers range from level 1 to level 9, and each level is divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. Ordinary awakened people cannot advance without 4 or 5 years, but if they can be admitted to the superpower university, with the guidance of a tutor, the time for advancement can be greatly shortened, so the college entrance examination is crucial. Although my predecessor only awakened E-level superpowers, he resolutely chose to take the martial arts college entrance examination. I quite agree with his decision. After all, there is still a chance to take the martial arts college entrance examination. If you don't take it, you can only be an ordinary person. The class teacher Chen Fen also specifically emphasized that there is a risk of death in the martial arts college entrance examination, and it is not recommended to take it if the awakened superpowers are lower than D level. I know he is worried about me. After all, among the awakened people in the class who took the martial arts college entrance examination, I was the only one with E-level superpowers. I understand the teacher's good intentions, but in this world, you can't live without martial arts. Even if I only have E-level superpowers, I will take the martial arts exam. I thought as I packed my school bag. At this time, my best friend Zhang Hao asked me if I would change my major, and I shook my head and refused. He also awakened an E-level superpower, but he chose the liberal arts exam and planned to spend a leisurely life with the girls. My parents died in the beast tide when I was in my teens, and now I live alone. When I got home, I couldn't wait to get the novice gift package. Novice gift package, here I come. I pressed the receive button. Novice gift package is issued, 200 power points have been received. S-level power purple thunder is starting to be issued, progress 10%, 20%, 30%. Boom. With a low sound, it was as if there was a force exploding inside my body. Blue-purple lightning arcs flashed on the surface of my body, and I turned into a lightning ball. The arcs screamed, and the thunder spread and engulfed the entire living room. The sofa, TV, and coffee table exploded instantly, and the windows were also broken. Mom, the big brother's house across the street is on fire. Call the fire department. The owners of the community exclaimed and called the fire department. I was immersed in the transformation of my superpowers, and I felt warm and full of strength. The sky outside was covered with dark clouds due to the transformation of supernatural powers, as if night had fallen, with thunder rumbling and purple lightning flashing through the dark clouds. Why did the sky suddenly become dark? What a terrifying thunder. Jiangqing's Third Army also entered a state of alert. 50%, 60%, 70%, the transformation continued, 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%, at this moment, a purple lightning struck from the window and poured into my body. The dark clouds faded away and the sky cleared up again. The transformation of my supernatural power was completed, and purple lightning flashed across my eyes. My superpower has transformed successfully. I felt the power in my body and raised my hand to summon purple thunder. This purple thunder was simple and powerful, which made people feel nervous. This is the S-level superpower, purple thunder. I was very excited. The power was incomparable to the previous one. After restraining the thunder and looking at the messy living room, I said fearfully, the noise when receiving the purple sky divine thunder was too loud. Fortunately, I controlled the power, otherwise the whole building might be in trouble. I should have gone to the suburbs to receive it. But having powerful superpowers is always a good thing. I just remembered that the novice gift package still had 200 power points, and the system prompt sounded, power points can be obtained by killing ferocious beasts. Consuming power points can improve levels and skills. You can view it in the system panel. I opened the system panel and the information was concise. Name Su Jingming. Level, Awakener. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 121 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 140 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Basic plus, Lightning Wind Break, Basic plus. Power points, 200. I have practiced shooting for many years but only have the basic proficiency. I spent 300,000 to buy Lightning Gale Break after awakening my superpowers, but it is only the basic level in less than 2.5 years. I fell into deep thought. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and I must spend 200 superpower points on the blade to improve my combat effectiveness. Physique and spirit are basic attributes. After they are improved, both abilities and combat skills will be enhanced, so let's improve them first. I divided 200 ability points equally into physique and spirit. After adding points, my blood and chi surged, my mind became clearer, and my control over the purple sky divine thunder also improved. Superpowers come from physical strength and spirit. When the attributes are improved, the power of superpowers also increases. I punched the air with my fists, feeling the power, and was very satisfied with my improvement. I checked the system panel again, and both physical strength and spirit increased by 20 points. I understood the exchange ratio of superpower points to attributes. Although it was low, it had no side effects. With my current strength, I can easily pass the entrance exam for the university for superpowers. I said to myself. There are many candidates in Jiangnan province, and although there are some abnormal candidates, I am not afraid even though I have S-level superpowers. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door was kicked open, and the firefighters appeared. I explained that I had the ability to control lightning, and they checked and repaired the door. The captain also gave me a business card, saying that my ability was suitable for fire control in electronic equipment places, and I could work in the Jiangqing Fire Department after graduating from college. However, I had no interest in this, so I stuffed the business card into the bedside table, picked up the rifle and left the room. When I went downstairs, the neighbor asked me about my condition with concern. I responded politely and went to the Thunder Martial Arts School. The Thunder Martial Arts School is one of the most famous martial arts schools in Daxia country. It is open to high school students for free. I often train here. When I arrived at the martial arts hall, I saw a group of people, including my cousin Tang Chi. She had a delicate and cold appearance, no weapons, and was wearing casual clothes. Her long legs were dazzling. I smiled and greeted her. She was a little surprised. After a simple response, I went to the training room. I entered the single-person training room and prepared to test my strength. I picked up the black obsidian gun and found that the gun had become lighter. It turned out that it was because of my physical strength. This black obsidian gun cost me 200,000 yuan. It was made of F-grade alloy. It was 2 meters long and weighed 50 kilograms. Because I could only bring F-grade weapons to the military college entrance examination, I could not change to a heavier weapon, but it didn't affect much. I have practiced with the spear for many years and know the moves by heart. I swung the spear to warm up, then stabbed the bullseye on the wall with all my strength. Zheng. The bullseye sank, and the smart screen showed 321 calories. My pure physical strength has increased by nearly doubled, I said in surprise. Before, my physical strength could only hit about 140 calories, but now it has improved greatly. I summoned the purple thunder and attacked the bullseye again. After the purple lightning hit the bullseye, it sank for 7 or 8 seconds before recovering. The screen showed 3012 calories. The power reaches 3000 calories. It is 10 times the physical strength. Even a first-level mid-level psychic is no more than this. I was amazed. S-level psychics are indeed powerful. But it's not the limit yet. I spread the purple thunder light to the gun and used lightning gale break. The training room flashed with lightning, and the long gun rushed towards the wall like a purple-black dragon. Boom. The impact was deafening, the training room shook, the bullseye was penetrated and melted, the wall shattered like a spider web, revealing the cables, and the smart screen had no data. The memory metal of this primary training room can withstand the attacks of a first-level superior psychic. Now it is destroyed, which means that my attack is comparable to that of a first-level superior psychic. I was very excited and my fighting skills were incredibly powerful. I walked out of the training room. The martial arts school would have people to maintain the equipment, so no compensation was required. Tang Chi and others came to check after hearing the noise. They were curious about the source of this powerful force and speculated whether it was caused by me, but ultimately thought it was impossible. After all, I was only an E-level awakened person. Jiangqing's liberal arts college entrance exam was held in the middle school, and the military college entrance exam was held in the military district. The next day, I got up early, put on my equipment, and went to the city gymnasium to gather. I wore black combat uniforms and boots, and carried a black gun. The combat uniforms and boots were made of fierce beast skins, which were tough and could withstand damage. Arriving at the gymnasium, I saw many candidates and parents. Some parents told their children to be careful, which made me envious. I found the class bus and got on it. My classmates were very surprised to see me. I used to be introverted and inconspicuous, but now my temperament has changed a lot, attracting many girls' attention. The head teacher Chen Fan was also stunned, and then checked my name. After everyone was gathered, the bus set off. During the college entrance examination, traffic control was strict, and the bus drove smoothly into the military area. After getting off the bus, I saw that the examination room was a ruined town, surrounded by soldiers with guns, and in front of the rostrum was an area surrounded by barbed wire, with the shadows of ferocious beasts and roars. That's the test site. I think I saw a one-horned rhino. The candidates were talking about it, and some of them looked pale. The one-horned rhino is a rare and powerful beast. Its appearance in the periphery means that the college entrance examination will be more difficult. At this time Zhou Mingyang stood up and said that he was not afraid of the unicorn rhino. He was an outstanding student in the No. 1 high school and possessed the B-level wind ability, light and swift wind. He was also one of the very few candidates in Jiangqing who broke through the awakening and advanced to the ability user. He had a sharp temperament and ordinary candidates did not dare to provoke him. After all the students had gathered, the commander-in-chief Wang Haiyang came on stage. He swept his eyes over the students, his eyes were like a ferocious beast, which made people feel uneasy. I concluded that he was a supernatural being of level 2 or above. Wang Haiyang reiterated the precautions. The martial arts college entrance examination started at 9 o'clock and ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. The examination room was divided into the outer, middle, core and most core areas. The levels of ferocious beasts in different areas were different, corresponding to different difficulties. Killing ferocious beasts would score points, and candidates should do their best. Then distribute resources. Wang Haiyang on the ceremonial platform waved his right hand, and several teams of soldiers walked out from the side. At the same time, a large truck drove over from a distance. The truck cargo door opened, revealing a number of black tactical backpacks. Each candidate received a tactical backpack distributed by the soldiers. There are 3 things in the backpack. One is a smart watch, which is used to count the number and types of ferocious beasts killed and accumulate points. There is also a map of the ruined town to confirm the location of the candidates. The other is a compressed energy bar, which comes in 3 pieces and can quickly replenish your energy after consumption. The last item is the safety ball, which is a silver-white metal ball. After activation, it can form a high-voltage electric grid around the body that ordinary beasts cannot break through. Of course, once the safety ball is used, it means that the college entrance examination will end early. Su Jingming put the smart watch on his wrist, put the 3 energy bars in the tactical backpack and carried it behind his back, and hung the safety ball around his waist. In this way, when encountering danger, you can activate the safety ball as quickly as possible to save your life. Most other students also choose this configuration. However, even with a safety ball, it does not mean absolute safety. After all, in this fierce beast fight, life and death are just a matter of seconds, and there is no time to use the safety ball. In each backpack there is a smartwatch, 3 energy bars and a safety ball. Please check carefully, candidates. If there is anything missing, please come to the podium to complete it as soon as possible. After Wang Haiyang said this, he immediately walked down from the podium. It is now 8:40, and there are still more than 20 minutes before the start of the Wuka College entrance examination. So, when Wang Haiyang walked down from the podium, many students on the open space also relaxed. Is there any team that is short of a tank? I have a D-level enhancement ability that can both resist and deal damage. Hey, this year's college entrance examination is too difficult. We have no choice but to form a team. I have a C-level psychic ability that can stagnate the thoughts of ferocious beasts to a certain extent. Is there any team that wants it? Our team is in need of a violent DPS. Anyone with DPS abilities above level D can join our team. The military college entrance examination does not prohibit students from forming teams. Of course, the points gained from killing ferocious beasts as a team are divided equally among all members of the team, and the efficiency is much lower than fighting alone. Therefore, most people still choose to enter the test site alone. But the one-horned rhino just discovered has proved that the difficulty of this military science college entrance examination will be very unusual. Therefore, the candidates who originally did not plan to form a team also started looking for team members at this time. Su Jingming, you probably haven't joined the team yet, right? How about joining our team? Our team is still short of an auxiliary output, and your lightning ability can make up for it. In Class 5, a girl wearing a silver-white tight-fitting combat suit that outlined her slim figure came up to Su Jingming. The girl has a pretty face and a faint smile on her face. For ordinary students, an invitation from such a beautiful girl would probably be something they would never wish for. However, Su Jingming's eyebrows jumped. The girl's name is Lin Qingyuan. She is the monitor of Class 5 and also a gentle and kind person. In addition, she is beautiful and has a good figure, and she is very popular in Class 5. This gentle class monitor, after learning that Su Jingming's parents had passed away, would secretly provide help in daily class activities and study life. Lin Qingyuan thought she was being very secretive, but due to her introverted and sensitive personality, she quickly noticed the difference. He even secretly thought that Lin Qingyuan had a crush on him. However, Su Jingming, who traveled through time, knew very well that Lin Qingyuan's series of actions were simply because she was kind-hearted. The reason why I am looking for myself to form a team now is also for this reason. However, my aunt, you also have to learn to consider the occasion. The military college entrance examination determines life or death. No one wants to have an extra burden in their team. If Lin Qingyuan invites me to join a team, the other members of the team will definitely feel uncomfortable. Su Jingming glanced back. Sure enough, when seeing Lin Qingyuan inviting them to form a team, the faces of her other team members instantly turned purple. Class monitor, I'm going to enter the examination room alone, you guys just form a team. Su Jingming shook his head. At the same time, I was also impressed by Lin Qingyuan's innocence and kindness. Of course, from this point of view alone, Lin Qingyuan's family should have protected her well. Otherwise, such a character would not be developed. Is that so? Well then, be careful when you enter the examination room. Lin Qingyuan was about to continue persuading him, but saw the seriousness in Su Jingming's eyes. He realized that it was useless to persuade her any further, so he sighed, turned around and left in disappointment. This kid is sensible. In the class team, several other members of Lin Qingyuan's team also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyuan is the captain of their team, and they have no way to stop the captain's decision. However, if Su Jingming, who only has E-level supernatural powers, is allowed to join the team, the score of their entire team will drop a lot. You even rejected the invitation from Miss Lin to form a team. Ming, you are really capable. There are so many people who want to form a team with her but can't keep up. After Lin Qingyuan left, Lu Jie came over with a lewd smile on his face. Don't give me that. You know our squad leader is just like that. He likes to help the weak. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. So you knew about this? I thought you took this as someone having a crush on you. Lu Jie pretended to be surprised and replied, but then again, are you really going to enter the examination room alone? This martial arts exam is very difficult. With your E-level abilities, it may not be easy for you to enter alone. But if you are willing to call me Big Brother, I will reluctantly guide you. Lu Jie shook his hair in a very showy way. Come to think of it, Lu Jie used to be as taciturn as Su Jingming. But since he awakened his C-level superpowers, he has become more and more reserved. Although his words sounded provocative, Su Jingming knew that Lu Jie was worried about him, and he was indeed a good brother. Of course, he couldn't show it. Haha, what a joke. Do I still need you to lead me? Su Jingming sneered exaggeratedly, revealing a mysterious smile. To tell you the truth, I am no longer the same person I used to be. I am totally different now. I'm going for the top spot in Jiangnan province this time. If you're willing to call me Dad, I'll reluctantly take you into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. After saying that, Su Jingming imitated Lu Jie and shook his head in a showy manner. This is what boys' friendship is like, they all compete to be each other's father. The top scholar in Jiangnan province. You are such a boaster. How come I never realized you were so boastful before? If Zhang Hao were here, he would probably laugh his teeth off at you. Lu Jie's eyes widened and he was amazed. TSK, no one believes the truth these days. The world is really going downhill. Su Jingming shook his head and sighed. Time passed quickly as Su Jingming and Lu Jie teased each other. Soon, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Wow. Then, the gate leading to the ruined town was opened by the soldiers, and Wang Haiyang stood on the podium and announced. The 2037th Jiangqing Military College entrance examination has officially begun. Candidates enter the examination room. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 1,400 candidates took action. The Wuka College entrance examination has begun. I'm going to make a splash this time. My goal is Jiangnan University for supernaturalists. With anticipation and hope for the college entrance examination, the candidates, wearing battle uniforms and carrying weapons, rushed into the ruined town like locusts. Influenced by this atmosphere, Su Jingming also took off his spear and rushed in with the crowd, laughing. The ruined town was like a huge mouth of an abyss, swallowing up all the students. The open space outside soon became empty. Start the ruins cameras and the follow-up drones, and prepare to start the college entrance examination live broadcast. The Great Xia Kingdom is full of martial virtues, and every year the martial arts college entrance examination is broadcast live to the public. The battle is not only being watched by the Education Bureau, school principals, and class teachers, but each school will also arrange time to organize first and second-year high school students to watch the event. So, when all the candidates entered the examination room, tens of thousands of cameras hidden in the ruined town were activated at the same time. At the same time, more than 50 military drones took off into the air, tracking and photographing those star candidates who had already gained a certain degree of fame before the Wuhan University College entrance examination. Soon, images were projected onto the sky above the open space. The principals of each middle school, class teachers, and people from the Education Bureau also entered the audience seats while talking to each other. The ruined town, although it is a small village under Jiangqing, covers a large area. More than 1,400 candidates entered, and there was some crowding at the entrance. If you continue to go deeper, it will be like a drop of water dropped into the ocean, without causing any ripples. In addition, ferocious beasts are also intelligent creatures. So when so many candidates entered the ruins, these ferocious beasts did not launch an attack immediately, but hid instead. Then, each team and the Lone Ranger acted on their own and went deeper into the ruined town. Zhou Mingyang, the light wind sword master from No. 1 High School, directly used his supernatural powers after entering the examination room. Control the strong wind, reduce air resistance, and then rush out like a cheetah. Su Jingming also chose a direction, walked down with his spear in hand, and at the same time activated the smart watch on his wrist. Suddenly, a blue virtual screen was projected from the smart watch and appeared in front of Su Jingming, with a row of black text on it. Candidates, please authenticate your identity on your smartwatch. The technological development of Blue Star is more advanced than in the previous life. Virtual projection like this is already a very mature technology. Su Jingming was not surprised. He stretched out his left thumb and pressed it on the screen of the smartwatch. Fingerprint confirmation. Confirmed, the candidate is Su Jingming from Jiangqing No. 2 High School, grade 3, 5, and his admission ticket number is 203721478449. Su Jingming's identity information appeared on the virtual projection. At the same time, two small boxes pop up in the upper right corner. The first box is your score information. Name Su Jingming. Class, Jiangnan No. 2 High School, Senior 3, 5. Score, 0. The second box is the Jiangqing Wuka College Entrance Examination Score Ranking. Number 1, Zhou Mingyang, 7 points. Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Number 2, Li Yuan, 5 points. Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Number 3, Zhao Hu, 4 points. Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Number 874, Su Jingming, 0 points. Jiangqing No. 2 High School. As expected of the No. 1 High School, they killed the beast so quickly. Shaking his head, Su Jingming clicked on the map option on the virtual screen. A map of the town's ruins appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. The map is an irregular circle with different areas marked with different colors. The outer area is marked in green, the middle area is marked in yellow, the core area is marked in red, and the core area is a deeper dark red. The white light spot representing Su Jingming himself is at the edge of the map. There is still a long distance from the periphery to the core, so let's go directly to the core area. Su Jingming adjusted his direction and headed towards the red area on the map. Before they had walked for a while, they were blocked by a ferocious beast the size of a leopard. The fur of this ferocious beast was as black as ink, but its pair of vertical pupils were light orange. If you ignore the fangs in its mouth and the sharp claws with dark red blood stains on its paws, it is actually an extremely beautiful creature. The beast, Shadow Cat. Su Jingming, who was familiar with the Illustrated Book of Ferocious Beasts, recognized the identity of the ferocious beast at the first time. This is a ferocious beast that is extremely common in wilderness areas. Of course, being common doesn't mean that shadow cats are easy beasts to deal with. On the contrary, it means they are well adapted. Agile speed, sharp claws, and a bite force of thousands of kilograms. Many candidates fell into the hands of Shadow Cat. Roar. Upon discovering the human, the Shadow Cat let out a bloodthirsty growl, then spread out its limbs and rushed towards Su Jingming. The smell of fresh flesh and blood stimulated its taste buds, making it run faster. Generally speaking, awakened people who fight ferocious beasts for the first time will be in a panic without realizing it. However, Su Jingming, who met Shadow Cat for the first time in real life, looked calm. Soon, the Shadow Cat approached within 3 meters of Su Jingming and then jumped up. He raised his sharp claws, aimed at Su Jingming's head, and swung down with force. You know, the claws of ferocious beasts are as sharp as alloy. If this attack hits, Su Jingming's entire head will explode like a watermelon. As if he had anticipated this scene, Shadow Cat's ferocious face actually showed a hint of human excitement. However, the next moment, a black phantom flashed by. The entire Shadow Cat had its throat pierced by the sharp tip of the gun and was nailed to death in the air. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain from the aorta that was pierced in Shadow Cat's neck. Kill a low-level beast Shadow Cat, power points +3. Why is the ferocious beast called ferocious? In addition to the brutal nature of these creatures, all ferocious beasts have a special ferocious aura. This kind of fierce aura, if applied to humans, is like a professional killer who kills people indiscriminately. When ordinary people encounter such professional killers, the other party will just give them a look. It is likely to make people feel frightened or even scared. Ferocious beasts possess this special aura. Therefore, most of the awakened people fight against ferocious beasts for the first time. Under the intimidation of the aura, one's strength is often less than 30% of what it could be exerted. Some even became physically stiff, forgetting how to attack, use their powers, or use their weapons. So, before the Wuka College entrance examination, families with a little background will hire professional bodyguards with special powers to escort their children into the wilderness so that they can adapt to fighting ferocious beasts in advance. Su Jingming naturally did not have such conditions. Therefore, before taking the military science exam, he had anticipated whether his body would have some negative reactions after actually encountering a ferocious beast. However, after encountering the shadow cat, he had no reaction at all to the beast's ferocious aura. He can even accurately calculate shadow cat's leaping trajectory as usual, and then kill it with one shot. I heard that an awakener who fights a ferocious beast for the first time needs to go through several battles before he can overcome the fear of facing a powerful creature. However, some people are naturally insensitive to this kind of aura, and it seems that I am such a special case. Su Jingming pulled his right hand violently, and using inertia, he pulled the black jade spear out from the shadow cat's neck. With a bang, shadow cat's body fell to the ground, splashing dust. This shadow cat has probably never seen a weapon like a spear. It dares to jump up like this. Isn't it just looking for death? Unlike the clumsy iron pig and armed sword tiger, the shadow cat is agile and can run at a terrifying speed of 17 meters per second. When encountering the first two types of ferocious beasts, the awakened ones can run away even if they cannot defeat them. If you encounter a shadow cat, you won't be able to run away and will be chased to death. Therefore, Shadow Cat was also given the title of Rookie Killer. Under normal circumstances, without the help of supernatural powers, relying solely on physical strength, it is almost impossible for Su Jingming to achieve the effect of killing instantly with one blow. Especially since he had almost no experience fighting ferocious beasts. But Shadow Cat made a fatal mistake, which was jumping and attacking with his claws. If facing an awakened person who uses a long sword or a broadsword, this trick may work. After all, when the long sword and the broadsword can hit the Shadow Cat's sharp claws can already attack the awakener. But Su Jingming's black jade spear is 2 meters and 1 meter long. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. So the Shadow Cat flying in the air was stabbed to death by Su Jingming before it entered the attack range. Also, if it weren't for the system notification sound, I would have almost forgotten that killing ferocious beasts can also gain power points. Looking at the 3 new ability points on the system panel, Su Jingming felt excited. This means that if he obtains enough power points in the next battle, his strength can be further enhanced. But the ability points gained from killing a low-level beast are too few. We still need to go to the middle area quickly. Like the psychics, ferocious beasts are also divided into 9 levels from level 1 to level 9. As for the ferocious beasts below the first level, they are called non-level ferocious beasts, corresponding to the awakened humans. Su Jingming, who had no experience fighting ferocious beasts, originally planned to acclimate himself in the outer area first. Since he didn't react much to the aura of the ferocious beast, there wasn't much point in staying in the outer area for any longer. So Su Jingming picked up the black jade gun and rushed towards the middle area of the ruined town with all his strength. Compared with Zhou Mingyang, who has mastered the elemental wind power, Su Jingming's running speed is not very fast. But in the process of the attack, he was also constantly killing ferocious beasts. Kill a low-level beast, the iron-haired pig, and gain +5 ability points. Kill a low-level beast, Shadow Cat, and gain +3 ability points. Kill a unicorn rhino, a low-level beast, and gain +6 ability points. In the battle with the ferocious beast, Su Jingming did not use his supernatural powers. On the one hand, he wanted to hone his marksmanship and gain more combat experience. After all, using the S-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder on these low-ranking beasts would only result in an instant kill and would not have any tempering effect at all. On the other hand, the rarer the power, the more energy it costs to use. Su Jingming's original E-level ability, Weak Electricity, can last for more than 3 hours when fully exerted. However, after switching to the S-level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, even if he exerted his full strength, he might not be able to maintain it for even an hour. You know, the military college entrance examination lasts a full 12 hours. If he used up all his supernatural powers during this period of time, then when he entered the core area and faced the first-order mid-level or even high-level ferocious beasts, Su Jingming would have no other means of output. So you can only hold off on using your abilities until you enter the core area. In addition, after each battle, Su Jingming could also feel his own improvement. The combination of these battles made his combat awareness and marksmanship improve at an exaggerated speed. Especially the shooting skills, the more I use them, the smoother they become, and I even reach a state of being able to do whatever I want. And this has never happened before. Could it be that my marksmanship has improved without me noticing? On the dilapidated old path, the corpse of a ferocious beast was lying at Su Jingming's feet. This ferocious beast is as big as a car, with knife-sharp horns on its head, thick limbs, and dark brown skin. Even though he was dead, he still exuded a powerful and fierce aura. This is exactly the ferocious beast that candidates are most reluctant to face, the one-horned rhino. The unicorn rhino's body was covered with wounds as big as bowls, and the fatal blow came from the head. The pitch-black tip of the black spear violently pierced through the eye socket directly into the brain, destroying the most important brain nerves. The unicorn is naturally dead and cannot die again. Puff. The spear was pulled out, and some red and white things were also taken out from the unicorn's head. If ordinary people were suddenly faced with this scene, those with poor psychological quality would probably vomit on the spot. However, Su Jingming's expression remained calm, and he even opened his system panel on the spot. Name: Su Jingming. Level: Awakener. Superpower: Purple Thunder, S. Physique: 141 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit: 160 Hz, plus. Skills: Gunmanship, Intermediate plus, Lightning Wind Break, Elementary plus. PowerPoints, 213. Sure enough, the spearmanship has reached the intermediate level. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and then he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that actual combat is the biggest way to improve strength. My predecessor had practiced marksmanship for more than 6 years, but was still only at the beginner level. And he only fought dozens of battles with ferocious beasts to improve his marksmanship to the intermediate level. This is certainly due to the accumulation of experience, but it still illustrates the importance of actual combat. My intermediate marksmanship already makes me feel free to do whatever I want, so what if I can improve my marksmanship further? More than 3 hours have passed since the Wuhan University College entrance examination began. Although Su Jingming did not look for them deliberately along the way, he encountered more than 40 ferocious beasts. Among them are lower-level shadow cats, as well as higher-level arm-blade tigers and unicorn rhinos. Every time you kill a ferocious beast, you can gain some power points. But I haven't looked closely at how much I got in total. Now he looked at it and realized that he had accumulated 213 power points, which was enough for him to upgrade his skills. 213 power points are just the beginning. Once we enter the central area and use the purple sky divine thunder to kill ferocious beasts, the accumulation of power points will be even faster. In this case, after thinking for a moment, Su Jingming still couldn't resist the temptation and directly clicked the plus sign after the gun technique. Suddenly, countless techniques related to marksmanship flooded into his mind like a tide. This kind of infused memory is not like watching a movie, which is a quick process and will be forgotten soon after watching it. Rather, it is like what Su Jingming himself gained from practicing marksmanship for decades. After the shooting skills memory was infused, Su Jingming fired fiercely. The next moment, in just 1 second, the black jade spear stabbed 4 times in the air. Like black lightning, swift and dangerous. On the old street, the black jade spear made of F-grade alloy was as flexible and swift as a black dragon in Su Jingming's hand. Laugh. When Su Jingming suddenly stopped swinging the spear, the tip of the black spear went from extremely moving to extremely still. Due to the intense friction with the air, the temperature actually rose and a burst of hot air was emitted. With this spear skill alone, I can kill a first-level beast. Su Jingming originally thought that marksmanship was not as important as the 2 basic attributes of physique and spirit. But when he actually acquired advanced marksmanship with the help of the Deep Blue system, he found out that he was extremely wrong. His marksmanship has improved to a high level, and his shooting speed is more than twice as fast as before. He has also mastered various spear usage techniques and can find a way to deal with any enemy. It can be said that even if a first-level ferocious beast was several times stronger than him, it would be killed by such shooting skills. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. It cost him 200 ability points to upgrade his marksmanship to a high level, leaving only 13 ability points on the panel. It's a pity that I don't have enough power points, otherwise I would really like to see how terrifying the master-level gun skills would be. Shaking his head, Su Jingming opened the map. The white light spot representing him is already at the edge of the green outer area, not far from the yellow area in the middle. We will be able to enter the middle area in about half an hour. The middle area is full of peak-level beasts and first-level beasts. There, I will be able to harvest power points faster. Although Wei Yuan Town, the predecessor of the Ruins Town, was built decades ago, it is not much different from a modern city. The buildings are also made of cement and are also divided into urban and suburban areas. Su Jingming is currently in a residential area on the outskirts of the ruined town. After experiencing the invasion of ferocious beasts and the erosion of time, the entire community looks very dilapidated. Most of the 6-story residential buildings are in a state of collapse, and those that have not collapsed are also severely weathered. The stone pavement under my feet was also overgrown with weeds, giving it a desolate look. When Su Jingming put away the black jade gun and prepared to turn around and leave. At the end of the road opposite, there appeared several other candidates. There are 5 people in this group, 3 women and 2 men. Leading the group was a tall girl wearing a silver-white battle suit. And this girl was none other than Lin Qingyuan, the monitor of Class 5 who had invited Su Jingming to join the team before entering the examination room. Su Jingming. Lin Qingyuan on the opposite side also noticed Su Jingming. She was surprised and took long steps, taking 2 steps at a time, to walk up to him. Most women's combat uniforms are tight-fitting and have a slimming effect. The one Lin Qingyuan was wearing was no exception. The silver-white battle suit that fit closely to her skin outlined her curvy figure. The legs wrapped in the battle suit appear particularly slender and tight as he moves. Squad leader. On the way before this, Su Jingming also met other candidates. But these candidates are either from other schools or other classes. This was the first time he met his classmates, so he couldn't help but smile. "Huh, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you come here alone?" Lin Qingyuan looked around and didn't see anyone else, so she asked curiously. As for the 4 team members following behind, they were also a little surprised to see Su Jingming alone. Generally speaking, E-level awakened people will be eliminated 1 or 2 hours after the military science college entrance examination begins. It is now almost noon, and more than 3 hours have passed since the start of the Wuhan University college entrance examination. How come Su Jingming was not only fine but also went deep into here? It's more convenient to be alone. In response to Lin Qingyuan's question, Su Jingming did not hide anything and nodded. Amazing. Lin Qingyuan's beautiful eyes lit up and she gave a thumbs up. We were able to get here with Xiao Qiao's help. In the team behind her, a petite girl nodded shyly. This girl named Xiao Qiao has awakened the auxiliary D-level ability, Speed, which can increase the movement speed of herself and her teammates to a certain extent. It is precisely because of the small bridge that Lin Qingyuan's team can run so far. I'm lucky. The beasts I encountered along the way weren't that strong. Facing Lin Qingyuan's smile, Su Jingming rarely said a few more words. After all, in this haunted place full of hideous monsters, what could be more pleasing than seeing a beautiful woman? After chatting with Lin Qingyuan for a few more words, Su Jingming said goodbye. Class monitor, time is tight, let's talk after the exam. Well, go ahead, I hope you get a good grade. Lin Qingyuan also knew that this was the time-sensitive period for the military science college entrance examination, so she did not stop him. I never thought Su Jingming could get here. Sure enough, he signed up for the military college entrance examination for his own reasons. Su Jingming, who lost both his parents when he was young, was also a pitiful man in Lin Qingyuan's eyes. It would be even more unfortunate if he died in the martial arts college entrance examination. Now that Su Jingming is alive and well, she feels relieved. Captain, come and take a look. This one-horned rhino seems to have died not long ago. An exclamation attracted Lin Qingyuan's attention. I saw several other people surrounding the corpse of the unicorn, talking in a flurry. The blood from the wound hasn't dried yet, which means the time of death should be within the last few minutes. There were many wounds on his body, but the fatal wound was on his head. Looking at the shape of the wound, it seems to be a penetrating wound caused by a long-handled weapon. It looks a bit like a spear. The members of Lin Qingyuan's team had already seen the corpse of the unicorn rhino, but they did not pay much attention to it, thinking that it was killed here by one of the previous candidate teams. But when they got closer, they found that the unicorn rhino had not been dead for long, and the wounds on its body looked like they were caused by a spear. You don't mean to say that this unicorn was killed by Su Jingming, do you? One of the boys said with a strange look on his face. The one-horned rhino is a very difficult beast to deal with. It was because they had 5 people that they dared to fight against the unicorn rhino. If they were told that an E-level awakened person could kill a unicorn rhino alone, they would definitely not believe it. Was it Su Jingming who killed him? Isn't it enough to just look at his ranking in the score? A boy turned on his smart watch and quickly found Su Jingming's name in the score ranking. Number 46, Su Jingming, 256 points. Jiangqing number 2 high school. Su Jingming, number 46. He's in the top 50. Am I seeing this correctly? Seeing this ranking, the boy was stunned at first, and then rubbed his eyes vigorously. After making sure that he was not seeing things, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. What do you mean 46? Have you found Su Jingming's ranking? The rest of the team members also came over. After seeing Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual screen, his expression also became extremely shocked. Even the team leader Lin Qingyuan couldn't help but widen his eyes with a silly expression. A doubt also arose in the minds of several others at the same time. Damn it, can E-level awakened people with special abilities be so powerful these days? The number 1 ranked Zhou Mingyang scored 412 points. It seems that he has already started killing people in the central area. His light and swift wind is really good for traveling. His speed is not inferior to others even in the military college entrance examination in the provincial capital. Speaking of which, Principal Lu is really amazing. Almost all of the top 10 are from your school. There are 10 huge projection screens on the open space outside the ruined town. This was filmed using a military drone to track and photograph the top 10 candidates. Below these 10 huge projection screens, there are thousands of densely packed small projection screens. Those were all shot by fixed cameras placed in the ruined town, and would only be zoomed into the main projection when necessary. Next to the projection screen is a ranking list, which details the scores and ranking information of each candidate. In the temporary auditorium set up below the projection screen, the Education Bureau and principals and teachers of each school were commenting on the ranked students. One of them, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and short hair, was the focus of the topic. He is Lu Hang, the principal of Jiangqing number 1 high school. Among the top 10 in the military science ranking list, except for the only student from the 3rd high school, the rest are students from the 1st high school. Zhou Mingyang is our Jiangqing's trump card. He should be able to rank among the top 100 in Jiangnan province in this military science exam. In the front row of the audience, there was a short, fat middle-aged man. Looking at Zhou Mingyang, who was killing everyone on the first projection screen, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. His name is Zhang Wenshan, and he is the director of the Jiangqing Education Bureau. Come to think of it, our Jiangqing hasn't had a student who made it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province for many years. Lu Hang, the principal of the number 1 high school, who was sitting next to the director of the Education Bureau, also felt a little emotional. Jiangnan province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangqing is located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan province, with scarce resources. Its economic development ranks last among the 24 prefecture-level cities. As a result, the amount of education funding allocated to Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan province, is very small every year. It is also because of this that Jiangqing has not been able to achieve very good results in the annual military college entrance examination. The best performance in history was 7 or 8 years ago, when someone awakened an A-level supernatural power and made it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Several years passed, and although there were A-level psychics appearing in Jiangqing again, they were never able to make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province again. But this year's Zhou Mingyang made them see hope again. I have always been quite satisfied with the education you received at first high school. Zhang Wenshan, director of the Education Bureau, nodded. In addition, the third high school is also good. Finally, someone has made it into the top 10. But the second high school is a little worse, the best scorer is only 18th. Jiangqing No. 1 High School is the best high school in Jiangqing. The second and third high schools are much inferior to the first high school. In previous years' martial arts college entrance examinations, the top 10 places were always dominated by students from the first high school, and students from the second and third high schools were nowhere to be seen. There are indeed a few talented students in our class. The principal of the third high school had an unstoppable smile on his face. Compared to him, Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school next door, looked a little embarrassed. You know, in previous years, the second high school always had a head start over the third high school. This year the situation appears to be reversed. But it seems that our high school's performance is not very good this year. Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school, searched through the score rankings for a long time and found that only 8 students from the second high school were in the top 50 of the score rankings. Liming, Yang Jian, Tang Ju are all students in the rocket class, but who is this Su Jingming? How come I have never seen this name before? The results of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination directly determine the allocation of educational funds to each middle school. Therefore, Zhao Yao has some understanding of the outstanding students in his school. But he had never heard of the name Su Jingming. Maybe he's a hidden student in another parallel class. We'll know after asking the class teachers. Zhao Yao didn't care too much about this. After all, there are so many students in the second high school, so it is not surprising that there are occasionally 1 or 2 students who hide their abilities. Principal Zhao Yao didn't care much about it, but Qin Fan, the head teacher of Class 5, Grade 3 at the second high school, who was sitting in the back row, was stunned. He knew Su Jingming very clearly. The opponent is just an E-level awakened person with special abilities. How could he make it into the top 50? And now, in their entire Class 5, the highest-ranked person is Su Jingming. It's incredible. Did he hide his strength? But no matter how you hide it, an E-level ability is still an E-level ability. Can it suddenly become an S-level ability? Then how did he get such a high score? The class teacher Qin Fan was puzzled. The martial arts college entrance examination involves real head-on battles with ferocious beasts. There is no way that there can be any water in it. Unfortunately, the main screen above only shows the top 10 students in terms of scores, and there are thousands of fixed cameras below, which are so densely packed that it is difficult to see clearly. It was impossible for Qin Fan to find Su Jingming's picture in it. Without being able to see the picture, Qin Fan, the head teacher, had no idea how Su Jingming got such a high score. It's like a kitten that smells catnip but can't eat it. In the ruined town, after half an hour of running, Su Jingming finally entered the central area. Roar. Ouch. Compared with the outer areas, there are obviously more ferocious beasts in the central area. While walking on the road, Su Jingming could hear the roars and howls of ferocious beasts in the distance. The air seemed to be filled with a smell of blood and violence. Crack. Su Jingming was holding a rifle, holding a nutrition bar in his mouth, and his combat boots were stepping on a worn plastic basin on the side of the road. The originally tough plastic, after decades of wind and rain, has become as brittle as instant noodles and will break into pieces with a light step. As he walked, Su Jingming observed the surrounding environment. Weiyuan Town, the predecessor of the ruins town, had a population of nearly 100,000. When the beasts broke through the city's defenses, many people did not have time to evacuate, and nearly 50,000 to 60,000 people died in the beasts' mouths. In the outer suburbs, there is nothing special. After that, you can enter the location equivalent to the urban area of the ruined town. But he could see the dried dark red bloodstains on the dilapidated ground from the cars that had not yet driven away. The bloody and cruel past can be seen in the few human skeletons that have not yet weathered. The urban area is where the largest population gathers, and it was also the place most severely affected by ferocious beasts back then. Of course, it is also because of this that the buildings in the urban area appear more dilapidated than those in the suburbs. Wherever Su Jingming looked, there was hardly a single intact building. The Great Xia nation uses actual combat as a test method for the martial arts college entrance examination. In addition to testing strength, it probably also wants the awakened to personally witness the powerful destructive power of the beasts. It can be said that the protection of the citizens by the Great Xia Kingdom has been done to the utmost. Except for some unlucky citizens whose cities were attacked by ferocious beasts. Other citizens may never see a ferocious beast in real life in their entire lives. For ordinary people, there is nothing wrong with doing this. But if you want to cultivate people with special abilities, it is naturally better to realize the brutality of ferocious beasts as early as possible. Roar. While Su Jingming was thinking, a low roar was heard and a ferocious beast rushed out from the ruins. It looks somewhat similar to a tiger, but is much larger in size, and its fur is a mixture of yellow and green. The most eye-catching thing is the bone knife that grows on its forearm like a blade. It's clearly bone, but it seems to have a metallic luster. Behind it, there is a whip-like tail hanging down to the ground. A first-level fierce beast, the armed saber tiger. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes slightly. Like the shadow cat, the arm knife tiger is also a common ferocious beast. The method to determine the level and strength of the arm knife tiger is also very simple. You just need to observe the length of the bone knife on their forearm. Those shorter than 20 centimeters are considered unclassified, while those longer than 20 centimeters are considered ferocious beasts that have entered the class. The arm knife tiger in front of you has a bone knife on its forearm that is 22 or 23 centimeters long. It is a first-level lower-level ferocious beast. Compared with the low-level arm knife tiger that Su Jingming had encountered before, the aura of this ferocious beast was obviously much stronger. There was a surging bloodthirstiness in his amber eyes. It seems that I am lucky. I encountered a first-level beast just after entering the central area. After drinking the remaining liquid in the energy bar, Su Jingming felt full again and raised his lips slightly. I'll use you to test my marksmanship. Throwing away the energy bar in his hand, Su Jingming did not retreat but advanced, dragging the black spear and charging towards the tiger with a knife. Ding-ling-ling. The obsidian spear dragged along the dilapidated cement road, accompanied by a harsh friction sound and sparks flying. As a first-level ferocious beast, this sword-armed tiger already possesses some initial intelligence. Seeing that such a weak human being in front of him dared to attack him first, the brutal-looking arm-blade tiger let out an angry roar. Roar. Then the huge body rushed towards Su Jingming like a tank, even ignoring its bloody mouth and sharp bone knife. This huge body alone is enough to make most candidates helpless. However, Su Jingming was not afraid at all, and there was not a trace of panic in his eyes. With the force of his right hand, the black spear dragging on the ground was swung up like a windmill. Then, he fiercely stabbed at the arm blade. Su Jingming's original qi and blood value was as high as 140 points, and his physique was stronger than most candidates. Now his marksmanship has reached an advanced level, and his shooting speed is several times faster than before. So, facing this shot that seemed like lightning. With a puff sound, this lower-rank first-order armed saber tiger had no time to react and a hole as big as a bowl appeared in its abdomen. The hole was so deep that it pierced through the thick hair and skin, and one could even see the wriggling internal organs through the overflowing blood. Ouch! An ordinary creature, after suffering such a heavy blow, would surely have lost the ability to move. However, the arm knife tiger merely howled in pain, and then, as if its ferocity was aroused, it pounced forward madly. As expected of a first-level beast, it has strong vitality. Without using his supernatural powers, Su Jingming did not expect that this attack would kill him instantly. So he picked up the black jade spear and fought with the arm blade tiger. With the help of advanced marksmanship, Su Jingming wielded the black jade spear like a dragon. Every time the gun was fired, a hole would be created on the body of the arm knife tiger. However, due to its length, the arm blade tiger had no way of causing any effective attack damage to Su Jingming. Just like that, in less than a minute. This first-level ferocious beast, the arm knife tiger, which was powerful enough to kill 99% of the candidates in the examination room, was killed by Su Jingming. The huge body with holes all over it collapsed with a loud bang, splashing a layer of dust on the ground. Su Jingming himself was not hurt at all, not even a drop of blood on his battle suit. This is the tricky part about the spear. Without enough strength, he could only be stabbed to death without being able to even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Kill a first-level arm blade tiger, power points plus 10. Along with the death of arm knife tiger, the system prompt sound also sounded. The power points gained from killing a first-level beast are almost twice as much as those from killing a lower-level beast. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. In this case, I must hurry up to kill the beasts and harvest the supernatural points. Putting the black jade spear behind him, Su Jingming rushed towards the direction where the roars of the ferocious beasts were most frequent without stopping for a moment. According to the strength of the ferocious beasts, the ruined town is divided into 4 areas: the periphery, the middle, the core, and the most core area. The strength of most candidates is only enough to operate in the peripheral areas. Only a small number of candidates dare to enter the central area. In the core area, even the candidates from the rocket class of Jiangqing's No. 1 high school had to hesitate. As for the most core area where the second-level ferocious beasts exist, almost no one in the entire Jiangqing can go there. That is a place that only geniuses from provincial capitals dare to set foot in. Su Jingming, who possesses the S-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder, naturally has the qualifications. However, due to the limited endurance of his supernatural powers, Su Jingming plans to stay in the central area for now. Wait until the last 2 hours before entering the core area. Of course, the real wilderness area does not have any strength divisions like outer and central areas. It is very likely that when you are walking in the wilderness, a high-level ferocious beast will suddenly appear and eat you. Su Jingming also knew very well that this was the only opportunity he had at present to obtain a large number of power points. So, after killing the arm knife tiger, he began to look for the ferocious beast. After finding the ferocious beast, Su Jingming didn't even need to use his superpowers. He could kill it directly with his strong physique and advanced marksmanship. Find the beast. Kill it. Gain power points. Find the beast. Kill it. Gain power points. During the whole process of killing ferocious beasts and gaining power points, he also discovered a pattern, which is that the acquisition of power points is more closely related to the strength of the ferocious beast. For example, Shadow Cat and One-Horned Rhino are 2 fierce beasts. At the same level, a Unicorn Rhino can deal with 3 or 4 Shadow Cats at the same time. That's exactly why. The ability points gained from killing a top-level Unicorn Rhino are even the same as those gained from killing a first-level lower-level Shadow Cat. However, this rule does not have much impact on Su Jingming at present. Just kill him and that's it. In this way, Su Jingming did not stop for a moment. He was either fighting with the ferocious beasts or on his way to find them. As he killed more and more ferocious beasts, the ability points on the system panel increased dramatically, and his martial arts college entrance examination score also soared. What Su Jingming didn't know was what kind of sensation this scene had caused in the outside world. The Wuhan University College entrance examination will last for a full 12 hours, during which the principals of each school and the head teachers of each class will be present throughout the process. After all, the director of the Education Bureau is here and it's impossible for them to leave in the middle of the event. In addition, the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination scores serve as the standard for the distribution of educational funds to schools in the second half of the year, and the principals and teachers are also very concerned about the students' performance. Of course, since the examination time is too long, the military district will still provide lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. Now, more than 4 hours have passed since the start of the Wuhan University College entrance examination, and the time has come to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, most of the candidates in the examination room have started to eat their first energy bar. Outside the examination room, principals and teachers from various schools finished their lunch in the military district cafeteria and walked towards the auditorium. No. 1 middle school is still as strong as ever. Almost all of the top 10 are from their team. No. 1 middle school receives the most education funding every year, and its student population is the best in Jiangqing, so it's not surprising that it has such a good result. That's true. Speaking of which, our No. 2 middle school is actually doing pretty well this year. 8 people made it into the top 50. In previous years, it would have been great if we could have 5 or 6. Unfortunately, this year number 3 middle school was even stronger and directly made it into the top 10, which put us in an awkward position. In the team of teachers of Jiangqing number 2 high school, everyone was talking and discussing with each other as they walked. They are not surprised that number 1 middle school has a strong educational foundation and occupies the top ranking. During the conversation, they were discussing their own school and the other third high school. By the way, Mr. Sun, what's the situation with Su Jingming in your class? How come I didn't know there was such a person in your class before? Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming and looked at a middle-aged man in a black suit among the crowd. His name is Sun Yang, and he is the head teacher of the rocket class of number 2 middle school. Su Jingming is not from our class. I was just about to ask you which class he is from. Sun Yang, the head teacher of the rocket class, looked confused. Isn't Su Jingming from your class? But apart from the students in the rocket class, who else can be so powerful? The teachers around were also slightly stunned and asked which class Su Jingming was from. After all, every middle school will redivide the classes after the student superpowers awaken, and arrange the students with potential and excellent abilities into the rocket class. Number 2 middle school is no exception. Precisely because of this, those who achieve good results in the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination are basically students from the rocket class, and it is rare to see students from the parallel class. Mr. Chen, how are your class grades? At the back of the team, a middle-aged man with a beard approached Class 5's head teacher, Chen Fan, and before he could reply, he immediately said, "Our class is pretty good, and the best students have already made it into the top 100. The best students in number 2 middle school are concentrated in the rocket class, which also means that students in other parallel classes are considered excellent if they can make it into the top 100. Oh, that's nice." Chen Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "This middle-aged man is Li Jun, the head teacher of Class 4 next door. A few years ago, the two had some conflicts over some things and their relationship is not very good. In the following years, Li Jun opposed him openly and secretly, and the two were considered sworn enemies." Good. Seeing his old rival Chen Fan's indifferent reaction, Li Jun couldn't help but show a hint of pride on his face. "It's just that I'm afraid I'll get a little more than you in this year's college entrance examination bonus." In order to encourage academic performance, the bonuses of these class teachers are directly linked to the scores of the students taking the Wuhan University College entrance examination. There is a student in the class who ranks among the top 100 in Jiangqing. After the college entrance examination, he will receive a bonus of at least 10,000 yuan. In this small city where the monthly salary of a class teacher is less than 6,000 yuan, a bonus of 10,000 yuan is already very good. Old Chen pretended to be calm on the surface, but he must be dying of envy in his heart at this moment, right? Just when Li Jun was feeling secretly happy, Chen Fan's voice rang out again. "Really? Then you'll be disappointed. Our class's results are pretty good too. Some of our students made it to the top 50. Top 50? Lao Chen, you are kidding, right? Those are all students from the rocket class. How could anyone from your class possibly get such a high ranking?" Li Jun retorted subconsciously with a disdainful expression. Etc. However, he quickly reacted, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that Su Jingming is from your class?" Compared to Li Jun's shock, Chen Fan's reaction was much calmer. He just nodded lightly. "Su Jingming is in your class, so they were just asking about Su Jingming's class. Why didn't you answer?" Li Jun still couldn't believe it. "Really? That may be because I didn't hear it." Chen Fan replied, pretending to be confused. "What do you mean you didn't hear me? You did it on purpose. Oh boy, it turns out you've been waiting for me here." Seeing Chen Fan pretending to be calm and nonchalant, Li Jun really wanted to punch him in the face. However, the other party's next words almost made him vomit blood in anger. Su Jingming only made it into the top 50, which is not bad. The highest place in the rocket class was 18th. What do you mean only in the top 50? The prize money for the top 50 is more than 20,000. Besides, can you, a parallel class, compare with the rocket class that gathers the elites of the whole school? Li Jun roared wildly in his heart. You know, over the years, the best student he trained only ranked 64th in the Wuka College entrance examination. It seems that Teacher Chen has trained an extraordinary student. Li Jun took several deep breaths before he managed to calm down and congratulated him sourly. It's okay, it's all Jingming's own hard work, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing his old rival getting very angry, although Chen Fan remained humble on the surface, he was already very happy in his heart. You like to show off, but you got humiliated this time, right? In the past, Li Jun always had the upper hand over me, but this time I finally got my revenge. When he thought of this, Chen Fan felt secretly happy. Su Jingming was originally from class 5. Teacher Chen Fan is a good teacher. Among so many parallel classes, only your class has made it into the top 50. In the second half of the year, we can ask Teacher Chen to give a lecture and talk about his teaching experience. Upon learning that Su Jingming was a student of class 5, the teachers around him all congratulated him. Even Sun Yang, the head teacher of the rocket class, gave Chen Fan a friendly smile. The top students had already been picked up by the rocket class. Being able to train such a student in the parallel class shows that Chen Fan's teaching level is indeed good. A group of teachers chatted and laughed, and soon returned to the audience seats. After Chen Fan, the head teacher of class 5, sat down, he immediately looked at the virtual screen in the air to find Su Jingming's ranking. Soon, he found Su Jingming's name among the rankings. Number 32, Su Jingming, 328 points. Jiangqing Number 2 High School. Number 32. Seeing this ranking, the class teacher Chen Fan was stunned. Wasn't it still 46th just now? How come after having a meal, the ranking has risen by more than 10 places? Just when he was wondering, Su Jingming's name suddenly jumped, and when it appeared again, it was already in another position. Number 25, Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangqing Number 2 High School. This. Chen Fan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. What's going on? How did Su Jingming's ranking rise so much all of a sudden? There are more than 1,400 candidates taking the Jiangqing Wuka College entrance examination, so it is normal for the rankings to change from time to time. However, a sudden rise in ranking of more than 10 places, or a drop in ranking of more than 10 places, usually only happens in the lower ranking range. These people are of similar strength, and once the scores change slightly, the rankings will fluctuate by more than 10 points. The candidates who can enter the top 50 are very strong and the score gap between them is relatively large. Even if there are changes in the rankings, it will only be 1 or 2 places at most. It is very rare for a company to rise more than 10 rankings at once. As a result, not only Chen Fan noticed this scene, but other teachers in Number 2 middle school also noticed this situation and started discussing it. Hey, Su Jingming's ranking has risen and he has already rushed to 25th place. Oh my god. Number 25. Is that true? We just went out for a meal, why is the ranking changed so dramatically? Is he really from the parallel class? He's too fierce, isn't he? At this time, on the ranking list of Jiangqing Wuka College entrance examination, there were 9 students from the second high school in the top 50. Apart from the 18th and 22nd place, the highest ranked student in the second high school is Su Jingming at 25th place. The ranking jumped directly from 32nd to 25th, and the score jumped from 328 to 372. In front of the audience, Number 2 middle school principal Zhao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. As a C-level psychic, although only at the first level, he can still remember all the ranking information on the list. Among them, the information of the candidates from the second high school attracted his special attention. Su Jingming's score ranking changes were naturally clear to him. But even so, he still felt incredible. According to the score calculation method of the military college entrance examination, killing a peak-level beast can get 6 to 8 points. Killing a first-level lower-level ferocious beast can earn 14 to 16 points. The kill count interval of the smartwatch is about 4 seconds. Su Jingming raised his score by 44 points in one breath, which means that he killed 5 peak-level beasts or 3 first-level lower-level beasts in just 4 seconds. But no matter which one it is enough to illustrate Su Jingming's strong strength. Even if their strength is not as good as the first-tier teams like Zhou Mingyang, they are definitely in the top 10. When did such a fierce student appear in our school? Principal Zhao Yao was a little confused. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the principals of all middle schools in the country, as well as the directors and deputy directors of the education bureaus in each city, must be people with special abilities of level 1 or above. Although Principal Zhao Yao was unable to see Su Jingming's battle scenes, he was able to infer Su Jingming's approximate strength based solely on the instantaneous changes in rankings. The other two principals and the director of the education bureau naturally noticed it as well. Principal Zhao, it seems that your school still has some good students. This Su Jingming probably didn't exert his strength before, but now that he has exerted his strength, his ranking has immediately improved. Zhang Wenshan, director of the education bureau, nodded slightly. This student of Principal Zhao is almost in the top 10. Lu Hang, principal of number 1 high school, also added this. By the way, what superpower did your student awaken? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhang Wenshan was a little confused. A candidate with such ability should not be unknown. To be honest, Su Jingming suddenly exploded during the college entrance examination today. I have to ask their class teacher for relevant information about him. Teacher Chen, come here for a moment. In response to Director Zhang Wenshan's questions, Zhao Yao directly called the class teacher Chen Fan over. So, under the envious gazes of all the teachers at number 2 middle school, Chen Fan sat next to the principal. To Chen Fan, an ordinary class teacher, the director of the education bureau and the principals, who are people with special abilities, are absolute big shots. So facing the gazes of several people, his expression was naturally a little restrained. Principal, director, as far as I know, Su Jingming has only awakened the E-level ability, weak electricity. E-level superpower. Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Teacher Chen, are you remembering correctly? Principal, if I remember correctly, I specifically reminded him not to take the martial arts exam before the college entrance examination. Chen Fan said with a wry smile. In fact, as the class teacher, he also had some doubts whether there was a mistake in the registration of awakening superpowers that year. He has only an E-level ability to get this far. It seems that Su Jingming must have some outstanding qualities in other aspects. Director Zhang Wenshan was thoughtful. It's a pity that he didn't make it into the top 10, so we can't see his battle footage yet. The live broadcast system of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination runs according to a program customized by the province, and even he cannot interfere with it. Trying to find Su Jingming from the thousands of fixed camera images below is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just wait. With his strength, he should be able to break into the top 10 soon. Although Su Jingming's situation is somewhat special, as the director of the education bureau, he still has some patience. Then we can only wait. The principal of number 2 middle school, Zhao Yao, also nodded and called Chen Fan, who wanted to return to his seat. Also, Teacher Chen, you can sit here. Chen Fan's face lit up when he heard this, but not all teachers have the opportunity to be so close to the directors and principals. Time passes slowly, and the rankings of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination are changing all the time. Among all these rankings, there is one name that is constantly rising in the rankings. Number 25, Su Jingming. Number 21, Su Jingming. Number 16, Su Jingming. Number 12, Su Jingming. Number 9, Su Jingming. Less than an hour had passed and Su Jingming's ranking had already entered the top 10. Su Jingming did it. He really made it into the top 10. The head teacher Chen Fan looked excited. He was just the head teacher of a parallel class and he never dreamed that a student in his class could make it into the top 10 in Jiangcheng. Into the top 10. Zhao Yao, the principal of number 2 middle school, also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if he is always outshined by number 3 middle school, it would be embarrassing for him as the principal. Now we can finally see how Su Jingming made it into the top 10. Zhang Wenshan, director of the education bureau, looked up into the air expectantly. After waiting for a while, the virtual projection image of the 9th place flashed. Instead, there was a slightly taller young figure. The young man was wearing a black battle suit, his face was resolute and his eyes were firm and bright. In his hand was a black spear about 2 meters long. The tip of the spear was sharp and pointed, and the bright red blood stains on it made it look even more hideous. At the feet of the young man, there were several ferocious beasts that had lost their breath. Not far away, there was a ferocious beast that was cowering and dared not move forward. Black clothes, spears, and fierce beasts. The various elements of the entire picture are combined together, exuding a sharp and powerful aura. The next moment, the young man moved, and the gun shot out like a dragon in just a moment. The remaining ferocious beast didn't even have time to react before it was pierced to death by the spear. Hiss, this shot is so fast. What a fast shot, just like a bolt of lightning. His attack speed is comparable to that of a wind-type awakened one, but isn't he a lightning-type awakened one? Many teachers in the audience were shocked when they saw the black figure on the projection screen that killed the shadow cat beast instantly like lightning. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. This was their first impression of Su Jingming. Chen Fan, the head teacher of Class 5, glared. Because the school arranges practical combat courses, he basically knows the fighting ability of most students in the class. But in practical classes, Su Jingming's level can only be described as mediocre, and it is impossible for him to be at his current level. Good boy, you actually managed to hide this from me for so long. With such shooting skills, why not show them off earlier? Why wait until the college entrance examination to make a splash? But with this kind of shooting skills, even if you only have E-level abilities, you can definitely get a good score in the college entrance examination. Chen Fan nodded slightly. It seems that it was unnecessary to persuade him not to take the military college entrance examination. A strong physique and powerful marksmanship. The principal of No. 2 Middle School, Zhao Yao, let out a long sigh and then shook his head. What a pity. Yeah, that's a shame. Zhang Wenshan, director of the Education Bureau, was also somewhat disappointed. A strong physique and weapon handling skills are indeed great advantages during the Awakener period. But later on, as the level gets higher, the advantages brought by physique and skills will gradually become smaller. After all, a mutant is a mutant. The most important thing is to rely on superpowers to fight. If he had a C-level ability, coupled with this kind of physique and marksmanship, he would definitely be the number one in Jiangcheng. It's a pity that he only has E-level abilities. Zhang Wenshan couldn't help but feel regretful again. Compared to the regrets of the principal and the director of education, Chen Fan, the head teacher of Class 5, was quite open-minded. As long as he can stay in the top 10 of Jiangcheng until the end of the college entrance examination, he will definitely be able to go to a good university for superpowers. Of course, even if Su Jingming stopped killing ferocious beasts, he could still go to the university for superpowers with such results after finishing the college entrance examination, but it would not be that good. Compared with the expected result of failing the exam or even dying, this result was already much better. Kill a first-level shadow cat, power points +9. In the ruined town, Su Jingming, who had just killed a shadow cat, felt very happy when he heard the prompt sound in his mind. There were more ferocious beasts in the central area of the ruined town than he had imagined. He had only been here for over an hour, but he had already killed more than 20 first-order lower-level ferocious beasts, and more than 10 peak-level ferocious beasts. The accumulated ability points on his system panel have reached 312 points. Yes, it is indeed more efficient to kill ferocious beasts in the central area. Su Jingming nodded with satisfaction, and then he heard the humming sound of the propeller spinning at high speed. A drone flew in from a distance and hovered dozens of meters above his head. Tracking camera drone. My score is already in the top 10. Su Jingming turned on his smartwatch and checked his ranking. 9th place, Su Jingming, 607 points. Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Sure enough, it's already in the top 10. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's face. The appearance of the camera drone means that his entire subsequent battle process will be known to the outside world. Even if he uses his supernatural powers later, his S-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder will also be exposed. After all, the S-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder he summoned now was too extraordinary to be disguised as an E-level weak electric power. Of course, Su Jingming didn't intend to hide it. The Wuhan University College Entrance Examination is meant to test the strength and potential of candidates. The better the results in the Wuhan University College Entrance Examination, the more choices you will have. Only a fool would give up getting more points just to hide his ability. Su Jingming's eyes fixed, and he opened his system information panel. Name Su Jingming. Level, Awakener. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 141 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced, Lightning Wind Break, Elementary plus. PowerPoints, 312. I already have over 300 ability points, but my level still can't be raised. Su Jingming frowned when he couldn't find the plus sign after the level. When this happens, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the power points required to transform from an awakener to a mutant are too many, and 300 power points are not enough. The second possibility is that there are certain conditions for an awakener to become a mutant. Before these conditions are met, even the system cannot directly upgrade the level. To transform from an awakened being to a superpower, one needs to first learn how to cultivate superpowers. It seems that I haven't learned how to cultivate my supernatural powers yet, so I can't level up yet. Su Jingming was guessing secretly in his heart. The method of cultivating superpowers is the basic condition for an awakened person to advance to a superpower. However, even the worst method of cultivating supernatural powers costs more than 1 million yuan. With Su Jingming's wealth, he naturally couldn't afford to buy one. He originally thought that with the system, he could bypass this basic condition, but now it seems that he was wrong. But with my current combat power, it's not much different from a real psychic. Then wait until you finish the college entrance examination, enter the university for superpowers, learn the method of superpower cultivation, and then become a superpower. Su Jingming didn't think much about it. The most important thing now was how to use these more than 300 power points. At present, the only things that can be improved are basic attributes and combat skills. Combat skills are not yet useful, so let's just improve basic attributes. After thinking for a moment, Su Jingming directly allocated all his ability points to the two basic attributes. The physical strength is divided into 200 points and the mental strength is divided into 112 points. Physique, 141-181 Chi and Blood. Spirit, 160-182 Hz. Su Jingming, whose basic attributes were improved, suddenly felt strength surging throughout his body, and his consciousness was clearer than ever before. All the fatigue accumulated from the previous journey and continuous battles was swept away at this moment. Cool. Su Jingming laughed loudly and made a beautiful gun flower with the black jade gun. The speed and force of the gun were much stronger than before. With a physique like this and my advanced marksmanship, I can easily kill even a first-level mid-level beast in the core area without using my superpowers. At this moment, Su Jingming was very confident in his own strength. The beasts in the core area are stronger and more numerous. Since my strength has been improved again, there is no need to stay in the central area any longer, I will go directly to the core area. The spear shook, and due to inertia, the bright red blood on it was shaken off completely. Afterwards, Su Jingming put the spear on his back, looked at the direction on the map, and rushed towards the core area. With his strengthened physique, at this moment, his running speed is even faster than Zhou Mingyang, who has been blessed with wind-related abilities. Behind him, the camera drone followed closely like a tail. Ruined Town, Central Area. As its throat was cut by the sharp dagger, blood gushed out and the first-level lower-rank Shadow Cat fell to the ground with a bang. Behind him, Tang Chi's slender figure holding a dagger slowly emerged. She was wearing a layer of purple-black cat-shaped energy veil and had a pair of cat ears on her head. She didn't try to control them, but they looked very agile. Strengthening B-level supernatural power, Shadow Cat. During activation, her sprint speed, reaction speed, and attack power can be greatly improved. It is precisely because of this B-level ability that she, as a mere awakener, can kill a first-level ferocious beast. Of course, she herself is also a person who has practiced the method of cultivating supernatural powers. Although there is still some distance to transform into a superpower, the physical fitness foundation is there, so it can't be too bad. However, killing a first-order lower-level beast was already the limit of her strength. It was also because of this that she only dared to wander around the central area and did not dare to go to the core area where the first-order middle-level ferocious beasts were entrenched. In order to save energy, Tang Chi exited the Shadow Cat form as soon as he killed the ferocious beast. The cat-shaped energy gauze lingering around the body disappeared, and the pair of cat-shaped vertical pupils also regressed to their original state. Number 12, Tang Chi, 567 points, Jiangqing number 1 high school. Tang Chi opened her smartwatch and frowned when she saw her ranking. I dropped 1 place in the ranking. She subconsciously looked up to see who had pushed her down in the rankings. However, I didn't expect to see a familiar name in the 9th place. Su Jingming from the 2nd high school, 607 points, 9th place. Tang Chi was slightly startled, and it took him a long while to come back to his senses. The image of a tall figure with a spear on his back appeared in his mind. Sure enough, it was you who caused that blow yesterday, cousin Jingming. She did have some suspicion that the name on the ranking was just the same as her cousin's. But they are both in the 2nd high school and have the same name. How could such a coincidence be possible? Add to that the suspicion that arose at the Thunder Martial Arts School yesterday. This made her even more certain that Su Jingming, who was on the ranking, was her cousin. But how did you do all this with only an E-level ability? A hint of curiosity flashed across Tang Chi's pretty face. It seems that my cousin is not as honest as he seems. Is a mean so fierce? I should have called him dad and hugged his thighs earlier. In the outer area of the ruined town, Lu Jie, who had grown to twice his size, looked at Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual projection and felt filled with regret. Compared with the results of the Wuhan University College entrance examination, what does calling dad mean? Su Jingming is in the top 10. Too fierce. He is the one who ranks highest in our number 2 middle school now. Lin Qingyuan's team has been keeping an eye on Su Jingming since they discovered that he was ranked 46th. Seeing Su Jingming enter the top 10, everyone was deeply moved. How on earth did this guy do it? Su Jingming is in the top 10, so we have to work hard to get into the top 300. Looking at the ranking list, Lin Qingyuan's pretty face was filled with emotion. Although they don't know how Su Jingming did it, they are different from Su Jingming. I am already satisfied if I can enter the top 300. When Su Jingming's ranking was not yet in the top 10, his position was not very prominent. But when he entered the top 10, almost everyone in the examination room noticed him. Some people who knew Su Jingming had different reactions. However, he was unaware of all this, as he was rushing towards the core area with all his might. After his physique was strengthened, Su Jingming's running speed was much faster than before. In addition, his position in the central area is not too far from the core area. So, in just over 30 minutes, Su Jingming stepped into the core area on the map. The core area of the ruined town was originally the most prosperous city center of Weiyuan town. Compared with the central area, the buildings here are taller, and one can still vaguely see the exquisiteness of the past from the dilapidated decoration on the surface of the buildings. More importantly, the level of the ferocious beasts in the core area is from lower first level to middle first level, and there are no more ferocious beasts that are not at the lower level. The candidates who are confident of entering the core area are at least in the top 5 in Jiangqing. Of course, he is an exception. While on the road, he did not specifically look for ferocious beasts, which resulted in him only killing 4 or 5 ferocious beasts in more than 30 minutes. The ranking has not improved but has dropped to 10th place. As long as I can find a large group of ferocious beasts, my ranking will soon be raised. This time, I want to take first place in one go. Su Jingming's eyes focused. It was the same strategy as before. He would go to where the roars of ferocious beasts were the most frequent. Roar. Ouch. In the ruined city, the roars of ferocious beasts can be heard one after another. This is the paradise of ferocious beasts. Su Jingming listened carefully, and finally chose to gallop towards the southeast where the roars of the ferocious beasts were the strongest and most densely populated. Most candidates moved cautiously inside the examination center, fearing that the noise would attract the attention of ferocious beasts and lead to them being besieged. However, Su Jingming was running through the city like an agile cheetah. The 50-kilogram black gun on his back did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Su Jingming ran along the dilapidated road, the wind whistling in his ears and the scenery on both sides quickly passing by. He could vaguely see 1 or 2 ferocious beasts active among the ruins. He didn't even have the desire to take action against these sporadic ferocious beasts. Soon, the source of the intensive roars was getting closer and closer, and a rusty and broken bus was blocking the end of the road. However, Su Jingming did not slow down at all.
Only when he was about to hit the bus did he exert force on his legs and suddenly jumped 5 or 6 meters high. Bang! Su Jingming put his combat boots on the roof of the bus and looked down, with a clear view of the scene below. This is a fitness plaza. In addition to various broken fitness equipment, there are also ferocious beasts living in the plaza. There were so many ferocious beasts that in addition to the smell of blood, there was also a peculiar animal stench mixed in the air, which made Su Jingming frown slightly. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 10 ferocious beasts here, and they are all armed saber tigers. It seems that I have encountered a group of armed saber tigers. Ferocious beasts are divided into 2 types, those that live in groups and those that live alone, and the armed knife tiger is one of the ferocious beasts that lives in groups. Ordinary candidates would avoid such a group of ferocious beasts. However, Su Jingming's pair of cold black and white eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. This is exactly what he wanted. If you want the armed blade tigers to live in a group, you must have a king that has the power to suppress everything. Su Jingming looked towards the center of the fitness plaza, where there was a half-eaten, bloody corpse of a unicorn rhino. Next to the corpse, there lay a armed knife tiger king that was obviously larger than the other armed knife tigers. Its limbs are extremely strong, and the bone knives on its forelimbs are even larger and sharper. A mid-level first-level armed saber tiger. It looks like it is the king of this group of ferocious beasts. Su Jingming's mouth corners raised slightly. If he kills all these ferocious beasts, he will gain a lot of power points. Su Jingming is 1.86 meters tall and was standing on the roof of a bus. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the upper armed knife tigers in the square. Except for the armed knife tiger king in the middle who was still lying lazily on the spot, the other 9 resting armed knife tigers all stood up at the same time. With fierce eyes, he walked towards the bus. Their speed was not fast, but the oppressive feeling brought by the 9 huge armed sword tigers as big as cars gathered together was extremely terrifying. It is precisely because of this that groups of ferocious beasts have always been very difficult to deal with. It can be said that even a first-rank high-level ferocious beast would not dare to provoke this 9-headed sword-armed tiger easily. However, facing the 9-headed tiger with sword arms walking towards him at the same time, Su Jingming was not afraid at all. He jumped off the top of the bus and landed on the ground with a bang. Roar. With a low roar, the 9-headed armed tiger that was originally moving slowly forward actually dispersed in a very humane manner. Then, they charged towards Su Jingming from different directions. As expected of a group of ferocious beasts led by a ferocious beast, they have even learned a simple formation. With a backhand grip, Su Jingming already held the black jade spear in his hand. The bus was less than 30 meters away from the square, which was nothing to these lower-ranked first-order armed saber tigers. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the 9-headed armed sword tiger rushed to a position less than 5 meters in front of Su Jingming. But these armed knife tigers did not rush forward all at once. Instead, 5 armed knife tigers took the lead and pounced on us in a flying posture. 5 huge armed knife tigers crowded together, blocking Su Jingming in all directions. Behind him was an abandoned bus, and he couldn't move backwards. In other words, at this moment, Su Jingming has no way to escape. Faced with this situation, Su Jingming's eyes remained firm, and at the same time, he swung the 2.1-meter-long black spear like a windmill. The dancing black jade spear turned into a black phantom, like a high-speed rotating propeller. At this moment, the armed knife tigers realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The 5-headed and armed sword tiger was caught off guard and crashed into the high-speed rotating black spear. Phew! Phew! The sharp tip of the black spear was like a meat grinder, directly cutting the head of the 5-headed knife tiger, causing it to bleed. Then, under the powerful impact force, he fell headfirst. Although it suffered a severe head injury, the 5-headed sword tiger did not die. It lay on the ground and was obviously still breathing. Pure physical strength is still a little lacking. Su Jingming couldn't help but shook his head. This windmill move was wielded solely by relying on his physical strength and was not a combat skill. If this move was a fighting technique that combined physical strength and supernatural powers, the 5 ferocious beasts would have been killed instantly at that moment. But it's okay, I just need to give it another blow. Su Jingming rushed forward again, and the remaining 4 armed sword tigers tried to stop Su Jingming.
But they were all circumvented by Su Jingming's agile footwork. Afterwards, the Black Jade Spear, like the god of death's scythe, took the lives of 5 seriously injured armed saber tigers one after another. Roar. At this time, the first-order middle-level arm knife tiger king who had been lying in the center finally realized that something was wrong, and stood up and walked to the remaining 4 arm knife tigers. "That's great. I'll take care of you all together." With a clang, the Black Jade Spear was pulled out from the body of the arm blade tiger. Su Jingming, holding a spear, faced the 5-headed tiger with swords alone. There was no trace of fear in his clear eyes, but only endless coldness and murderous intent. Roar. I don't know if it was because too many of its companions were killed or injured, or because of Su Jingming's unyielding look that angered it. The Armblade Tiger King let out an angry roar, and then led the remaining 4 Armblade Tigers to charge. Su Jingming charged forward with a spear in hand, fighting with the 5-headed, sword-wielding tiger. Although the arm knife tiger is a ferocious beast, it also possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Especially this group of arm knife tigers have experienced many times of cooperation, and I don't know how many powerful beasts they have killed together. If such a 5-headed and sword-armed tiger were placed in a city, it would be enough to wipe out a squad of hundreds of elite soldiers. However, Su Jingming turned into a black phantom, shuttling between the gaps between the arm knife tigers. The arm knife tiger could not cause any actual harm to Su Jingming. However, every time Su Jingming fired his gun, he aimed directly at the vital points, and the tiger with a knife was either killed instantly or seriously injured. Thus, in less than 2 minutes, all the Armblade tigers fell under his spear. A first-level mid-level beast is just like this. It can't even force me to use my supernatural powers. Looking at the Armblade Tiger King who had lost his breath at his feet, Su Jingming couldn't help but shook his head. Although his physical strength has been improved with the help of the system, he is not very clear about how strong his combat power is. The reason why he dared to launch an attack on the group of fierce beasts like this was because he had the support of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Unfortunately, these ferocious beasts didn't even have the strength to allow him to use his supernatural powers. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. This wave alone earned him a full 106 power points. What a great harvest! Su Jingming's face lit up with joy. If he continues at this pace, he doesn't know how many supernatural points he will be able to accumulate by the time the martial arts college entrance examination is over. It's useless to think too much now. It's more important to harvest the power points and hurry to the next location. After wiping the blood off the spear, Su Jingming put it on his back again and hurried to the next location. On the day of the college entrance examination, all middle schools in Jiangqing will organize students in the first and second year of high school to watch the live broadcast of the WUCA college entrance examination. On the one hand, it is to let these students realize the bloodiness and cruelty of the military college entrance examination. On the other hand, we also want to let students become familiar with the habits of ferocious beasts in advance. At this time, on the playground of Jiangqing No. 2 High School. In the air, there was a virtual projection similar to the military zone. In the surrounding audience seats, all the first and second year high school students had been watching the live broadcast for quite some time. In previous years, the top 10 students in Jiangqing were all from the No. 1 high school. Therefore, they talked the most about candidates from other schools. But this year is different, their school also has students who made it into the top 10. Su Jingming. When Su Jingming rushed onto the big screen with the 9th place, all the teachers and students of the second high school were excited. Especially the scene where Shadowcat was shot to death made the students very excited. This shot is so cool. Although I have never heard of Senior Su's name before, from now on, he is my idol. Senior is tall and strong, so handsome. Unlike the directors and principals in the military region who sighed for Su Jingming, the students who saw Su Jingming break into the top 10 were sincerely happy and excited for him. Many people even regard him as a benchmark and role model. However, since Su Jingming was in a hurry for the next half hour, he rarely took action. This made the students feel disappointed, especially after Su Jingming's ranking dropped to 10th place. Some students became very anxious. I wish I could turn into Su Jingming, kill everyone and regain the ranking. It seems that our second high school is still not good enough. We finally had a senior who made it into the top 10, but in the end there was no successor. Although I don't want to admit it, Senior Sue is indeed exhausted. Forget it, I'll just look at the first place winner, Light Wind Sword Zhou Mingyang. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The second high school finally had a student who made it into the top 10, so they naturally hoped that the student would achieve a better ranking. However, Su Jingming's performance caused some bad remarks to be heard sporadically from the audience. A large number of students began to watch the live broadcasts of other star candidates again. Look, Senior Sue has found the beast. Suddenly, a voice coming from somewhere drew everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's live broadcast. In the picture, Su Jingming was standing on the roof of a bus, and below him were a group of huge, knife-armed tiger beasts. It's over, Senior has encountered a group of ferocious beasts. The fierce group of armed knife tiger beasts are finished. Senior, why don't you leave? If you don't leave now, it will really be over. It's over. The armed knife tiger has surrounded him. He can't get away. Senior, why don't you activate the safety ball? This situation is very dangerous. Although Su Jingming's performance just now disappointed the students, he is still a senior in their school after all. Therefore, when he encountered a group of ferocious beasts, all the students couldn't help but worry. When the five-armed tiger sword flew towards Su Jingming, who had not activated the safety ball, some girls were so scared that they covered their eyes. However, the imagined scene of being eaten by the ferocious beast did not occur. Instead, Su Jingming wielded the black jade spear and knocked the five-headed armed sword tiger away in an invincible manner. So fierce. At this moment, everyone in the audience felt their hearts skip a beat. Can a spear be used like this? This strength is outrageous. If an ordinary person wielded a spear like this, not only would he fail to injure the arm-blade tiger, but he would be directly crushed to death by its huge body. It seems that this Senior Sue must have awakened the ability to strengthen his body, otherwise he wouldn't be able to achieve this level. In just a moment, the students' previous dissatisfaction with Su Jingming completely disappeared. And then, Su Jingming transformed into a black phantom, holding a black gun. Like lightning, he shuttled among the five-headed, sword-armed tigers, constantly advancing and killing. His black spear had turned bright red due to being stained with too much blood of ferocious beasts. No one felt uncomfortable with this scene, instead, everyone felt it was very exciting. It feels so violent, but I like it. Awesome. This feeling is much more enjoyable than looking at the fluttering light wind sword. Every shot hits the target, what a domineering shooting skill. It is a consensus among everyone that ferocious beasts are the enemies of mankind. Therefore, when the armed knife tigers were being slaughtered one-sidedly, no one felt pity, but instead felt extremely happy. Especially the tall and slender figure that shuttled among them. Every time he fired a gun, it brought a special sense of violence. This kind of violence does not appear bloody, but rather full of beauty. The blood of these 16 or 17-year-old boys and girls, who are in the prime of their youth, boiled and their faces turned red. Phew, that feels good. Great. So refreshing. As expected of Senior Sue, you are so awesome. Wow, it makes my blood boil. I even want to get a spear myself and try it out. With the fall of the arm-blade Tiger King, the students in the audience gave their satisfied comments, just like gourmets who had just had a full meal. At this time, Su Jingming's picture suddenly jumped and directly jumped to the 6th place. Number 6, Su Jingming, 796 points, Jiangqing Number 2 High School. What's going on? How did the senior's ranking jump to 6th place? Senior's score was only 634 points just now. How come it suddenly increased by almost 160 points? Even if there are 4 or 5 first-level beasts here, they can't get such a high score in one go, right? For a moment, everyone was confused, thinking that the points added were too many. I just realized that the senior is no longer in the central area, but has entered the core area. An exclamation came from nowhere, causing everyone to subconsciously check the map on the virtual screen. Sure enough, the area where Su Jingming was located was already within the red core area. I was saying that the shapes of these arm-blade tigers were not right. It turns out that they are not peak beasts, but first-level beasts. So, the beasts that Senior just killed were all first-level beasts. Awesome. Killing a first-level beast is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Originally, all the students thought that Su Jingming was still in the central area, and these ferocious beasts were only at the peak level and the first level. However, what was unexpected was that Su Jingming had entered the dangerous core area. Just now, I was fighting against lower-level and middle-level first-order ferocious beasts. In fact, it's not their fault that they didn't notice it at the first time. The battle was really too intense. At the same time, they finally understood why Su Jingming did not take action just now. It turned out that he was rushing to the core area. Even Zhou Mingyang, the number 1 light wind sword, could only fight back and forth when facing this group of ferocious beasts. How can someone be as fierce as the senior who killed all the beasts in one breath? Everyone subconsciously compared Su Jingming with Zhou Mingyang, who ranked first. However, it was discovered that even the star candidate Zhou Mingyang seemed unable to achieve such strong dominance as just now. 1 man versus 10-headed arm-knife tigers, one of which is a mid-level first-rank tiger. This fighting power is probably stronger than Zhou Mingyang, right? Who taught Su Jingming from the second high school to make him so perverted? In the audience seats outside the military area. When Su Jingming faced the group of ferocious beasts alone, he attracted the attention of all the teachers. However, they didn't think too much about it and thought that Su Jingming would just run away. After all, since the beginning of the competition, no candidate has ever dared to challenge the group of ferocious beasts in the core area. However, the opponent's overwhelming performance that followed made all the teachers and the principal drop their jaws. Especially Qin Fan, the head teacher of Class 5, his face turned red, and he was obviously extremely excited. The students performed brilliantly, and he, as the class teacher, also benefited from it. Su Jingming is so strong. Even the usually calm principal of the second high school couldn't help but widen his eyes with an expression of disbelief. The gun is as swift as a dragon and as fast as lightning. Advanced shooting. This is definitely advanced shooting. Zhang Wenshan, director of the Education Bureau, was also excited, but his focus was on Su Jingming's marksmanship. You know, it takes an average person decades to master a weapon skill to intermediate level. It is impossible to reach a high level without spending most of your life. And Su Jingming is only 18 years old. What a genius this is. However, when he thought of Su Jingming's ability, he couldn't help but slap his thigh and sighed, "Oh, what a pity." With the strength Su Jingming has shown so far, he is already stronger than Zhou Mingyang. If I had a better superpower, maybe I could break Jiangqing's record of many years and break into the top 50 in Jiangnan province. However, Su Jingming's E-level ability meant that the other party was powerless. Advanced marksmanship, no wonder it's so powerful. Su Jingming is only 18 years old, but he has already mastered the spear skills to a high level. What a talent! Even if it's a genius from a provincial capital, it's impossible for him to master advanced weapon techniques, right? After hearing the sigh from the Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, many teachers finally reacted and were surprised and moved again. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It looks like the number 1 spot in Jiangqing this year will go to your number 2 high school. After the battle just now, any discerning person can see that Su Jingming is stronger than Zhou Mingyang, and it is only a matter of time before he gets first place. Although Lu Hang, the principal of number 1 high school, was unwilling to accept the result, he still generously congratulated Zhao Yao. Principal Lu, thank you for your praise. The exam is not over yet, and the results are still uncertain. Number 1 high school. The best middle school in Jiangqing not only has rich educational resources, but also attracts the best students in the entire Jiangqing. Every year after the awakening of superpowers, many outstanding students transfer to the second high school because of the favorable conditions offered by the first high school. Therefore, it is impossible for Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school, to say that he has no hostility towards the first high school. However, the number 1 high school was too strong, and the number 2 high school had no chance to perform at all. Now, the highlight moment of number 2 high school suppressing number 1 high school is about to come, but Principal Zhao Yao is not in a hurry and his tone is very humble. No matter what, Su Jingming's strength is there. It's not bad for us to have 2 people from Jiangqing break into the top 100 of Jiangnan province. Zhang Wenshan, who finally recovered his composure, nodded to Zhao Yao and said, "Your second high school is great this time, and you have cultivated a student like Su Jingming." After the college entrance examination, I will propose to the city to reward your second high school.
Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhao Yao's face lit up with joy. For those psychics who choose to become principals, they no longer have much hope of improving their abilities and focus more on their careers. An award will not only bring more resources to the second high school, but will also benefit him as the principal. If you want to go further in the future and join the Education Bureau, it is not impossible. Su Jingming, you really gave me a big surprise. Zhao Yao was filled with emotion. He had never thought that there would be such a day in the second high school. Just as Zhang Wenshan predicted, in the following period of time, Su Jingming's score was rising like a rocket. In just less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang and became the first place. At this time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In other words, the Wuka College entrance examination will be over in 6 hours. In the core area of the ruined town, in a dilapidated community, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were divided into 2 camps, fighting each other as lunch prey. The 2 camps are the one-horned rhino and the arm-knife tiger. If the number of both sides is the same, the one-horned rhino will be the one to completely crush them. But there are 8 armed saber tigers here, but only 4 one-horned rhinos. In terms of strength, the gap between the 2 sides is not that big, and the arm-knife tiger has only a slight advantage. It was also because of this that, although the 2 sides fought for a long time and bit each other and caused many bloody wounds, no ferocious beasts were killed. Ferocious beasts are brutal by nature. Once they start fighting, they will not stop until they have killed all of their opponents. However, at this moment, one of the arm-knife tigers sniffed its nose and suddenly stopped charging. He crouched down and growled threateningly towards the gate of the community. This low roar, like a chain reaction, caused all the knife-armed tigers and unicorn rhinos present to stop fighting tacitly. Then he turned around, his head facing the gate, his face showing a fierce look, and his body in a charging posture ready to explode at any time. Under the gaze of the ferocious beasts, a tall human youth slowly appeared. The young man was wearing a black combat suit and combat boots, and had a tall and slender figure. His eyes were clear and bright, but his gaze was as sharp as that of a lone wolf. A thick black spear was casually carried on his shoulder, and the sharp blade shone coldly under the sunlight. 12 ferocious beasts, very good. Su Jingming nodded with satisfaction. This wave of ferocious beasts was the largest in number that he had encountered in this hour. With a strong slap on the butt of the gun with his right hand, the flying black jade gun fell into Su Jingming's hand. Just as he was about to charge into the herd of ferocious beasts with his gun in hand, he suddenly frowned, stopped, and looked to the right. Over there is a dilapidated old building. Come out, I found you. As expected of you who is ranked first, your senses are really sharp. A handsome boy with a long sword on his back walked out from the shadow of the building. Zhou Mingyang. Su Jingming raised his eyebrows. This person was none other than Zhou Mingyang, the light wind sword master who possessed B-level wind ability. Compared with his elegant appearance outside the military examination hall, Zhou Mingyang now looked a little dusty. His hair was messy and his battle suit was stained with dark red blood, which he didn't know whether it was from himself or the beast. Of course, most of the candidates in the examination room were in the same state. The same went for Su Jingming himself, except that because he was using a spear, less blood splashed on his body. But how did you know it was me? Su Jingming was a little confused. He didn't think that this famous star student would know that he was in the second high school. There are only a few who dare to enter the core area, and we are all old acquaintances. Now a stranger suddenly appears. Of course it can only be you, the first place winner. Zhou Mingyang explained with a smile. I see. Su Jingming nodded. In the military college entrance examination, candidates are not allowed to attack each other. Once discovered, they will permanently lose their qualification for the college entrance examination. In addition, there are tracking drones above the heads of both of them, so there is no need to worry about Zhou Mingyang launching a sneak attack or something like that. So Su Jingming picked up his gun and walked towards the group of ferocious beasts not far away. Wait, are you planning to take on these beasts by yourself? Zhou Mingyang was stunned and quickly reached out to stop him. What? You want to steal the monster from me? Su Jingming's eyes became dangerous.
To him, ferocious beasts not only mean points, but also represent power points. There was no way he would give these ferocious beasts to others. When meeting Su Jingming's gaze, Zhou Mingyang felt as if he was being stared at by a powerful beast king, and got goosebumps. What a fierce aura! With a cry of amazement in his heart, Zhou Mingyang reacted quickly and said, "There are 2 first-level middle-level beasts here. You can't deal with them alone. If we join forces, maybe we can still defeat them. These are 2 different groups of ferocious beasts, and each group has a first-level middle-level king." He had been hiding nearby, wanting to wait until both were badly injured before taking action. Although the ferocious beasts on both sides were injured, there was no loss of numbers, and they were in a violent and ferocious state. Choosing this time to go there is basically seeking death. No, I can do it alone. Seeing that Zhou Mingyang was not trying to steal the monster but wanted to cooperate, Su Jingming's attitude immediately improved a lot. He patted him on the shoulder, then charged out with his gun in hand. "Hey!" Zhou Mingyang wanted to persuade him further, but when he saw Su Jingming rushing out, he had to give up. "Well, since you are so confident, let me see what you have." Zhou Mingyang stood aside with a sword in hand and began to watch the fight, his eyes focused on Su Jingming. If anything goes wrong, he will quickly join the battlefield. However, the next scene made Zhou Mingyang's eyes widen. Su Jingming rushed into the group of ferocious beasts like an invincible one. The black spear in his hand was like a phantom, and every time he fired it, he could take the life of a ferocious beast. In just less than 3 minutes, only 4 of the 12 ferocious beasts were left. This. Zhou Mingyang was shocked. 2 hours ago, he didn't even know such a person existed. But then, the opponent rose like a comet. Not only did he quickly rush into the top 10, but just over 10 minutes ago, he also took away the first place from him. Zhou Mingyang was naturally very curious about such a fierce character, and even imagined what kind of terrifying supernatural powers the other party might possess. Is it some kind of extremely powerful A-level supernatural power? However, the opponent only used that black spear to accomplish a crushing victory that he could not even imagine. Gulp. Zhou Mingyang swallowed his saliva and felt his mouth dry. Could it be that he has some kind of enhanced ability, but I just can't see it? Just as he was secretly guessing and thinking on the spot, Su Jingming in front of him quickly completed the harvest, and finally the arm knife Tiger King fell to the ground. Kill a first-level lower-level unicorn rhino, power points plus 12. Kill a first-level lower-level arm blade tiger, power points plus 10. Kill a first-level mid-level armed saber tiger, power points plus 15. Su Jingming enjoyed listening to the series of prompts in his mind. This feeling is really indescribable. But after the Wuka College entrance examination, there won't be such a good opportunity anymore. So, we must hurry up. Su Jingming came to his senses, said hello to Zhou Mingyang, and left quickly. By the time Zhou Mingyang reacted, Su Jingming had already jumped 7 or 8 meters away. So he hurriedly asked loudly, "Su Jingming, do you have a strengthening ability?" "No, it's the lightning type." Su Jingming's voice came from afar, but his figure had completely disappeared from sight. Thunder, lightning type. Zhou Mingyang was confused. How could this just now look like something of the lightning element? If you don't want to tell me the type of my ability, you shouldn't be so perfunctory. You really have a bad temper. Zhou Mingyang had a resentful expression. And the look in his eyes just now was actually because he was worried that I would steal his monster. Who else can deal with this group of ferocious beasts except a pervert like you? Besides, there are so many ferocious beasts in the core area. Do we still have to worry about not having any ferocious beasts to kill? Come to think of it, I've been waiting here for more than 10 minutes. You're the one who stole the monster from me. Given Su Jingming's bad attitude, Zhou Mingyang was still cursing when he left. After seeing how strong Su Jingming was, Zhou Mingyang cursed at him. But he was very clear in his heart that Su Jingming was indeed stronger than him. I don't know where this monster came from, and judging from its aura, it doesn't look like a supernatural being. But killing a first-level beast is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. After silently complaining a few words in his heart, Zhou Mingyang continued on his journey of killing the ferocious beast. Although he is not as strong as Su Jingming, he still has to occupy the second place. So, he shuttled through the core area, looking for ferocious beasts that he could kill. The first 2 hours were all fine. From time to time, we would encounter a lone first-level mid-level ferocious beast, or a small group of ferocious beasts with only 3 or 4 beasts. But by the 3rd hour, Zhou Mingyang clearly felt that there were fewer ferocious beasts on the road. By the 4th hour, he had been wandering around the core area for a long time but hadn't seen a single ferocious beast. What's going on? Where have all the beasts gone? Zhou Mingyang was so exhausted that he kicked away a fist-sized piece of gravel on the side of the road as if to vent his anger. As a person with superpowers, his power is undoubtedly enormous. The kicked stone flew out and hit a rusty iron billboard, making a loud bang. If it were before, he would never do something that would attract the attention of the ferocious beast. But now, he actually hoped that some ferocious beasts would be attracted here. However, instead of attracting the ferocious beast, it attracted several humans. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, walking towards this side. They waved and greeted from a distance. "Hey, Mingyang. How did you get together?" Zhou Mingyang looked at the 3 people who walked up to him in confusion. Like him, they were all students in the rocket class of the first high school and were lower-level psychics of the first order. "We know each other and are old acquaintances." Apart from him, these 3 occupy the other 3 places in the top 5 of the military science rankings. "You should ask Su Jingming about this." The bald boy on the far right shrugged helplessly. "Su Jingming killed all the beasts in the core area. We couldn't find any beasts, so we had no choice but to get together." The girl in the middle added in a soft and cute voice. She is petite, but carries a big knife with her, which gives people a great sense of contrast. "We have been wandering around here for more than half an hour, and when we heard a noise here, we thought it was a ferocious beast. I ran over excitedly, but I didn't expect it was you." The boy with long hair on the left shook his head and sighed. "Su Jingming killed all the beasts. How is that possible?" Zhou Mingyang frowned and subconsciously chose not to believe it. After all, in order to prepare for the martial arts college entrance examination, at least 300 or 400 ferocious beasts were released into the core area. It is impossible to kill so many ferocious beasts in just a few hours. I can tell at a glance that you haven't looked at the rankings for a long time. No, just look at Su Jingming's score and you'll know. The bald boy turned on his smart watch, and with a buzzing sound, the ranking interface was projected into the air. First place, Su Jingming, 3,435 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. 3, more than 3,400 points. Looking at the terrifying score of Su Jingming, who was ranked first, the usually elegant Zhou Mingyang almost popped his eyes out. Now you know why we say that Su Jingming killed all the beasts, right? The bald boy smiled bitterly and turned off the virtual projection. The score gained from killing a first-level lower-level beast is about 14 to 16 points, and the score gained from killing a first-level middle-level beast is about 20 to 22 points. 34-35 points, even if you subtract the more than 700 points he got in the central region, there are still more than 2,500 points. In other words, Su Jingming alone killed nearly 200 ferocious beasts in the core area. Besides, we killed quite a few too. If we add them together, we have killed all the beasts in the core area, right? These words left Zhou Mingyang stunned. After entering the examination room, all he wanted was to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and get a higher score. But I never thought that there would be a day when all the ferocious beasts would be killed. No wonder Su Jingming was so afraid of having his monster robbed before. It turns out he had thought of this a long time ago. When Zhou Mingyang thought of the conversation with Su Jingming at the beginning, he felt as if 100,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. 3,435 points. This score is incredible. Su Jingming is always in the top 10 in Jiangnan province at worst. Top 10. Top 10. When has our Jiangqing ever produced such a good result? The record is broken. Su Jingming broke our Jiangqing record. While Zhou Mingyang in the examination room was shocked by Su Jingming's score, the principal and teachers outside the examination room were already overjoyed.
With 34-35 points, Su Jingming was destined to be among the top 10 in Jiangnan province. And this result is also the best result in Jiangqing's history. I never thought that Su Jingming could achieve such a level with just that spear. Zhao Yao, the principal of number 2 middle school, felt hot all over and was so excited that he couldn't control himself. What does it mean to be in the top 10 in Jiangnan province? Those are the chosen ones that the top 10 universities with special abilities in the country would all be vying for. A unicorn is born in the field. I never thought that we in Jiangqing could have a student like Su Jingming. Zhang Wenshan, director of the Education Bureau, was also grinning from ear to ear. At this time, he no longer cared that Su Jingming only had E-level superpowers. After all, with such achievements, there are schools that would be eager to recruit you even if you have F-level abilities. But Su Jingming is really crazy enough. In just 3 or 4 hours, he killed almost all the beasts in the core area. It looks like he will become a battle maniac in the future. Zhou Mingyang and his men didn't know how many ferocious beasts had been released into the core area. How could Zhang Wenshan, as the director of the Education Bureau, not know? A total of 450 first-order lower-level ferocious beasts and 40 first-order middle-level ferocious beasts were deployed in the core area. Excluding the number of ferocious beasts killed in fighting each other, and the number of beasts killed by Zhou Mingyang and his other 3 companions. Su Jingming alone killed almost half of the ferocious beasts in the entire core area. And this happened in just 3 or 4 hours, which is enough to illustrate the terrifying strength of Su Jingming. Su Jingming's parents both died in a beast tide when he was a child. Maybe that's why he hates ferocious beasts so much. Class teacher Chen Fan added. I see. Zhang Wenshan nodded suddenly, his face turned cold. Humph. Sooner or later, we humans will wipe out all the ferocious beasts. Don't worry, that day will come. Thinking of the brutality of the beast, Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but add in a cold voice. Oh. Have you met Su Jingming? Tell me, what kind of supernatural power does he have? In the examination room, when people around heard that Zhou Mingyang had met Su Jingming, they immediately became interested. I'm not sure what kind of supernatural power he has, but he is very strong, and his Qi and HP are at least over 180 points. Zhou Mingyang shook his head and expressed his guess. 180 HP. No wonder he's so vigorous. The bald boy was amazed. The HP value of an ordinary awakener is only around 100 points. These first-order lower-level psychics only have a health value of more than 130 points. 180 points of health is a goal that is out of reach for them. He has a strong physique, and is most likely a power user of the enhancement system. It's not bad to have this kind of energy and blood after activating my supernatural power to strengthen my body. The long-haired boy pretended to be indifferent, but his tone was a little sour. No, Su Jingming is still just an awakener. Zhou Mingyang shook his head again. He did not deny the long-haired boy's guess that Su Jingming possessed enhancement abilities. After all, he thought so too. The awakened. The petite girl holding the big knife exclaimed, so we, the few psychics, can't beat an awakened one. The girl's words immediately silenced everyone present. After a while, Zhou Mingyang said quietly, I have to say, Meng Di, you still grasp the key points as always. Meng Di is the only girl among these psychics. She has awakened a B-level strengthening ability and is currently ranked 4th. I was frightened. Meng Di stuck out her tongue. There was a strong sense of incongruity between her cute appearance and the big knife in her hand, but Zhou Mingyang and his companions had gotten used to it. Su Jingming is really abnormal. He is so powerful even though he is only at the awakened stage. The bald boy had a complicated look on his face, paused, and then said. But what should we do next? There is still about an hour and a half left before the college entrance examination ends. All the beasts in the core area have been killed. Do we have to go back to the central area? In the military science college entrance examination, everyone is racing against time to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and get more points. Naturally, they couldn't continue to wander around for the remaining hour and a half. It takes at least half an hour for us to get to the central area, and we waste too much time on the road. Moreover, most of the beasts in the central area are at the peak level, so the points you get after killing them are not very high.
After thinking for a while, Zhou Mingyang said, instead of going back to the central area, why don't we go to the core area and try together? The most central area. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. The ferocious beasts in the core area are at least at the upper level of the first order, and there are even second-order beast kings. With such a lineup of ferocious beasts, even for them, who are lower-level psychics of the first order, they would risk their lives if they entered it. Going into the core area alone is tantamount to suicide, but if the four of us unite together, we can give it a try. The bald boy hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. The military college entrance examination determines your whole life. Although for those with special abilities, the consequences of failing the martial arts college entrance examination would not be so serious. But they will not give up if they can get into a better university. I have no objection. The petite girl Meng Di giggled. It seems this is the only way at the moment. The boy with long hair also nodded. Okay, let's get going. Zhou Mingyang was also a decisive person. After deciding on the plan, he immediately left with the three of them. A ruined town, somewhere in the core area. Su Jingming was walking on the road with a spear on his back. This was originally a city street, but now the concrete floor is cracked, weeds are growing, and it looks desolate. The buildings and shops on both sides are also extremely dilapidated. However, Su Jingming did not pay attention to his surroundings. His attention was all on his system panel. Level, Awakener. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 181 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit 182 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Wind Break, Elementary plus. PowerPoints, 2413. 2,413 PowerPoints. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. This is all he gained after entering the core area. So many supernatural points are amazing. But even so, there is still no plus sign after the level. This also confirmed to him that it was indeed because he had not yet practiced the method of cultivating superpowers that he was unable to transform into a superpower user. But in this way, I have killed most of the ferocious beasts in the core area. If you want to continue to gain power points, you must go to the core area. But there are second-level beasts there, so we need to strengthen ourselves before we go. Su Jingming clicked the plus sign behind the combat skill, Lightning Gale Break. Power points minus 100. Lightning Wind Break, Elementary Intermediate. Power points minus 200. Lightning Wind Break, Intermediate Advanced. Su Jingming spent 300 power points in one go and directly upgraded his combat skills to a high level. In an instant, he mastered this fighting skill to perfection, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Now, I am more confident in dealing with that second-level beast. Although he had a lot of supernatural points, Su Jingming did not use them extensively to improve his basic attributes. It was just initially increased to 180 points of health, and now the combat skills have been improved. It can be said to be very economical. On the one hand, because power points are precious, once the martial arts college entrance examination is over, there will be no more opportunities to harvest power points. On the other hand, once you enter the university for superpowers, these superpower points will have other great uses. Of course, the most important thing is that with his current strength, it is enough to deal with the second-level beasts in the core area, and there is no need to improve it further. After adding some points, he drank the 2 remaining energy bars in his backpack and replenished his strength. Su Jingming glanced at the map and strode towards the core area. Compared with the entire map of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination, the core area can be said to be pitifully small, almost just a small dot. But in reality, it is not just a small dot, but an entire community. This is a community called Jinsiyuan, where dozens of ferocious beasts live in the open space. Unlike ordinary groups of ferocious beasts, these beasts are of different types, including shadow cats, iron-haired pigs, and even unicorn rhinos. You know. Ferocious beasts are brutal by nature, and different groups will regard each other as prey. For such a large number of different kinds of ferocious beasts to live together harmoniously and form a tribe, there must be a beast king who suppresses everything. And this beast king is none other than a grizzly bear crawling in the deepest part of the clearing. Unlike ordinary grizzly bears, this one is huge, like a tank. His eyes were as red as blood, as if hiding a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even such a ferocious beast, just by living there, exudes a terrifying aura. At this time, Zhou Mingyang and his group had already arrived nearby. Standing on the roof of a building and looking down. When they saw the grizzly bear living below, everyone's face changed. It's actually a bloodthirsty violent bear. Zhou Mingyang looked unhappy. There is also a difference in strength between different ferocious beasts. For example, even though they are both at the same level, a shadow cat can never defeat a unicorn. This is racial oppression. The bloodthirsty and violent bears are also a notoriously rare group among the ferocious beasts and are very difficult to deal with. Not to mention its exaggerated and terrifying strength, just the thick fur that is tangled together all over its body is stronger than E-grade alloy. Even a missile can't destroy it easily. This is trouble. Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it were any other ordinary second-level ferocious beast. If the four of them join together, maybe they can hold on for a while. But according to the strength of the bloodthirsty bear, everyone would die if its paw, which was like a big iron pot, came down upon them. I can't even hold up. There is another possibility, which is that we have just entered the community. There was no need for the bloodthirsty violent bear to take action, as they were directly wiped out by these first-level high-level beasts that rushed over. The bald young man curled his lips. Even if the four of them joined together, they could only deal with 3 or 4 first-level high-level ferocious beasts at most. But there are more than 30 first-level high-level ferocious beasts in the open space of the community below. In other words, no matter whether it is the second-level bloodthirsty violent bear, or these remaining first-order high-level ferocious beasts are the ones they dare not even provoke. The disparity between the configuration of the fierce beasts in the most core area and the core area is too great. The strongest ones in the core area are only at the middle level of the first order. If you move to the core area, the strongest beast will become the second order. Even these ordinary beasts are of high rank 1, how can we play this? The petite girl Meng Di pouted unhappily. Before the exam, I heard that the person who wrote the questions for our college entrance exam was Lao Lu, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems that this abnormal combination of ferocious beasts is definitely his. The long-haired boy gritted his teeth. The person who sets the questions for the military college entrance examination in Jiangnan province rotates every year. The person who set the questions, Lao Lu, is a ruthless person among many people who set questions. The death rate in the military college entrance examination arranged by him was more than twice as high as in other years. The first-order high-level beasts and second-order beasts in the core area are the fixed combination for the National Martial Arts College entrance examination. It's just that Lao Lu replaced it with a more difficult-to-deal-with bloodthirsty and violent bear. We can't blame anyone else for this, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. Zhou Mingyang sighed. The Wuhan University College entrance examination is about selecting the best from the best, and the core area is equivalent to the last big question in the mathematics test. Only those who can solve this big problem can be considered as the chosen ones in the true sense. He is a genius in Jiangqing who is the focus of everyone's attention. But in the entire Jiangnan province, he was not even qualified to touch the last question. Speaking of which, Su Jingming worked very hard for such a long time and only managed to get more than 3,000 points. It would be faster to kill this second-level beast and more than 30 first-level high-level beasts in front of us. The long-haired young man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with an expression that showed a bit of gloating. The scores of the ferocious beasts in the core area are much higher than those in the core area. Killing a first-level high-level beast will earn you 100 points. If you can kill the final second-level beast, you can get 4,000 points in one go. What humans need are strong men with outstanding combat capabilities. What's the point of killing so many scum? The boy with long hair was obviously quite resentful towards Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang frowned when he heard this, but ultimately said nothing. After all, it is true. The military science college entrance examination requires strong and powerful people, rather than a killing machine that only knows how to kill low-level ferocious beasts. Just like the blue planet today, although ferocious beasts are rampant. But as long as all the 9th-level beast kings in the ferocious beast clan can be killed, the remaining ferocious beasts will collapse on their own. If all the beast kings are not killed, it will be useless even if you kill a lot of ordinary ferocious beasts. It is precisely because of this that the scores for the most core area ferocious beasts in the military college entrance examination are set so high. In this way, as long as you kill the second-level ferocious beast, you can get points for suppressing the entire field. The second-level ferocious beast is also intended to attack the provincial top scholar candidate's must-win target. However, despite saying so, Zhou Mingyang silently added in his heart, Su Jingming is useless, so those of us with lower scores than him are also useless, right? He thought so in his heart, but they would have to fight side by side later, so he did not refute. Okay, stop talking so much. We'll go down and try later to see if we can lure out a few first-level high-level beasts. You definitely cannot just enter the open space in the community where a level 2 bloodthirsty violent bear is stationed. Therefore, Zhou Mingyang's strategy was to seduce them one by one and kill as many as he could. Certainly. It is also possible that you cannot seduce either one. If that were the case, they would have no choice but to return to the central area. Work. TSK, going to a place where a second-level beast resides to seduce the beast, isn't this courting death? Haha, even if it means courting death, why don't you give it a try? Several people joked with each other and prepared to go downstairs. However, at this moment, a black figure rushed over quickly from a distance. The figure was very fast, like a cheetah, and in just a few seconds it arrived at the gate of Jinsiyuan community from a distance. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was on the roof of the 8th floor, he relied on the powerful eyesight of the psychic. He immediately realized that the figure below was Su Jingming, whom he had met once. Su Jingming is here too. Where is he? Su Jingming. Humph, I want to see who he is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di and others had never encountered Su Jingming. So, after hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, several people who had already walked to the stairs quickly turned back and looked down. When the awakened person transforms into a superpower, not only will his superpowers be strengthened, but his physical fitness will also be improved accordingly. Therefore, the height of the 8th floor was nothing to them, and it was enough to see the people below clearly. I saw a young man standing in front of the open space in the community below. The young man was tall, with a resolute face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. After countless battles, most of the black battle suit the young man was wearing was dyed dark red. The black spear on his back, whose originally sharp blade, became uneven, like a kitchen knife that had been used to chop too many bones. It was precisely because of this spear that the young man's steady and powerful aura suddenly became more ferocious. What a handsome boy. No matter when, women are always emotional creatures. So, the moment she saw Su Jingming, Meng Di's beautiful eyes lit up. He could use an F-class spear into such a dilapidated state. It's hard to imagine how many ferocious beasts he killed. The bald boy was amazed at the damaged state of Su Jingming's weapon. You know, F-grade alloy is extremely hard, and the fact that it can be used like this is enough to show how frequent and cruel the battles are. You dare to appear in front of the beasts like this, aren't you courting death? The last long-haired boy snorted coldly. Roar. Ouch. Sure enough, because of Su Jingming's appearance, the ferocious beasts below quickly became agitated. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen first-level high-level ferocious beasts roared and rushed towards him. It's over. He has alarmed the herd of ferocious beasts. Meng Di uttered a cry of surprise. Why is Su Jingming so reckless? Zhou Mingyang frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. And when they rush down, Su Jingming will probably be dead beyond death. Why else? It's because of the confidence that being the first place brings him. He doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The long-haired boy sneered and stared at the person below. He actually used a gun. But I'm afraid his gun can't protect him. Just as he said, at the beginning Su Jingming was able to deal with the few ferocious beasts that rushed over. But he couldn't resist the ferocious beasts that followed him, and his figure was quickly submerged in the crowd of more than 10 ferocious beasts. Su Jingming, isn't he going to die just like that? Looking at the figure disappearing among the group of ferocious beasts, Zhou Mingyang was somewhat incredulous. The other party rose like a comet in just a few hours. And now, is it going to fall like a meteor again? The most important thing is, what exactly does Su Jingming think? Knowing that the core area is full of high-level first-level and second-level ferocious beasts, how dare you appear in front of the ferocious beasts so brazenly? But come to think of it, he really was lying to me. He never used any lightning abilities from the beginning to the end. Forget it, death is like the extinguishing of a light, so it's just a lie. Zhou Mingyang and Su Jingming only met once and didn't have much concern for each other's safety. At most, I was just puzzled by the other party's stupid behavior. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and his companions suddenly felt a shock in their hearts. A deep and majestic voice sounded in my ears. Divine thunder. The next moment, accompanied by chaotic and harsh thunder, a purple shock wave suddenly surged out from the center of the group of ferocious beasts in their sight below. Bang! The ferocious beasts that came into contact with the shock wave all became charred as if they had been hit hard, and flew backwards 4 or 5 meters. The originally dense group of ferocious beasts seemed to be wiped out with an eraser, and a clearing was immediately created. In the center of the open space, Su Jingming's tall and slender figure stood there like a god of war. Around his body, purple thunders lingered, as if welcoming the arrival of their king, cheering and rejoicing continuously. At this time, Zhou Mingyang and others suddenly discovered it. That was not a shock wave, but a high-voltage power grid formed by purple lightning. This. Looking at the Thor-like figure in the middle of the open space, Zhou Mingyang was stunned. It took him a while to react and he murmured. Su Jingming, he really has lightning abilities. Crackling. Crackling. In the center of the open space, with Su Jingming as the center, the purple thunder spread out more than 3 meters. The thunder was as piercing as 1,000 birds chirping at the same time. The terrifying thunder seemed to make the area around Su Jingming a forbidden zone for life. 3 meters away, there were ferocious beasts that were charred by electricity. Within 3 meters, there was only Su Jingming, who was like a master, with lightning all over his body. Sure enough, it is still a bit difficult to deal with so many first-level high-level beasts with physical strength alone. Su Jingming raised his left hand and looked at the purple arc dancing at his fingertips with some intoxication. The power of supernatural powers is closely related to its level and 2 basic attributes. Although he is just an awakener, his 180 points of blood and spirit make his purple sky divine thunder much more powerful than when he just awakened. It can even cause great damage to first-order high-level ferocious beasts. This is an S-level ability, domineering and powerful. Su Jingming looked forward. The serious injuries and dying of more than a dozen ferocious beasts have attracted the attention of the Beast King here. The bloodthirsty violent bear stood up from its perch. With a height of 5 meters and a width of more than 3 meters, it looks like a heavy tank. Imagine how oppressive it would be to see a heavy tank standing upright. This was the scene Su Jingming faced. A rare beast, a bloodthirsty violent bear. This year's martial arts exam is really difficult. Su Jingming licked his lips. In the summer in Jiangnan, the sunset is later. The setting sun in the sky shone on the bloodthirsty bear, casting a long shadow on the ground. Because he was facing away from the light, Su Jingming could not clearly see the face of the bloodthirsty bear. But its pair of blood-red eyes carried a strong sense of oppression. Influenced by this aura, the remaining dozen or so ferocious beasts, which had originally been intimidated by Su Jingming's power and dared not move forward, became arrogant again. He crouched low, bared his teeth, and let out growls and roars. This scene is quite suitable for a horror movie. But when the fight starts later, these monsters might cause some trouble. In that case, let's clear the area first. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. The purple sky divine thunder, which was originally only active on the surface of his body, actually penetrated directly into his body under his control. Buzz. Su Jingming's body trembled violently as if he was injected with a powerful stimulant. Then, his clear and bright eyes were filled with purple thunder. At the same time, an incomparably powerful force emerged from his limbs and bones. That's the feeling. The smile on Su Jingming's angular face was wanton and arrogant. Superpowers are a kind of power inherent in human beings, which can be used freely just like an arm. Therefore, in addition to the more sophisticated method of using supernatural powers such as combat skills, there are also more crude ways of using them. For example, Zhou Mingyang's wind-related abilities can be used at will to reduce air resistance and increase running speed. For example, the explosion of the purple sky divine thunder he just released can achieve an effect similar to that of a powerful plasma cannon. This state at this moment is also a basic application of lightning abilities. By directing the thunder into the body and stimulating cells throughout the body, you can greatly enhance your physical fitness. In the past, Su Jingming had tried to use the E-level ability, weak electricity, to stimulate his body, but apart from making his body numb, it had no other effect. But now with the S-level purple sky divine thunder, the situation is completely different. Su Jingming could feel the purple sky divine thunder surging in his body like a river, strengthening his physique to an abnormal level. Certainly. After all, this is not a combat skill. Moreover, it is very dangerous for lightning to travel through the body, and if you are not careful, it may damage the meridians. Therefore, Su Jingming could not maintain this state for long. However, it is enough to deal with you ferocious beasts. Su Jingming grinned. The next moment, thunder flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already beside a first-level high-level unicorn rhino. Then, with the spear in his hand, he drew a purple-black track in the air like lightning. Before the unicorn rhino could react, a bloodline appeared on its neck. Then, the huge head of the unicorn rhino fell to the ground very smoothly. Its skin, which was as hard as steel, did not provide any protection at all at this moment. Phew! Blood gushed out from the neck like a fountain. With the powerful vitality of a first-order high-level ferocious beast, it can still move even if its abdomen is ripped open. But now that I have lost my head, there is nothing I can do. The headless body of the unicorn rhino collapsed into a pool of blood. Roar! Seeing the unicorn rhino being killed in front of him, the bloodthirsty bear could no longer bear it. With a roar, he charged towards Su Jingming. Although the bloodthirsty bear is huge in size, it runs quite fast. It can run on all fours and cover a distance of more than 30 meters in the blink of an eye. It is better to say that it is leaping than running. However, although the bloodthirsty bear was fast, Su Jingming was even faster. With the blessing of the purple sky divine thunder, he transformed into a purple-black phantom and shuttled among the group of ferocious beasts. Every time it attacked, the black spear surrounded by purple thunder could take the life of a ferocious beast. Ding! Killed a first-level high-ranking beast, the unicorn rhino, ability points plus 15. Ding! Killed a first-level high-level beast shadow cat, ability points plus 13. Ding! Killed a first-level high-ranking fierce beast arm blade tiger, ability points plus 14. System prompts sounded one after another in Su Jingming's mind. At the same time, there were also waves of helpless rage that the bloodthirsty bear erupted in because it could not catch Su Jingming. What kind of lightning power is this? So powerful. On the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and his group were all stunned. The explosion of superpowers alone was enough to severely injure a high-ranking first-level beast and put it on the verge of death. And Su Jingming is just an awakener. Even if he has an A-level ability, he can't reach this level of strength, right? The petite girl Meng Di swallowed hard. Thanks to the development of the internet, she has seen A-level lightning-related psychics before. However, even the oppressive feeling brought by those high-level A-level lightning ability users was not as strong as the oppressive feeling brought by Su Jingming at this moment. Stronger than A-level superpowers, could it be? Zhou Mingyang and the bald boy looked at each other and said in unison, S-level. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Mingyang shook his head and denied it. No, that's not right. If he really has S-level supernatural powers, the entire Great Xia Kingdom will be shaken from the day he awakens his supernatural powers. What's more, nowadays, it is very difficult to conceal the level of one's ability. The awakening of superpowers is arranged uniformly by the state, and the superpowers of each awakener will be recorded in the national database. If he really had S-level superpowers, the country would have sent him for elite training long ago. Why are you still staying in Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School, which has scarce educational resources? Could it be a supernatural mutation? The bald young man asked tentatively. Superpower mutation. Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment and nodded. It is indeed possible. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Although supernatural mutations are rare, they do happen. There have been cases in the past where D-level abilities have accidentally mutated into A-level abilities. But no matter what, after today, the whole Jiangqing will probably be shocked by him. Looking at the black figure with a spear downstairs, galloping among the ferocious beasts and clearing the field domineeringly, Zhou Mingyang's expression was extremely complicated. Outside the examination room, when Su Jingming appeared alone in front of the group of bloodthirsty and violent bears, bursts of exclamations suddenly rang out in the open space of the military area. What is Su Jingming doing? How did he appear directly in the sight of the beast? Zhou Mingyang and the others knew to hide in a high place and observe first, so why is Su Jingming so reckless? Run! Run! The director of education and all the principals are second-level psychics with sharp eyes. Naturally, he had already seen Su Jingming's strength, and he could handle 2 or 3 first-level high-level ferocious beasts at the same time. But wanting to deal with dozens of first-level high-level ferocious beasts at the same time is nothing but a foolish dream. Not to mention that there is an even more terrifying second-level beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear, above it, which he cannot deal with. So when they saw Su Jingming appear in the core area without any concealment, the directors and principals were immediately panicked. Many teachers from number 2 middle school were shouting and running away, but unfortunately Su Jingming in the picture couldn't hear them at all. Instead, he alarmed the group of ferocious beasts and was submerged in them. Su Jingming is too confident. He actually dares to enter the core area so brazenly. The director shook his head, his face solemn. Even if Su Jingming managed to survive in the end. When the martial arts college entrance examination is over, this reckless performance will be seen by the admissions offices of major supernatural universities, and the evaluation will probably be greatly reduced. It's over now. Is a genius that finally appeared in our school going to die like this? Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school, looked as pale as death. Doesn't Su Jingming still have a safety ball? The head teacher Chen Fan said hurriedly. Let's not talk about whether the safety ball can be opened in this situation. Even if the safety ball is opened, the high-voltage power grid released will not be able to withstand the ravages of this group of first-level high-level beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to look at the commander-in-chief of this Wuka college entrance examination. Commander Wang, please arrange for the nearest team of psychics to prepare for rescue. In order to save the lives of candidates as much as possible, in addition to safety balls, another measure is the psychic rescue teams distributed throughout the examination room. Unlike the immature candidates, these superpower rescue teams are elites who have been baptized by war. Moreover, the lineup is very reasonable. Although they are all only first level, the whole team is combined together and can withstand the second-level beast without losing. Certainly. There are only a few such elite rescue teams in the entire military region, and they are often used to rescue candidates with great potential in the military college entrance examination. Su Jingming, who is now ranked first, is obviously qualified to mobilize an elite rescue team. Okay. Commander Wang nodded and turned on the communicator to contact the rescue team. I hope Su Jingming can hold on until the rescue team arrives. Principal Zhao Yao sighed. It was at this moment that the projection screen belonging to Su Jingming suddenly lit up. With Su Jingming as the center, countless purple thunders surged out. All the ferocious beasts around were charred by electricity and flew away under the violent thunder. Immediately afterwards, Su Jingming seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder, his eyes were electrified, and purple thunder was jumping on his body. Holding a spear, he fought among the group of ferocious beasts. And the second-level bloodthirsty bear was chasing behind, but could never hit it. They could only let Su Jingming reap the spoils among the ferocious beasts. The entire battle scene took only a moment to complete an incredible reversal. The director, the principal, and others were stunned by this sudden reversal. Is this Su Jingming's lightning ability? Principal Zhao Yao took a deep breath, and the director of the Education Bureau Zhang Wenshan was also stunned. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-level ability? Are you kidding me? The ruined town, in the core area. With the blessing of the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming walked the bloodthirsty and violent bear like he was walking a dog. The bloodthirsty bear seemed to realize that it was not fast enough to catch up with Su Jingming and would just be outwitted, so it simply gave up chasing him. The huge body sat in the middle of the open space in the community, and its scarlet eyes stared at Su Jingming's figure.
Every time Su Jingming killed a ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty aura on its body would become more intense. There are a total of 34 first-level high-level ferocious beasts in the venue. Among them, 13 of them were already charred black and seriously injured and on the verge of death due to the electric shock of the purple sky divine thunder when they first besieged Su Jingming. As for the remaining 21 ferocious beasts, they were killed one after another within a short minute by Su Jingming, who had activated his cells. Crackling. In a flash of lightning, Su Jingming's tall figure holding a spear and covered in thunder appeared about 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty bear. "You're quite smart. You knew I would come to find you, so you waited here directly." Su Jingming's eyes, filled with purple thunder, looked at the bloodthirsty bear not far away. His eyes were truly intimidating. At this time, the bloodthirsty bear was obviously extremely angry, breathing heavily from its nostrils. His muscular chest rose and fell dramatically due to his heavy breathing. A pair of scarlet eyes were extremely cold. Seeing such a scene, a psychic with poor psychological quality would probably be frightened to the point of paralyzing on the spot. However, Su Jingming's expression remained unchanged and he clenched his left hand into the air. As if he was the god of thunder dominating everything, the purple divine thunder lingering around quickly gathered together to form a purple lightning. Sizzle. Su Jingming threw out the purple lightning fiercely, and with a bang, it hit the bloodthirsty bear in front of him accurately. This terrifying thunder that was powerful enough to kill a high-ranking first-order ferocious beast instantly was only jumping on the surface of the bloodthirsty violent bear's body. Apart from making it look more hideous, it doesn't seem to have much use. As expected of a rare group of second-level beasts, they have strong defensive capabilities. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. Unlike ordinary domestic pets, the bloodthirsty violent bear never cleans its own hair. This will cause the hair to clump together easily, forming a protection like armor. Such fur armor is even stronger than E-grade alloy. What's more, it doesn't conduct electricity. Although the purple sky divine thunder is powerful, Su Jingming is only an awakened one after all. It is indeed a bit difficult to cross 2 major levels and cause damage to the second-level bloodthirsty violent bear. It seems that we need to find a way to break the defense first. While Su Jingming was thinking secretly in his heart, the bloodthirsty bear on the opposite side was not idle either. Roar. It just let out a low roar, and violent energy and blood actually materialized and appeared around its body. Just like a super scion, the red blood forms an upward air current. Then its entire body suddenly swelled up, and veins bulged on its ferocious bare face. The gravel on the ground was even shaking slightly under the influence of this powerful energy. Then it exerted force with its legs, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. And that huge figure as big as an iron tower was actually flying towards Su Jingming. Do you know what it feels like to have a tiger tank coming towards you? Su Jingming had such a sense of déjà vu. Then his face changed and he quickly dodged to the side. Bang. The bloodthirsty bear fell like a comet on the spot where Su Jingming had been standing, and the already weathered concrete floor could no longer support it. Cracks appeared with the bloodthirsty bear as the center, and dust was flying everywhere. After the dust settled, the bloodthirsty violent bear's super scion-like form appeared again in Su Jingming's sight. He went berserk right away. It seems like he really wants to kill me as soon as possible. Su Jingming was amazed. Rare and high-level ferocious beasts often possess skills similar to human combat skills. Rampage is a relatively common skill possessed by ferocious beasts. According to research, during the rampage, the beast's few remaining wits will be completely destroyed, transforming it into a killing machine that acts solely on instinct. Correspondingly, when in a rampage state, the physical strength of the beast will be greatly improved. Normally, a ferocious beast will only go berserk when it's desperate. But as soon as the battle started, the bloodthirsty bear started to run wild. It was obvious that he was very angry about Su Jingming's dog-walking behavior just now. But I'm not a fool. Regardless of whether I'm in a rampage or not, I won't fight you head-on. Su Jingming's original qi and blood were as high as 180 points, and with the help of cell activation, it increased dramatically, and his strength was astonishingly strong. But even so, he had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation with the bloodthirsty bear. He is only 1.86 meters tall, and the bloodthirsty bear is now more than 6 meters tall.
Isn't it courting death to compete in strength? The best way is to rely on agility. In a flash of lightning, Su Jingming's figure holding the spear blurred and disappeared on the spot. The bloodthirsty bear instinctively felt that something was wrong, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. Scrape. I saw a purple arc and an extremely sharp wound suddenly appearing on the left leg of the bloodthirsty bear. Phew. Bright red blood spurted out from the leg artery like a geyser. Roar. Feeling the pain, the bloodthirsty bear smashed its huge fist towards the tiny human figure at its feet. Compared to the bloodthirsty bear's height of more than 6 meters, Su Jingming, who is only 1.86 meters tall, is obviously much more agile. In addition, the purple sky divine thunder was constantly stimulating cells throughout his body, bringing him endless power. In this situation, Su Jingming's agility is terrifying. Therefore, before the bloodthirsty bear's fist arrived, Su Jingming's figure had already dodged behind its right leg. Compared with the purple sky divine thunder, the sharp black obsidian spear is obviously more capable of breaking through defenses. So Su Jingming did the same thing and slashed with his spear, leaving a long wound on the right leg of the bloodthirsty bear. At this moment, the clumsy and bloodthirsty bear couldn't even catch his sight. Roar. The severe pain caused by the wounds on its legs made the bloodthirsty bear go crazy. It waved its paws and began to attack indiscriminately. However, Su Jingming had already hidden aside at this time. Boom. The bloodthirsty bear that had gone mad was like a violent house-destroying machine, and many corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground around it were smashed into meat paste. It was at this time that Su Jingming used the purple sky divine thunder to its limit. Countless purple thunders burst out from his body and bombarded the bloodthirsty and violent bear. The bloodthirsty bear was not as fast as Su Jingming to begin with, and now that his legs were injured, his speed was even slower than before. Although the bloodthirsty violent bear has lost all its wisdom in the rampage state, its basic instincts are still clear and it knows that thunder cannot cause fatal damage to it. So he simply huddled in place, in a defensive posture. Sizzle. Boom. In this way, the purple sky divine thunder bombarded for almost half a minute. The gray-white hair on the bloodthirsty bear's body was charred black by the bombardment. It should be about the same. Su Jingming flashed and appeared less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty bear. At a distance of 3 meters, the bloodthirsty bear only needs to take a small step forward to attack. However, just as it moved its legs, wanting to vent its anger towards the tiny human in front of it. But he was surprised to find that his legs seemed to have disappeared and were completely out of control. What made it even more frightened was that its arms were extremely heavy and it could no longer wave them. You withstood my purple sky divine thunder for more than half a minute. Do you really think nothing happened? Su Jingming shook his head. Although the bloodthirsty bear's hair has strong defensive power, the black spear had already broken through the defense at its legs. During the bombardment that lasted for more than half a minute, a lot of lightning was blocked. But a lot of thunder still flowed into the bloodthirsty bear's body through the wound, paralyzing its nerves. And this is exactly the effect Su Jingming wants. If you can't move, then you'll be a sitting duck. Su Jingming held a spear in his hand and began to fight back. The 50-kilogram black obsidian spear was wielded, and the spear head wrapped in lightning kept attacking. Phew. Phew. Su Jingming was surrounded by purple thunder and enveloped by the ancient origin of thunder from the purple sky divine thunder. At this moment, he looked like a god. The spear turned into a phantom, and in just 3 or 4 seconds, it left dozens of bowl-sized wounds on the bloodthirsty violent bear. Countless lightning flashed inside the wound, causing secondary damage. If it were an ordinary ferocious beast, it would have been killed to the point of being dead. But for a second-level bloodthirsty violent bear that is more than 6 meters tall and has thick skin and flesh, these wounds are just minor injuries. It was at this moment that the bloodthirsty bear suddenly discovered that his arms had regained consciousness. Just as a hideous grin broke out on its huge bare face and it was preparing to counterattack. The human in front of him jumped up to the same level as his chest, with a pair of cold black and white eyes that were filled with incomparable calmness. At the same time, a deep and majestic voice sounded in my ears, lightning gale break. Along with the rumbling sound of thunder, a wave of thunder energy that terrified it burst out from the black spear. It subconsciously wanted to raise its arms to block it, but it was too late. Then, with a loud bang, the bloodthirsty bear, which was covered in wounds, suffered the heaviest blow. Violent purple thunder exploded from its chest, and the huge impact force made it fly backwards like a cannonball. Boom. It stopped only after smashing the broken flower bed in the center and plowing a gap more than 10 meters long on the ground. I saw a big charred hole on the left side of its chest. The heart that originally existed there has been destroyed, leaving only the remnant of purple thunder lingering in it. The bloodthirsty violent bear could feel his physical strength rapidly draining away and his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. It subconsciously tried to get up and stood up shakily. Before he could take the first step, he collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. This terrifying beast, which was powerful enough to destroy a small town, completely lost its life at this moment. Ding, killed a lower-level second-level bloodthirsty violent bear, ability points plus 24. Hearing the prompt from the system, Su Jingming, who was standing with a gun, breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. The battle just now almost brought his current strength to its limit. Although the battle lasted less than 2 minutes, the intensity of the battle was tremendous and the mental tension was constant. Even with his health and spirit at 180 points, he couldn't hold on. Fortunately, the final result was good. Certainly. Even if the previous combo couldn't kill the opponent, Su Jingming still had a backup plan. That is to use more power points to improve basic attributes. It can be said that the more than 2,000 power points on the system panel doomed this bloodthirsty bear to death from the very beginning. Su Jingming exited the cell activation state, the thunder in his eyes disappeared, and the purple divine thunder lingering on his body was also taken back by him. Without the blessing of the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming suddenly felt weak. However, he knew that this weakness was an illusion of weakening strength, and in fact he had simply regressed to the strength he had before his cells were activated. I'll kill all the beasts in the core area. I don't know how many points I'll get. Su Jingming turned on his smartwatch and checked his score. First place, Su Jingming, 10,835 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1103 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. More than 10,000 points. Although he had expected it, Su Jingming was still shocked by the score. After the shock, a happy smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the beasts in the core area have the highest scores. I remember that the highest score in Jiangnan province last year was only about 8,000 points, right? Doesn't that mean that I have already reserved the title of provincial champion? The score obtained by killing a first-level high-level ferocious beast is 100 points. Killing a second-level ferocious beast can earn you 4,000 points. In the core area, a total of 34 first-level upper-level ferocious beasts and 1 second-level lower-level bloodthirsty violent bear were all killed by Su Jingming. A total of 7,400 points were obtained. Adding Su Jingming's original points of more than 3,000, it is not surprising that he got a total of more than 10,000 points. However, in terms of ranking, a score that is almost 10 times that of the second place seems quite exaggerated. There is still more than an hour before the martial arts exam ends, and I have killed all the beasts in the core area and the most core area. Then, we will go back to the central area and kill as many as possible. After glancing at the bloodthirsty bear that had lost its life in the distance, Su Jingming did not stop. He then carried the almost scrapped black jade spear on his back and headed towards the central area again. At this time, Zhou Mingyang and others on the roof were still shocked by Su Jingming's performance. The bloodthirsty violent bear died just like that. Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle to the time the bloodthirsty bear was shot to death, less than 2 minutes had passed. You know, this kind of second-level ferocious beast with tenacious vitality would take more than half an hour to kill even an elite psychic. Horrible, so horrible. The bald boy looked at the score on his smartwatch in shock. Su Jingming's score has exceeded 10,000 points. More than 10,000 points. Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened, and he subconsciously said, I remember that last year the top scorer in our Jiangnan province only scored over 8,000 points, right? Su Jingming scored over 10,000 points. Could it be possible that he will be the top scorer in Jiangnan province? Provincial number 1. Wow, is it that scary? Several people nearby gasped. At this time, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out, "Look, Su Jingming has left." Judging from the direction he left, it seems that he is going to the central area. The central area. As expected of the provincial champion, he has killed all the second-level beasts, but he didn't even relax and is still rushing to the central area. The bald boy was amazed. Zhou Mingyang also came to his senses at this time and slapped his thigh. "Oh no. I don't know if Su Jingming is the provincial champion. But I know that if we don't hurry to the central area next, we might not get even 1 point in the last hour or so." Yes. With Su Jingming's speed, he won't kill all the beasts in the central area, right? Hurry. Go. Haha, in that case, I, Zhou Mingyang, will leave first. Several people reacted immediately and without any time to think about it, they hurried downstairs with their weapons. Zhou Mingyang, who no longer needed teammates, controlled the wind ability and was the fastest one. In the open space outside the examination room. While many principals and teachers were shocked by the terrifying power of Su Jingming's supernatural powers, they were also watching Su Jingming's operations nervously. The second-level bloodthirsty violent bear is an existence that they have to avoid even when the principals are at the peak of their strength. At this time, Su Jingming was playing with this terrifying beast like a toy. He easily dodged the violent bear's leap and crippled the bloodthirsty violent bear's legs with 2 shots. The lightning power continuously bombarded it, causing it to enter a paralyzed state where it could not move. The spear attacked wildly, instantly stabbing the bloodthirsty bear and seriously injuring it. The final strike of the gun-type thunder combat skill pierces the heart and completes the kill. This series of operations is very smooth and fluid. So much so that when the bloodthirsty bear collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, the entire place fell into deathly silence. No one expected that the second-order bloodthirsty violent bear, which even the geniuses in the provincial capital cities had a headache with, would die just like that. It was not until the ranking list was updated and Su Jingming's score reached 10,000 points that the director and many principals and teachers had not yet reacted. 10,000 points. Record-breaking. Record-breaking. At this time, a teacher from the second high school shouted excitedly. After being reminded by this voice, many principals and teachers in the audience finally reacted and burst into loud shouts of shock. 10,000 points. Not only did it break the record of our Jiangcheng, it also broke the record of Jiangnan province. Genius. Absolute genius. God bless Jiangcheng, this year's provincial champion will fall to us. At this time, the principals and teachers of the 3 universities were cheering without caring about their image. If it is said that before, because Su Jingming was a student of the second high school, the other 2 high schools might have had some reservations. But this time, it was completely different. Su Jingming, who is very likely to become the provincial champion, represents not only the second high school, but also the entire city of Jiangcheng. Well done. Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but stand up and pump his fist in excitement. He was always calm and composed, and he didn't know how many times he had lost his composure. However, facing this huge surprise, it doesn't matter whether I lose my composure or not. This score can be said to be the preliminary selection for the provincial top scorer. The worst are among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. You know, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School has been established for more than 100 years, and its best performance is only ranked 64th in Jiangnan province. And now, he has accomplished what all the previous principals have failed to do. How could he not feel excited and glorious? Oh my, such an outstanding student, why wasn't he assigned to our rocket class? In the audience seats of the second high school, the head teacher of the rocket class was excited but also extremely annoyed. If Su Jingming had been admitted to their class back then, how honored would he be now? Okay, Su Jingming, well done. The students in my class have the potential to become the provincial top scorer. When Qin Fan, the head teacher of class 5, thought of this, it seemed as if he was dreaming and it was unreal. But the pain from pinching his flesh told him that everything was real. This made him extremely excited. There is such a person in class 5, so fierce. Didn't expect it. I didn't expect it either. 10,000 points. I only got 102 points, that's 100 times the difference. As the Wuhan University College entrance examination progressed to the later stages, many candidates who were eliminated early because they activated the safety ball returned to the open space. At this moment, looking at Su Jingming's horrific score, they couldn't help but fall into extreme shock. 10,000 points. Senior did it. Too impressive. With this score, even a top supernatural university would be easy to get into, right? Haha, more than that. Now those top universities are begging you to enroll. I declare that from today on, Senior Su Jingming is my idol. On the playground of the second high school, the first and second-year high school students as well as the teachers were also excited. Most students regard Su Jingming as an idol and role model, and their little faces turn red with excitement. An hour passed quickly and soon it was exactly 9 o'clock. At this time, a red warning interface automatically popped up on the smart watches of the students who were still in the examination room of the ruined town. At the same time, the intelligent voice sounded. Attention, Jiangqing's 2037th Martial Arts College entrance examination has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer be counted towards the score. Please return as soon as possible. Attention, Jiangqing's 2037th Martial Arts College entrance examination has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer be counted towards the score. Please return as soon as possible. The notification rang 3 times in a row before it ended. In the examination room, all the candidates who received the notice began to return with various emotions, some feeling emotional, some regretful. The Wuka College entrance examination is over. Su Jingming pulled out a spear from the corpse of a ferocious beast, and he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that there will never be another chance to harvest supernatural points like this. Afterwards, Su Jingming carried the spear and headed back. The Wuka College entrance examination is over, and a brand new future is waiting for him. First place, Su Jingming, 11,124 points, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1233 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1045 points, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. When the time reaches exactly 9 o'clock, the ranking scores of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination are fixed. Su Jingming firmly sits in first place with a score almost 10 times higher than the second place. Zhou Mingyang, the original favorite to win the championship, only got second place. As the Wuhan University College entrance examination came to an end, candidates gradually walked out of the ruined town. In addition to discussing their experiences in the examination room, the topics of their discussion all revolved around Su Jingming. More than 10,000 points. This is too impressive. Su Jingming and I are in the same class. If I say he only has E-level abilities, would you believe me? E-level superpower? What are you talking about? Can an E-level superpower suppress Zhou Mingyang, who has a B-level superpower, by 10 times the score? It is worth mentioning that when a student in the same class as Su Jingming told others that Su Jingming only had E-level superpowers, the responses I received were all one of disbelief. Time passed slowly, and most of the students had returned to the open space. Only a few students who went deep into the ruined town had not come out yet. Of course, Su Jingming was among them. However, after leaving the examination hall, the students did not immediately get on the bus and leave. Instead, they waited there. They wanted to see who this fierce man who scored more than 10,000 points was. While waiting, they inevitably speculated about Su Jingming's final ranking. Last year, the highest score in our Jiangnan province was just over 8,000 or 10,000 points. He is definitely the top scorer in the province. It's hard to say. Who knows if a pervert like Su Jingming will appear in other cities? That's true, but no matter what, we are definitely in the top 3 in Jiangnan province. Ranked in the top 3 in Jiangnan province, this brings honor to our entire Jiangqing. Yes, our Jiangqing finally has a true genius. Jiangqing ranks last in economic development among dozens of prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan province. It has been absent from the national event of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination for many years. In the provincial ranking list published every year, you can often only see a candidate from Jiangqing after the top 100. But this year, it's completely different. Su Jingming, who scored more than 10,000 points, is qualified to compete for the provincial top spot. Even if the attack fails, we will still be among the top 3 in the province. By then, the whole Jiangqing will be famous because of Su Jingming. It is precisely because of this that the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, as well as the principals and teachers of various schools are excited. He had already left the auditorium and was standing at the exit of the examination room, waiting for Su Jingming's arrival. In the open space, many candidates were also excited and proud. Some students from Class 5 of the second senior high school even boasted about how close their relationship with Su Jingming was in the past. Especially Lu Jie, who already had a good relationship with Su Jingming, was so proud of himself. "Chi-Chi, is this Su Jingming really your cousin?" Among the students of number 1 high school, there was Xiaoya, who had lost interest in Su Jingming at Thunder Martial Arts School. But she asked Tang Chi with her beautiful eyes shining. "My great aunt, you have asked me 3 times. Su Jingming's cousin. Tang Chi rolled her eyes and said, "Although I'm not 100% sure, it's probably him." "Okay, I believe you." Xiaoya nodded, then hugged Tang Chi's arm and shook it like a spoiled child. "My dear sister, can you give me your cousin's contact information?" "Why do you want contact information now? Didn't you show no interest yesterday?" Seeing Xiaoya's pleading look, Tang Chi couldn't help but tease her. Today is different from the past. Yesterday he was only an E-level awakener, but today he is the number 1 in Jiangcheng. Different identities naturally lead to different treatments. Hearing Xiaoya's matter-of-fact tone, Tang Chi was suddenly speechless. This change of attitude is too fast. Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout came. "Su Jingming has left the examination room." Hearing this loud shout, the entire open space fell silent. Including Tang Chi and Xiaoya, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look towards the exit of the ruined town. A tall figure walked out of the dark ruined town. It was Su Jingming. He was wearing a blood-stained black battle suit, his face was calm and steady, and he had a black spear more than 2 meters long on his back. This spear, which was almost destroyed, seemed to tell the cruelty of the battles it had experienced along the way. "Su Jingming, welcome back." Zhang Wenshan, director of the Education Bureau, who was standing nearby, took the lead and gave the warmest applause. Subsequently, principals and teachers from various schools joined in. However, compared with the welcome from the directors and principals, the students' welcome was much warmer. "Su Jingming, congratulations. Our class of candidates shines because of you." As candidates in the same class, if the difference is only 1 or 200 points, they may still not accept it and think that the difference in strength is not that big. But the gap of more than 10,000 points is already a crushing victory in all aspects. Moreover, after this, Su Jingming represented not only himself, but the entire Jiangcheng. Therefore, the candidates cheered and applauded generously. Some bolder girls even started expressing their love on the spot. Faced with this scene, Su Jingming was a little dazed as his ears were buzzing and he couldn't hear what was said. He never thought that there would be such a grand welcome after the college entrance examination. It's really dazzling. Not far behind him, Zhou Mingyang, who had also just walked out of the examination room, looked at this scene with some envy. But he also knew that even if he was first, he would not receive so many cheers. After all, he can't score more than 10,000 points. "All candidates, please get on the bus. The bus will take you to the city. Once you are in the city." The cheers lasted for more than a minute before gradually stopping, and Commander Wang began to arrange the retreat. As for Su Jingming, the principal arranged for him to take a special car home. This also disappointed the students from Class 5 who originally wanted to take the same bus with him. "Su Jingming, have you decided which supernatural school to go to?" The scene outside the window quickly receded. Su Jingming was sitting in the back seat of a car, but the driver was Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Normally, the principal has a special driver when he goes out. At this time, he not only served as the driver himself, but also had a smile on his face, without any dissatisfaction. "No." Su Jingming shook his head. He is telling the truth. After crossing over, all he had been thinking about was improving his strength as quickly as possible and getting higher scores in the exams, but he had never thought about which supernatural university to go to. "With your grades, you can get into any university in the country." Principal Zhao Yao seemed even more excited than Su Jingming. "Including the 3 top universities with special abilities." "Oh, you know these 3 universities, right?"
Su Jingming nodded. The Great Xia Kingdom has a strong martial arts culture, and not only will the martial arts college entrance examination be broadcast live to the public. Even the thousands of special ability colleges and universities across the country organize college leagues every year to determine the ranking of each college. Among the thousands of universities with special abilities, 3 universities consistently rank among the top 3 in the league. They are Qingjing Supernatural University, Moda Supernatural University and Jincheng Supernatural University. These 3 universities have been established for more than 200 years. The educational resources are abundant, and the instructors in the school are at least 6th-level psychics. The 3 universities are superior to thousands of universities in the country and are also known as the top 3 universities. It is the campus holy place that countless college entrance examination students dream of. The 3 top universities are the highest goals that countless students aspire to. Principal Zhao Yao said with emotion, but for you, it's easy to get. No, that's not right. They will even beg you to go. Beg you to let me do it. Su Jingming tilted his head, looking puzzled. With your grades, you've already qualified for special recruitment. After the national rankings are announced, the top 10 universities in the country will offer various conditions for you to study at their schools. What else could this be but begging you to come on? Principal Zhao Yao laughed out loud. Special recruitment is a treatment only available to the top 3 students in the province. And Su Jingming is obviously among them. I suggest you learn more about the 3 top universities after you return. You can't wait until the day of special recruitment and still have no clue. In addition, don't be dazzled by the special admission conditions offered by those schools. The most important thing is to choose a school that you think is suitable. Of course, if you enter any of the 3 top universities, you will have a bright future. President Zhao Yao directly excluded the other 7 universities from the top 10 and gave serious instructions. I see. Thank you, Headmaster. Su Jingming nodded to show that he understood. The Wuhan University College entrance examination is over, and the next step is to carefully consider which school to go to. It takes more than an hour to drive from the military area to the city. When Su Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 in the evening. He was so exhausted that he had no time to wash up. He just took off his battle clothes that smelled strongly of blood. He fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. I didn't wake up from my sleep until around 9 o'clock the next morning. I slept for more than 10 hours in one go. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Jingming jumped out of bed and rushed into the bathroom. Voila! Warm water flowed out from the shower head, washing over Su Jingming's naked body. Comfortable. After a 12-hour battle, Su Jingming sweated a lot and his whole body was sticky. At this moment, the warm water washed over his body, making him feel refreshed instantly, and he immediately opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Level, Awakener. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 183 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit 185 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Wind Break, Advanced plus. PowerPoints, 2534. In the military college entrance examination, besides the grades, the biggest gain is the ability points. 2,534 PowerPoints. It should be enough for me to use for a while after I enter the Power University. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. The importance of PowerPoints is unquestionable. If it were in an ordinary wilderness area, it would be impossible to obtain so many PowerPoints in a short period of time. This time it was also thanks to the Wuhan University College entrance examination. I wonder if there will be similar competitions for killing ferocious beasts after entering the University of Superpowers. If there are, I will definitely be the first to participate. Su Jingming was in a good mood. After taking a shower while humming a little tune, he returned to the bedroom, turned on the computer, and searched for relevant information about the 3 top universities. The 3 top universities are all famous schools with a history of more than hundreds of years and have trained many strong people for daxia. So, while checking the information, Su Jingming would exclaim in amazement from time to time. It turns out that today's 9th-rank Nation Guardian graduated from Qingjing University of Supernatural Powers. The top supernatural training methods are mostly exclusive to top universities.
You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Nowadays, almost half of the country's more famous high-level psychics come from the 3 top universities. Half. This is a very terrifying ratio. After all, there are thousands of supernatural universities across the country. In addition, there are many people who originally studied at foreign universities of supernatural powers and returned to China after graduation. And the total number of strong people cultivated by so many domestic and foreign schools is only equal to that of the 3 top universities. This is enough to illustrate the profound foundation of the 3 top universities. In addition, the most important point is the method of training supernatural powers. As the basis for the advancement of psychics, there are good and bad methods of training psychics, and the speed of practice varies greatly. For example, using the worst primary superpower training method, most awakened people will need 3 or 4 years to advance to superpowers. However, if you use the top-level supernatural power training method to practice, it will only take less than half a year to advance. According to the information Su Jingming found, most of the top supernatural power training methods in the Great Xia Kingdom are actually collected in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder there are rumors online that the 3 top universities are overbearing and dictatorial schools that refuse to release their secrets. Su Jingming suddenly realized, but he didn't care too much about it. How precious is the top-notch supernatural power training method? It is impossible to use public opinion to hijack universities and share top skills. Ding dong. Just as he was about to continue looking up information, the doorbell rang. You came to see me so early, could it be my aunt? Confused, Su Jingming got up, walked out of the bedroom and opened the door. There were 2 beauties, one big and one small, standing at the door. The older one was in his 30s, dressed in fine clothes and had a delicate face. The younger one is about the same age as Su Jingming, tall, and looks about 70% similar to the beautiful woman, but more aloof. These 2 people are indeed my Aunt Su Qingwan and cousin Tang Qi. Aunt, cousin. Su Jingming smiled and called out, leading the 2 into the living room. However, the embarrassing thing was that because of the evolution of his superpowers the night before, his entire living room looked like it had been burned by fire. Not only were the floors and walls burned black, but furniture such as the sofa and coffee table in the living room were also burned to ashes. There is not even a place to sit in such a big living room. Xiaoming, did your house catch fire? Seeing this, the younger Aunt Su Qingwan panicked and quickly pulled Su Jingming to check carefully. When did it happen? Are you injured? It's just a small accident, nothing serious. Looking at his aunt who looked worried, Su Jingming's expression softened. After his parents passed away, only his aunt could bring him the warmth of family. It's all right, it's all right. The Aunt Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, I came here this time mainly to ask about your results of the martial arts college entrance examination yesterday. Sister Qi didn't tell you. Su Jingming was a little surprised. I think it would be better if you tell my mother in person, so I didn't say it. Cousin Tang Qi smiled slyly. So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded, then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. Su Jingming took the 2 of them downstairs and went to a coffee shop next to the community that he often went to called Morning Light Shop. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning and there were not many people in the cafe. Su Jingming found a seat by the window and ordered 3 cups of hot coffee. The coffee sold in the Chengwang shop is not high-end hand-ground coffee. So, after a while, 3 cups of steaming coffee were brought to the table by the waiter. Please enjoy your meal, all 3 of you. The waiter left with a warm smile. Can we reveal the mystery now? Aunt Su Qingwan smiled and held the coffee cup. Your sister is so mysterious, isn't it because she is afraid that I will beat you like when we were kids? Don't worry, think about it, since you entered high school, when have I ever beaten you? Even when you wanted to take the martial arts college entrance examination, didn't I agree to it? No matter how bad your grades are this time, I won't beat you. Listening to his Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. My sister-in-law is a typical Jiangnan woman, gentle and graceful in nature, but this is only true when there are no final exams. And if his final grades dropped, he would be greeted with a painful meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. And he couldn't resist. After all, he was only 11 years old when his parents died, and his aunt was officially designated as his legal guardian. "Mom, don't worry, your cousin won't let you down this time." Seeing that his mother misunderstood his intention, Tang Chi hurriedly explained. "Oh. Really? So Xiaoming, you did pretty well in the test this time. How many points? Did you get 100? The younger sister Su Qingwan's eyes lit up and she asked quickly. 100 points is the nationally recognized minimum admission score. If you score over 100 points, you will have the hope of attending the University of Supernatural Powers. 100%. Su Jingming smiled and nodded, and it's much more than 100 points, it's 10,000 points. 10,000 points. This score was so shocking that the Aunt Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened and she was stunned on the spot, unable to react. Because of Tang Chi, Su Qingwan also knows a lot about the college entrance examination. I know that over the years, the highest score in Jiangqing was only over 1,000 points. The top scholar in the entire Jiangnan province only scored about 8,000 or 9,000 points. Therefore, when she heard Su Jingming say that he scored 10,000 points, Su Qingwan, the younger aunt, was stunned for a moment. But he reacted quickly and subconsciously chose not to believe it, frowning and saying, "Xiaoming, stop joking and tell me your real score." "Mom, Jingming is not kidding, he is really serious." "No, that's not right. To be exact, it should be 11,124 points. It has already been reported on our Jiangqing official news account." Tang Chi handed over her cell phone with a smile. On the phone, there is a report that was just published not long ago from Jiangqing's official account. The title is 10,000 points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangqing No. 2 High School. The picture accompanying the article shows Su Jingming holding a spear and killing a second-level bloodthirsty bear. It's Xiaoming. My aunt also recognized Su Jingming from the accompanying picture, so she quickly started to browse the article. Su Qingwan has a gentle personality and ordinary things don't cause her much emotional fluctuations. But as she read the article bit by bit, her eyes became brighter and brighter. A blush of excitement slowly appeared on her pretty face. 10,000 points. First in Jiangqing. Great. Great. Su Qingwan seemed to have won a prize worth tens of millions. The article on her mobile phone was like a lottery ticket that she had to redeem for a prize, and she checked it over and over again. He was even muttering something like, "Xiaoming has finally made it, and, now our Su family has a successor." After a while, she gradually recovered her composure. "Xiaoming, with your grades, when you fill in your application form, won't you be able to directly choose from the top 10 universities in the country?" Aunt Su Qingwan asked with shining eyes. "The principal told me yesterday that I already have the special recruitment qualifications. I don't need to fill out the application form. I can just wait for those universities to announce the conditions." Su Jingming explained with a smile, and Tang Chi beside him also echoed, "Mom, with cousin Jingming's grades, he can be said to be a preliminary candidate for the provincial top scholar. Even if he failed to become the provincial number 1, he would definitely be among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. With this ranking, even the 3 top universities would be eager to recruit him, and would not let him go through the process of filling out the application form. 3 top universities. Special recruitment. Great, great, Xiaoming, you really gave me, your aunt, a big surprise." Su Qingwan said 3 good words in a row, and then asked impatiently, "By the way, when will the ranking of the Wuka College entrance examination be announced?" "The time is not certain, but it should be 5 days later at the latest." After a little thought, Su Jingming replied. "The National Wuka College entrance examination results will be released at the same time on the same day. Before this, each province would conduct strict reviews based on the videos taken during the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination to prevent cheating. This is still a lot of work, but the results will be announced in 5 days at the latest, that is, before June 13th. Okay. After the results are announced, I will treat you to a big meal." Su Qingwan had a bright smile on her face. After a pause, she asked the biggest question in her mind. "But Xiaoming, don't you only have E-level abilities? How did you get such a high score?" Throughout the ages, it is a recognized fact that the rarer the superpower, the stronger the combat effectiveness. Although there are also people who rely on low-level superpowers to become strong. But such people are extremely rare, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are rare. According to the description she saw in the article, there was some kind of thunder and lightning that caused a large number of first-level high-level ferocious beasts to be killed or injured. This was simply not the power that could be exerted by the E-level, weak electricity, ability. After all, Su Jingming is just an awakened one, not even a superpower. Hearing Su Qingwan's question, Tang Qi looked over expectantly with her beautiful eyes, and it was obvious that she was also very curious about this. Su Jingming was prepared for this and explained with a smile. The day before yesterday afternoon, when I was exercising in the living room, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from outside the window and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found that my original supernatural power seemed to have transformed and become much stronger. That's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts School to test your supernatural powers later. Tang Qi suddenly realized, and her aunt Su Qingwan also nodded slightly. It was indeed thundering for a while the day before yesterday afternoon, but you were not injured by the lightning. Instead, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise and your supernatural powers mutated. This is really good luck. Find some time later and go to the martial arts gym to take another ability test to see what level your ability has mutated to. According to the power described in the article, your ability should have evolved to at least be level. Su Jingming nodded when he heard this. Although superpower mutations are rare, they do exist. He had already thought of using this as an excuse for his own superpower transformation. It just so happened that the day before yesterday when the superpowers transformed, lightning struck outside the window and inside the house, and most people knew about it. Well, no matter what, you two, brother and sister, one is ranked 12th in Jiangqing, and the other is ranked 1st in Jiangqing, you are both great. Let's go. Let's go to the market to buy some vegetables, and I'll make you a delicious meal at noon. Su Qingwan's face was filled with an unconcealable smile. Su Jingming couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and walked side by side with his cousin Tang Qi beside his aunt. June 11th, 9 p.m. Admissions Office of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. The 3rd and 4th level psychics, who were rarely seen in other places, now filled the entire office. I saw them sitting around a large round table. There were at least 30 or 40 people. These people with special abilities looked anxious, as if they were waiting for something. After a while, a slightly fat middle-aged man walked in quickly. At the same time, he raised a mechanical disc in his hand and said, "The national ranking of military science has been released. Everyone, get ready." The ranking of the National Military College entrance examination is kept absolutely confidential before the results are announced. However, this only applies to ordinary people. For top universities like theirs, it is not difficult to get the ranking one day in advance. The rankings are finally out. This year's ranking seems to be a little slow to come out. It's almost the same. Last year it was only one day earlier than this year. The admissions office of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is busiest during these few days of the year. They need to formulate different special recruitment strategies based on the strength of the top 3 candidates in each province. Some students are strong and have great potential, so more resources need to be spent on recruiting them. If some students are relatively weak and have little potential, then less resources can be spent on them. In fact, not only the Moda Supernatural University, but also the other 2 top universities, Qingjing Supernatural University and Jincheng Supernatural University, do the same. As per the old rules, let's first look at the performance of the top scorers in each province. The middle-aged man in front inserted the mechanical disc into the projection device that had been prepared long ago. With a buzzing sound, a list recording the score rankings of all candidates in more than 30 provincial administrative regions across the country was immediately projected out. The first provincial-level administrative region, Qingjing City. A middle-aged man's deep voice sounded, and the projection in front of him seemed to have intelligence, directly displaying the ranking of candidates in Qingjing City, the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Everyone looked straight at the first place on the ranking list. First place, Zhou Yi, Qingjing Middle School, 9,343 points. Eva, display the relevant information about Zhou Yi. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an ethereal electronic voice sounded, "Okay, director." Then, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the round table. The picture shows Zhou Yi's battle scene in the military college entrance examination. Zhou Yi, 18 years old, has awakened a bronze body with A-level supernatural powers, and is at the upper level of the first rank. My father is a 4th-level mutant. Every top university has amazing information collection capabilities, and the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is no exception. While the central holographic projection was playing Zhou Yi's battle scenes, information about him also echoed in the ears of every admissions teacher. Bronze body. It's pretty good among A-level abilities. Indeed, judging from the battle scenes, the use of supernatural powers is quite good. The teachers were talking at once. After a while, the video on the holographic projection finished playing, and the middle-aged man in front of them said in a deep voice, "Zhou Yi, this is an A+ level special recruitment quota. Teacher Wang Jian, please go there." "Okay." A teacher stood up and nodded. Once the meeting is over, he will immediately set off for Qingjing City, the 2nd provincial level administrative region, Hunan Province. Time passed quickly, and the top scorers in each province were determined their special admission levels after evaluation by the admissions office director and teachers. There are relatively good A+ grades, ordinary A grades, and relatively poor A- grades. Of course, if you can become the top scholar in a province, no matter how poor your ability is, it won't be that bad. Soon, it was Jiangnan Province's turn. The 13th Provincial Administrative Region, Jiangnan Province. Along with the middle-aged man's low voice, the ranking on the projection quickly switched to Jiangnan Province. Last year, Jiangnan Province offered an A+ special recruitment quota. I don't know what will happen this year. It should also be an A+. Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the provincial champions in previous years have all been very strong. So, all the teachers, including the director of admissions, looked at the top of the list. First place, Su Jingming, Jiangqing No. 2 High School, 11,124 points. More than 10,000 points. Jiangnan Province is making great efforts this year. Jiangqing. Isn't this the capital of Jiangnan Province? Many teachers were shocked at first by Su Jingming's score, but when they found out that he was from Jiangqing No. 2 High School, they were a little confused. Jiangqing. Isn't Ning'an City the capital of Jiangnan Province? What the hell is Jiangqing? How come I have never heard of this city? Su Jingming, 18 years old, has awakened the E-level natural power of weak electricity, and is an awakener. My parents 7 years ago. When Su Jingming's brief introduction sounded in their ears, the teachers who were already somewhat confused became even more confused. What the hell? E-level superpowers. Awakened. How can these two things be linked to the provincial champion? In the previous decades, the top scholar in Jiangnan Province was generally born in Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Or it may have been born in a more prosperous city near Ning'an City. Of course, this is very normal. After all, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Those who can afford to live in these cities have some assets at home, and the offspring they raise are also very strong. The final provincial champions all possessed A-level abilities and first-level upper-level strength, just like those in the capital Qingjing City. But now, the top scholar in Jiangnan Province is not only not born in the cities in Jiangnan Province that are familiar to the teachers of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. And he is not even a psychic, just an awakened one, and even his superpower is only the second-to-last E-level superpower. Who would dare to believe this? So, when Su Jingming's message echoed in the ears of many teachers, their first reaction was disbelief. Can an awakened person become the provincial champion? Is this a mistake? Is it possible that the information was collected incorrectly and was collected from someone with the same name? Well, that's possible. The scores of every candidate in the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination have been professionally reviewed by the National Education Bureau. No one doubts the authenticity of the scores, they just suspect that the information was collected incorrectly and was given to a duplicate person. With the information-gathering ability of the Magic City Superpower University, it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake of confusing the wrong person. Eva's information is correct. As if the feeling was being questioned, a particularly cute-looking light ball was holographically projected in the room. There was even a humanized angry expression on the light ball. It is the artificial intelligence responsible for the information collection and management of the entire Magic University, EVA. EVA is the most advanced artificial intelligence and will not make such low-level mistakes. There may be a problem with Su Jingming's information when it was registered in the information database at the beginning. The slightly fat middle-aged man waved his hand. Won't everything become clear after watching his martial arts college entrance examination video? EVA, open Su Jingming's college entrance examination video. Okay, director. With the director's comfort, the angry expression on EVA's light ball disappeared. At the same time, Su Jingming's figure was also projected above the center of the round table. At the beginning of the scene, it was the scene when he entered the core area and faced many first-level high-level ferocious beasts and second-level ferocious beasts. It turns out that he uses a spear as a weapon, which is rare. Looking at the tall figure carrying a spear, a teacher's eyes lit up. Among the more than 10 provincial champions, almost all of them used long swords or broadswords as weapons. This is the first time that guns have appeared. The spear is more difficult than the sword. A teacher also nodded slightly. Although Su Jingming's weapon attracted the teacher's attention, they did not forget their main purpose. Determine Su Jingming's abilities and level. The supernatural power has not been used yet, so it cannot be confirmed, but the level is easy to determine. There is a fundamental difference between psychics and awakened people, that is the aura. Although Su Jingming's aura in the picture was fierce, the admissions teachers present did not discover the characteristics of a person with special abilities. So, Su Jingming is really an awakened one. After repeated confirmation, all the teachers present were shocked. What does it mean for an awakened person to be the provincial champion? This has never happened in recent decades. Then, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder exploded and killed many first-order high-level ferocious beasts, many teachers were stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is definitely not an E-level ability. This power is at least A-level. How can it be an E-level weak electric power? How come those guys who registered the superpowers could get this wrong? The experienced admissions teachers immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Su Jingming's ability. The admissions director in front narrowed his eyes and ordered. EVA, analyze Su Jingming's ability level. Superpowers need to be tested with professional instruments to determine their level and type. However, with advanced artificial intelligence, the analysis can be pretty close. Su Jingming's ability belongs to the lightning ability under the natural system, because he cannot collect elemental information in the air. Judging from the analysis of the video footage alone, there is a 4% chance that Su Jingming's ability is B-level. There is a 10% chance of being an A grade, an 83% chance of being an S grade, a 1% chance of being an SS grade, and a 0% chance of being an SSS grade. Artificial intelligence EVA quickly came to the conclusion, and the admissions director's pupils shrank sharply when he reached the conclusion. The probability of S-level is 83%. As an advanced artificial intelligence, EVA's judgment is almost never wrong. With a probability of 83%, it is almost certain that Su Jingming's ability is S-level. S-rank. The breathing of all the teachers present suddenly became rapid. What is the concept of S-level? Once it grows up, it will be absolutely top-notch combat power. In today's Great Xia Kingdom, there hasn't been an S-level awakened person with special abilities for 3 or 4 years. At this time, Su Jingming in the holographic projection also ended the life of the second-level bloodthirsty violent bear with one shot in an extremely violent manner. With a suspected S-level ability and such powerful combat ability, Su Jingming deserves the title of provincial champion. The director of the admissions office in front of him let out a long sigh, thought for a moment, and said solemnly, Su Jingming, this is an S+ level special recruitment quota, we must recruit him at all costs. S+ level special recruitment quota. It's been many years since we used this kind of special recruitment, right? S+ level special recruitment, it seems we have to come up with something good. Director Zhang, I was the one who went to the Jiangnan province special recruitment last year. Why don't I go again this time? Director, I also want to go to Jiangnan for special recruitment. The S+ level special recruitment quota, plus the basically confirmed S level supernatural powers, instantly made Su Jingming a popular commodity. Many teachers were vying to attend this special recruitment trip to Jiangnan province. But Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the admissions office, shook his head and said, "You don't have to go. I'll go there myself this time." If the director goes there personally, then it's a sure thing. Although other teachers were a little disappointed, as a fifth-level psychic, Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, who has recruited many students with great potential, is indeed the safest choice for this trip. S-level superpower, Su Jingming, I hope you won't let me down. Looking at the tall figure on the holographic projection, Director Zhang Chaoyang couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. June 12th was the 5th day after the Wuhan University College entrance examination. Jingming, don't worry, the results will be out today at the latest. Principal, I know. I'm not in a hurry. Okay, don't worry. I'm just worried that you young people will be too anxious. Su Jingming walked in the community and talked for a long time before he finally hung up the phone call from the principal. My goodness, everyone told me not to worry, but in fact, I am more anxious than anyone else. Su Jingming couldn't help but shook his head. During the days of waiting for the rankings to be announced, he received more than one call from class teachers, principals, and even the director of the Education Bureau. The implicit meaning of his words is to tell me not to worry, as the rankings will be announced sooner or later. However, their tone did not sound like they were not in a hurry. They even wanted to announce the results rankings the day after the college entrance examination. Certainly. Su Jingming could also understand. After all, Jiangqing really needs a chance to prove himself. But it's already the 5th day, shouldn't the results be announced by now? Just as Su Jingming was muttering to himself, a ding-dong sound came from the text message alert. He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the text message. Su Jingming, a candidate from Jiangqing No. 2 High School, has his ranking in the Jiangnan Province Wuka College entrance examination announced. Please check it in time. There is also a website link below the text message. The college entrance examination rankings have been announced. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and then he clicked on the link without hesitation. Suddenly, a document densely filled with the score rankings of all candidates in the province appeared on the mobile phone. Su Jingming looked directly at the first line of the document. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiangqing No. 2 High School, total score, 11,124 points. First place. Number 1 in Jiangnan Province. I did it. At this moment, even Su Jingming, who usually has a calm personality, couldn't help but show joy on his face and pump his fist excitedly. June 12th is the last day for the announcement of the national ranking of martial arts college entrance examination results. In other words, the results and rankings will be announced on this day. The capital of Jiangnan Province, Ning'an City Education Bureau. The director and a group of teachers were waiting in front of the computer, awaiting the announcement of the results and rankings. Even in this not-so-small office, a lot of cakes and champagne drinks had been prepared. Let's wait until the results are officially announced and then have a joyful celebration. Lei Zhou from Ning'an No. 1 High School performed well this year and scored over 9,200 points. He should be the provincial champion. The probability is very high, but it's not certain. I heard that there are also several talented students in the neighboring province. That's true. It depends on your luck. The teachers were all talking and discussing among themselves. Lei Zhou, who comes from Ning'an No. 1 High School and possesses 8-level supernatural powers and first-level high-level strength, is a popular candidate for the provincial top scholar. The results are announced. At this moment, the teacher who had been waiting in front of the computer's eyes lit up, and he opened the ranking list, but was then slightly stunned. What's wrong? The director of the Ning'an City Education Bureau frowned and came forward, and was shocked to find that the first place was an unfamiliar name. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiangqing No. 2 High School, total score, 11,124 points. What? The provincial champion is actually from Jiangqing. The director's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Such a scene not only happened in the Ning'an Municipal Education Bureau, but also in the education bureaus of other prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan Province. However, compared with the shock of the education bureaus, the journalists in Jiangnan Province were all in action upon hearing the news. you know. Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom. The province has 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Ning'an City, the provincial capital, and several nearby prefecture-level cities are recognized as the most prosperous places where the largest number of people with special abilities gather and geniuses are most likely to be born. However, Jiangqing, located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan Province, is generally recognized to be short of resources and scarce in talent. In previous years, the top scorer in Jiangnan Province was born in Ning'an City or several nearby prefecture-level cities. But this year, it's completely different. The provincial top scholar actually came from an unknown city called Jiangqing that even most people in Jiangnan Province didn't know about. What does that mean? This means traffic and explosive points. So, these journalists began to frantically collect information related to Su Jingming. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. The E-level superpowers, the awakened ones who have not yet been promoted, each word and sentence aroused their nerves. It made them marvel and their eyes shine. This is a natural hotspot. So, they transformed into tentacle monsters and edited articles of thousands of words in just a few minutes. An absolute dark horse. The provincial champion from Jiangqing. Shocked. The provincial champion is actually just an awakener. Who said that an E-level mutant can't become the top scholar in a province? The titles of these articles are very intriguing. As soon as it was posted on the internet, it attracted a lot of clicks and views from netizens. Internet users in Jiangnan Province, in particular, continue to leave their comments under these articles. Aren't provincial champions usually high-level psychics of the first order? Can an awakened person also get the provincial champion? An E-level awakened person can get the provincial top prize. If this is true, I will eat shit on the spot. The guy upstairs, wait for me. I'm going to find his military college entrance exam video now. The most common comments about these news are questions. After all, the top scorers of Jiangnan Province in previous years were all first-level high-level psychics. The level of supernatural powers is at least A or B. Now that an E-level awakener with superpowers has appeared and become the provincial champion, naturally everyone is incredulous. There are even some people with extreme personalities who shout under the comments. It was said that there was something shady going on in this Wuhan University College entrance examination. It was said that Su Jingming was actually the incompetent son of a certain boss behind the scenes, and was forced to become the provincial top scorer. Cheating in the Wuka College entrance examination is an extremely serious matter. After such comments, public opinion gradually fermented. Many people left messages directly under Jiangqing's official account, asking for the truth to be revealed to everyone. As public opinion was getting more and more intense, the official account of Jiangqing released Su Jingming's military college entrance examination video without any rush. In response to this, some malicious people who had been prepared to criticize harshly were suddenly dumbfounded. Su Jingming, the top scholar in Jiangnan Province, is truly an awakened person. A bullet pierced through the skull of a first-level unicorn rhino. Wow, this guy is stronger than a first-level mutant, right? It looks like a power-enhancing ability, but he's just an awakener. How could the power enhancement be so strong? It's not the strengthening type, it's the lightning type. You're telling me this is an E-level ability? Unscrupulous media, spreading rumors for the sake of traffic without any bottom line. Su Jingming's Wuhan University College entrance examination video is 12 hours long, perfectly capturing every moment of his time in the examination room. As a result, as soon as the video came out, the voices questioning Su Jingming quickly disappeared. Instead, people were amazed at Su Jingming's superb marksmanship and powerful lightning abilities. The topic about Su Jingming has become extremely popular on the internet, and it has also become a hot topic in Jiangqing. The Wuhan University College entrance examination is a topic of national participation. However, in all the previous college entrance examinations in Jiangqing, the best scores were only in the top 100 in Jiangnan Province. It's so embarrassing to tell anyone about it. Therefore, people in Jiangqing didn't pay much attention to this before. But it's different now. Jiangqing has produced the provincial top scholar. Many people are enthusiastically posting topics on the internet. Some people who already knew Su Jingming even considered themselves to be Su Jingming's friends. As for the local media in Jiangqing, they became even busier and swarmed to Jiangqing Second High School to interview the principal. The principal had anticipated this scene as early as when Su Jingming scored more than 10,000 points. So, wearing a suit, he faced the many microphones without any panic and talked freely. In addition, Su Jingming's class teacher and many other teachers in his group were also interviewed. This time, the usually strict head teacher never stopped smiling. In his words, he praised Su Jingming generously. In addition to Jiangqing No. 2 High School, senior officials from the Municipal Education Bureau and municipal government were also interviewed. Su Jingming is the pride of Jiangqing people. His achievements are inseparable from his own efforts. Of course, it is also inseparable from the vigorous cultivation of the school and the Education Bureau. As usual, the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, delivered several official speeches in an impassioned manner. Then he said that he would reward Su Jingming with a gift including 1 million in cash and a method to train his supernatural powers. After the Municipal Education Bureau awarded the prize, the municipal government followed suit. He said that he would give Su Jingming 1 million in cash and a luxurious villa in the city. Rewarding the provincial top scholar is an old tradition in each province. Although Jiangqing is much poorer than provincial capitals like Ning'an, it can still afford several million. In addition, the popularity Su Jingming brought to Jiangqing far exceeded the government's efforts. Su Jingming was not aware of the ups and downs on the internet. After receiving congratulatory calls from his aunt-in-law and the principal and director, he went straight to Lei Ting Martial Arts School. Although we have a system, we still cannot give up our usual basic training. In the training room, the almost scrapped black jade gun turned into a black phantom as he swung it. Because the swinging speed was so fast, bursts of whistling were heard from time to time in the air. The 50-kilogram weight of the black jade spear didn't seem to have the slightest effect on him. Every movement is very standard. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, interrupting Su Jingming's training. He frowned, put away his gun, picked up his cell phone, and the caller ID showed it was Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Didn't the principal just call just now? Why is he calling again? As the provincial top scholar, Su Jingming was destined to become famous. However, he himself doesn't like being disturbed, especially during training. So I set the phone to whitelist mode early on, but I didn't expect the principal to call me 2 or 3 times in a row. However, Su Jingming also knew that given the principal's personality, he would not call if it was not an important matter. So he didn't hesitate any longer and pressed the connect button on the screen. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, the excited voice of Principal Zhao Yao came through. Su Jingming, come to school quickly. The admissions teachers from the 3 top universities are here. The admissions teacher is here so soon. Su Jingming was a little surprised. There are 3 top universities with special abilities, among which Qingjing University of Special Abilities is located in the northern part of Daxia Kingdom, and Jincheng University of Special Abilities is located in the central part of Daxia Kingdom. It is quite far away from Jiangnan Province, and perhaps only the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is slightly closer to Jiangnan. According to his estimation, these admissions teachers would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Don't worry about it. Where are you? I'll arrange a car to pick you up right away. I'm at the Thunder Martial Arts School. Okay, wait a moment, the special car will be here soon. On the other side, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Principal Zhao Yao, who was originally being interviewed, learned that the admissions teachers from the 3 top universities had come together. He was startled at first, then immediately stopped the interview and called Su Jingming to come to the school. Then he personally led the 3 mentors to the school's VIP reception room and served each of them a cup of hot tea. Teachers, please sit down for a while. Su Jingming will be here in more than 10 minutes. As a second-level psychic and the principal of a middle school, Zhao Yao is considered a top figure in the entire Jiangqing. But now he was very humble and his attitude was very respectful. Because he knew that he could not afford to offend these 3 big guys under any circumstances. Even the aura of a high-level psychic that the other party unintentionally emitted made his heart tremble. It's okay, Principal Zhao, you can go ahead and do your work. We can just wait here for a while. Zhang Chaoyang, director of the admissions office of Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, waved his hand with a gentle smile. After letting Zhao Yao leave, he turned around and looked at the other two people, smiling and saying, "You two, it seems like it's been a long time since we've been together like this, right?" In the room, besides him, there were two other people, a man and a woman. They are Suyun from Qingjing University of Supernatural Powers, a woman with a plump figure and good looks. And Wu Yuan from Jincheng Supernatural University, a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and long hair. Like Zhang Chaoyang, they are all directors of admissions offices at their respective schools. Back then, when the three of them had not yet become directors, they had met at the special recruitment sites in various provinces. But since he became the admissions director, he rarely goes out, and we haven't met again. And now, because of Su Jingming, the three of them met together again, which was very rare. "Teacher Zhang, there's no need to be so polite, right? Everyone knows the purpose of coming here this time. Let me make it clear in advance, Su Jingming, we have decided on Qingjing University of Supernatural Powers. Su Yun, an admissions student at Qingjing University of Supernatural Powers, has a personality as hot as her body." Without saying any polite words, he stated his purpose right away. "Haha, you said it's going to be settled, so it's settled. I said our Jincheng University is going to be settled." Wu Yuan, the admissions teacher at Jincheng University, was not to be outdone and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Zhang Chaoyang couldn't help but rub his temples with a headache. Due to the college leagues held every year, the three top universities have always been selective in their demand for students. Especially at a special recruitment site like this one for a provincial top scorer, the atmosphere was tense, and it was not uncommon for admissions teachers to even fight with each other. Of course, he doesn't mind this. When the time comes to demonstrate the school's strength, he will not be vague. But the situation this time is different. Zhang Chaoyang coughed dryly and said, "You two, you came here not only because of Su Jingming's provincial champion title, but also because of his special abilities, right?" "Nonsense." Suyun rolled her eyes. The moment she met Zhang Chaoyang and Wu Yuan, she knew that they all had the same goal. They all came for Su Jingming's supernatural power, which is very likely to be S-level. In that case, when Su Jingming arrives, let's first determine his ability level. Listening to Zhang Chaoyang's proposal, Suyun and Wu Yuan looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, let's determine the ability level first and then talk about recruitment." For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell into silence. But before long, I heard a whoosh and the sliding door of the conference room opened. A tall figure carrying a spear walked in, led by Principal Zhao Yao. This person is Su Jingming. He just walked into the reception room. Three pairs of eyes were focused on him at the same time. Because he came from Thunder Martial Arts School, Su Jingming was still wearing ordinary loose training clothes. He carried the broken black gun on his back. Compared with Principal Zhao Yao, who was dressed in a suit and tie next to him, this posture seemed a bit shabby. However, that tall and straight figure and those clear black and white eyes revealed calmness and composure. But this was something that Zhao Yao, who seemed to be walking on thin ice when facing the three special teachers, could not compare to. Good. Suyun couldn't help but nodded. After the military college entrance examination, most candidates will indulge themselves because of the 3 years of repressed high school life and will not think about training at all. But Su Jingming in front of him had obviously just finished training. This alone was something that ordinary candidates could not compare to. Moreover, these three of them are all 5th-level psychic users, although they have not used their powers. However, the invisible sense of oppression is not something that ordinary psychics can resist. This can be seen from Zhao Yao standing next to him. However, Su Jingming had no reaction to this, and it was obvious that he was determined and could not be easily shaken. They are all 5th-level psychics. If Su Yun can see that, everyone can naturally see it. So, as soon as they met, Su Jingming left a good impression on several admissions teachers. "Su Jingming, let me introduce you. This is Su Yun, a teacher at Qingjing University of Supernatural Powers, and this is from Moda University of Supernatural Powers." With the introduction of Principal Zhao Yao, Su Jingming quickly learned the identities of the three teachers. "Hello, teachers." Su Jingming looked respectful. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura brought by these three teachers. Needless to say, they are all at least 4th-level psychics. Student Su, we have all seen your combat video for the Wuka College entrance examination. The actual combat ability is very strong and amazing. But I have a question. Your superpower does not seem to be the E-level superpower, weak electricity, that was registered when your superpower awakened. Can you tell us the reason? It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, we're just a little curious. Zhang Chaoyang spoke first, with a very gentle attitude. Principal Zhao Yao, who was standing by, couldn't help but look curious when he saw this. Of course, the day before the college entrance examination. In response to this, Su Jingming, who had been prepared, repeated what he had said to his sister-in-law before. Being struck by natural lightning, causing the supernatural power to mutate. That's a possibility. Before coming, the three teachers had already done their homework. I know that Su Jingming was struck by lightning the day before the college entrance examination. So he nodded and agreed with this statement. Then, Zhang Chaoyang, who was in the middle, spread out his right hand. Like a magic trick, a black instrument full of science fiction appeared out of thin air in his hand. The other two teachers were not surprised by this. Student Su, you probably don't know what your superpowers are after you mutate, right? I just happened to bring a supernatural power detector from school, come and try it. Su Jingming nodded when he heard that and walked straight forward. He had only seen the superpower detector when he was 16 years old and his superpowers awakened. The instrument used in the superpower awakening ceremony is very large, almost similar to a double-door refrigerator. He had never used this kind of small testing instrument and didn't know how to use it. Just use your powers. Zhang Chaoyang reminded. Su Jingming nodded when he heard that, took a deep breath, and directly activated the purple sky divine thunder. Crackling. In an instant, violent and dazzling purple thunder surrounded him. What a violent thunder! Several teachers were shocked. They can sense the violent power contained in the thunder. This power made even them, as fifth-level psychics, feel a little nervous. At this time, the supernatural power detector in front of Su Jingming also started to work, and a blue light projected out from the instrument. He scanned Lei Ting and Su Jingming from head to toe. Afterwards, under the expectant gaze of the three specially recruited teachers and the principal, a mechanical electronic prompt sounded from the instrument, the supernatural power test is complete. The supernatural power is Purple Sky Divine Thunder, and the rating is S-level. It's actually an S-level ability. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He guessed that Su Jingming's ability might have mutated, but he didn't expect it to mutate directly from E-level to S-level. Although the other three teachers had anticipated this, their breathing became rapid when they saw that Su Jingming had S-level abilities. Wu Yuan, the admissions teacher at Jincheng University, was even more enraged and was the first to say, "Student Su, as long as you come to our Jincheng Ability University, you will be awarded a 4 million scholarship upon admission, plus a set of C-level equipment. In addition, during your 4 years at university, any supernatural training methods and combat skills you need will be provided free of charge by our school. 4 million scholarship." Zhao Yao, who was standing by, was shocked. The city had already rewarded him with 2 million just now, and now another 4 million. Do you really think money is not money? In addition, this set of C-level equipment is worth tens of millions. Of course, for those with special abilities, methods of training special abilities and various combat skills are priceless treasures that cannot be bought with anything. Sure enough, genius is priceless. Zhao Yao was filled with emotion. When he was at the University of Superpowers, he had to risk his life to hunt and kill countless ferocious beasts in order to purchase a combat skill. But now, they just give it away for free. Haha, this is all you can come up with. Su Yun from Qingjing University raised her eyebrows and stared at Su Jingming. Student Su, if you come to our Qingjing Ability University, you will not only be able to obtain a method of training superpowers but also various combat skills. In addition, we will give you a 6 million admission bonus and all the equipment you need for 4 years of college. Qingjing University of Supernatural Powers, located in the capital of Daxia Kingdom, is obviously even richer and more powerful, and it spent a huge amount of money at once. Finally, Zhang Chaoyang, after thinking for a moment, also stated the conditions of his own school. Not to mention the ability training methods and combat skills, their school has them, and our school also has them. It's just that our school doesn't provide scholarships or equipment, but we will provide you with an S-level training resource every school year. S-level training resources. What are those? Su Jingming looked puzzled. Su Yun and Wu Yuan on the side looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Su Jingming doesn't know, but don't they know yet? The so-called S-level training resources are all treasures whose value cannot be estimated. Even for 5th-level psychics like them, S-level training resources are of great use. And now, the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers actually directly promised to provide one per year. What kind of pride is this? You know about the dragon beast, right? In response to Zhang Chaoyang's question, Su Jingming nodded. The ferocious beast tribes are divided into different races, some are weak and some are strong. Some groups of ferocious beasts that are naturally powerful and have body shapes similar to those of dragons are given the title of dragons. They are born at level 4 or 5, and after reaching adulthood, they can reach level 7 or 8. That's good to know. Among our S-level resources, there is a resource called Dragon Blood. It is taken from the heart blood of an 8th-level dragon-like beast. After taking the Dragon Blood, the physical strength will be greatly strengthened, even comparable to dragon-like beasts. And each of our S-level resources is at the level of Dragon Blood, now you understand. Zhang Chaoyang said with a smile. In other words, Su Jingming's special recruitment level was rated S+, otherwise he would not have offered such luxurious conditions. Dragon Blood. S-level training resource. Principal Zhao Yao used to think he had seen the world. You can see the conditions offered by the 3 major universities to recruit Su Jingming. He suddenly realized that his vision was still too narrow. Su Jingming was also shocked when he heard this. S-level training resources are indeed tempting. Okay, it's time for you to make a decision. Which of our 3 top universities do you choose? The 3 teachers focused their eyes on Su Jingming at the same time, waiting for him to make a choice. Facing the gazes of the 3 teachers, Su Jingming was silent for a moment and said, I choose Magic City University of Special Abilities. Because power points must be obtained by killing ferocious beasts, he pays more attention to the actual combat training capabilities of top universities. Through the resource review during this period, he discovered that there have been nearly 20 college league competitions that are famous for their actual combat. Almost half of them were champions won by the Magic City Superpower University. This is enough to show that Magic University is the strongest among the 3 universities in cultivating students' practical abilities. Coupled with the S-level resources that the opponent has invested, the Magic City University of Supernatural Power can be said to be the best choice. It is indeed the Magic City University of Superpowers. Su Yun and Wu Yuan both sighed. In the face of S-level training resources, the conditions proposed by the 2 schools are indeed much paler. But it's not their fault. The school only has so many recruitment resources for special admissions. It is impossible for a school to use S-level training resources like these, which are of great use to high-level psychics, to recruit new students. The school does not allow it, and they cannot offer more attractive recruitment conditions. Teacher Zhang, congratulations, your Magic City University of Supernatural Powers has found a good seedling this time. The tense atmosphere was limited to the fight for the person. Now that the result was decided, Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but congratulate Zhang Chaoyang. Then he didn't stay long and left with a sigh. They have no chance of becoming the top scholar in Jiangnan province, but they still need to fight for the 2nd and 3rd places. Take care, both of you. Zhang Chaoyang sent the 2 teachers away with a smile on his face, then turned to look at Su Jingming. Student Jingming, welcome to choose our Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Our school will definitely not let you down. After saying that, he took out the admission letter he had prepared long ago and handed it over. This is your admission letter. You will need it when you register at school. Also, there is a special recruitment contract. Please sign it. Zhang Chaoyang handed over another contract. The wording on the contract was very concise. The general content was that Su Jingming could read all the supernatural training methods and combat skills in the library of the Magic City Supernatural University. In addition, you can get an S-level practice resource every year. The contract was made in duplicate, both of which were stamped with the official seal of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. After confirming that the content was correct, Su Jingming signed his name, gave one copy to Zhang Chaoyang, and kept one copy for himself. Very good, Jingming, you are now a member of our Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Devil City University of Supernatural Powers, looking forward to your arrival. Zhang Chaoyang also breathed a sigh of relief after getting the contract. I captured an S-level awakened person with superpowers by myself, and this trip finally lived up to the school's expectations. With a flip of the hand, the contract disappeared out of thin air. This scene made Su Jingming, who had been very curious, brighten his eyes and asked. Teacher Zhang, where is your contract? You mean this? Zhang Chaoyang smiled and raised his right hand, with an exquisite ring on his index finger. Then the ring flashed, and the contract appeared out of thin air in his hand. This is a space ring, made based on the abilities of a space-based psychic. It can hold small items. Zhang Chaoyang explained with a smile. Space ring. Su Jingming was shocked. Isn't this something from the fantasy novels in his previous life? It was actually realized in this world. But on second thought, he felt relieved. Since he even has space-related abilities, it seems reasonable for him to create a space ring. When I have the chance, I will make one too. Su Jingming made the decision in secret. There's no way, things like space rings are really too tempting. The price of a space ring is not cheap. If you want to buy one, you have to work hard. As if seeing what Su Jingming was thinking, Zhang Chaoyang gave him some encouragement. After a pause, he continued. In addition, the registration time for new students in our school is September 1st. You can also choose to enroll early, which is no problem, we will provide you with accommodation. Of course, for special admission students like you, we always encourage you to enroll early. Can I enroll in school early? Then I can check out the library's supernatural training methods and combat skills after enrollment. Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. Of course, no problem. Zhang Chaoyang nodded. Marvelous. Su Jingming originally thought that he would have to wait until school started before he could enjoy the vast training resources of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. But now he can enroll in school early, how can he not be excited? Teacher Zhang, I will register for school as soon as possible. Okay, here's my contact information. When you get to school, just call me directly. After leaving his contact information, Zhang Chaoyang got up and left without staying any longer. Thus, Su Jingming and the principal Zhao Yao were the only ones left in the huge VIP reception room. They're finally gone. These high-level psychics give people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Zhao Yao heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then looked at the exquisite admission letter in Su Jingming's hand as if it were a treasure. An admission letter from the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. This is an incredible honor. Come on, call your class teacher, let's take a group photo together. Under the leadership of Principal Zhao Yao, Su Jingming held the admission letter from the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. At the gate of the second high school, I took a group photo with the Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers of Class 5. In the photo, every teacher has a particularly bright smile. This photo is also placed in the center of the honor room of Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Become a role model for many students to imitate and learn from in the future. While taking the group photo, Su Jingming also received calls from the Municipal Education Bureau and municipal government. After learning about the generous reward offered by the other party, I just need to show up on the day of the reward distribution. Su Jingming agreed without hesitation. After all, they have given so many rewards. Isn't it your duty to show up and promote your hometown? After leaving school, Su Jingming went to the city center and bought a lot of gifts. Then I took a taxi to Jinghu community where my aunt and her family lived. Unlike Su Jingming's simple community, Jinghu community is a high-end villa area. The security at the door is also very strict. Without the owner's consent, it is almost impossible for others to enter. Fortunately, Su Jingming had recorded visitor permissions here before, so he was able to enter the community unimpeded. Ding dong. Su Jingming stood at the door of the villa and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened and the figure of my aunt Su Qingwan appeared. Seeing that it was Su Jingming, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Xiao Ming, why are you here? Come in, come in. The provincial rankings have been released, and I thought you, the provincial champion, would be very busy. I didn't expect you to come here at this time. Lao Tang, Xiao Ming is here, go make some tea. Sister-in-law Su Qingwan enthusiastically brought Su Jingming to the living room of the villa. Xiao Ming is here. A sturdy man walked out of the study. Uncle. Su Jingming called politely. This man was his uncle Tang Daolin. Please sit down for a while. I'll make you some tea. Uncle Tang Daolin smiled and nodded, then shouted upstairs. Chi-Chi, your cousin is here. Thump thump thump. Along with the sound of footsteps, Tang Chi walked down from upstairs with slender steps. Sister Chi. Su Jingming also called out with a smile. Jingming, that's great, you actually won the provincial championship. I didn't have time to call just now, is it too late to say congratulations now? Tang Chi smiled sweetly and sat next to Su Qingwan. Of course there's still time. Su Jingming smiled and said, by the way, this is the gift I brought for you. There are facial masks for you, my sister-in-law, skincare products for Sister Chi, and tea for my uncle. Su Jingming took out the gifts one by one. Xiao Ming, you are thoughtful. The younger sister-in-law Su Qingwan didn't say much and was about to accept them, but she found that these gifts were all relatively luxurious brands. Adding them together, it would be at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. He couldn't help but stare. Why buy such an expensive gift? You'll have plenty of other expenses when you go to college. Return them all later. It won't be too late to buy them for us when you make money. Aunt, these are what I earned. Su Jingming grinned, because I won the provincial championship, the city is going to reward me with 2 million, plus a method of training supernatural powers and a luxurious villa. These gifts worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan are not a burden to me. Of course, even if there is no reward from the city. Considering the help my aunt's family has given me over the years, it is only right that I buy them some expensive gifts. Wanqing, then you can accept it. I also saw the reward announcement issued by the city on the internet. In addition, not only the city, but also many local companies in Jiangqing have publicly expressed their willingness to give you equipment and resources. My uncle smiled and brought over a cup of steaming tea. So that's how it is. Su Qingwan nodded and did not refuse. You can take the rewards from the city, but you can't take the gifts from the companies. Su Jingming nodded to show that he understood. The municipal government has an official background, so there is no problem in receiving rewards from the state. But it is not necessarily the case for private enterprises. If you accept gifts from others, you may get into trouble in the future. By the way, your uncle just said that the city gave you a villa as a gift. Where is this villa? Asked the aunt Su Qingwan curiously. The city told me to pick any place I want, as long as it's within Jiangqing, but I haven't decided where to choose yet. Su Jingming replied. Then you can just choose our Jinghu community so that it will be easier for you to move around in the future. Su Qingwan suggested quickly. Okay. Su Jingming readily followed suit. For him, who has lost both his parents and is now alone, a house is just a place to sleep at night, anywhere will do. Since my aunt wants me to live here, then let's come here. Uncle Tang Daolin, who was standing by, felt a little emotional when he heard this. He worked hard for most of his life to earn this house. And now, Su Jingming doesn't need to spend a penny. Others are rushing to give it to you. It is true that the young are to be feared. It just so happens that I have some questions about training. When you move in, Jingming, I can ask you for advice. Tang Chi said with a smile. Although she and Su Jingming, one used a dagger and the other used a spear. But the opponent's combat experience is obviously much stronger than his own, and he can also provide some training guidance. Okay. Su Jingming nodded, paused, and said hesitantly, but I may not be able to guide you for long. Once everything here is settled, I will leave. Go. Where to? Su Qingwan was shocked. Go to the Magic City to register for school. Su Jingming took out his admission letter and said, just now, I have been admitted to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Already admitted. But haven't we started filling out the application form yet? Su Qingwan was slightly stunned. The application form is filled in on the third day after the results of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination are announced. Xiao Ming is the top scorer in the province. He was specially recruited and does not need to wait for the volunteer application. Uncle Tang Daolin shook his head and answered. Special recruits are going to report for school so soon. Su Qingwan felt a little disappointed. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of this holiday to take Su Jingming out for some fun. But she also knew that the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers was the top university in the country. Su Jingming must have had his own considerations when he chose to enroll in school early. The child has grown up after all. Su Qingwan shook her head and quickly recovered. Going to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is a good thing. Today I will treat you all and take you out for a big meal. It's also a good opportunity to celebrate Xiao Ming's provincial championship. Yeah, I want a lobster dinner. Tang Qi's eyes lit up and Su Jingming also smiled. Just like that, the whole family went out happily. In the next few days, Su Jingming first showed up at an event held by the municipal government and received a cash reward of 2 million. Afterwards, he chose a 2-story single-family villa in Jinghu community, covering a total area of more than 400 square meters. All the furniture in the villa is brand new, and he did not move the furniture and furnishings in the original community. In addition, he also invited his former high school buddies Zhang Hao and Lu Jie to dinner. At the dinner table, the two best friends were extremely envious of Su Jingming's rise. After learning that Su Jingming was struck by lightning and his superpowers mutated from E level to S level, he exclaimed that it was shit luck. He ordered a few more lobsters in a vicious manner. Of course, both of them did pretty well. Lu Jie scored 245 points in the martial arts college entrance examination, and was sure to be admitted to Yineng University. Zhang Hao, who took the national college entrance examination, also achieved a score that reached the first-class admission line. However, there is naturally no comparison with the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers that admitted Su Jingming. In the end, Zhang Hao and Lu Jie were both drunk. Ah Ming, now that you've entered the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, you must get an autographed photo of Goddess Jiang for me. Before getting into the taxi, Zhang Hao was still mumbling in a daze. Goddess Jiang, whose real name is Jiang Chushuan, is a superpower from the Magic City Superpower University. In the past 6 months, he became an internet celebrity because of a video of him beheading a ferocious beast. In the video, her beautiful face forms a sharp contrast with her clean and decisive killing style. Hence she was called Goddess Jiang, and Zhang Hao was her die-hard fan. Su Jingming naturally agreed to this and finally calmed him down and sent him into a taxi. At this point, all matters in Jiangqing have been dealt with. The next day was June 16th. Under the watchful eyes of his aunt's family, Su Jingming carried his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Shanghai. I'm afraid Xiao Ming will soar into the sky when he goes there. Uncle Tang Daolin looked at the high-speed train that was gradually moving away with emotion on his face. Before this, who could have thought that Su Jingming could become the provincial top scorer and be admitted to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers? By the way, Chi-Chi, we should start filling out our application forms soon. Since your cousin Jingming is going to Magic City University of Special Abilities, you should also try to choose a university in Magic City, so that you can take care of each other in the future. Your father is right. The Magic City is developing well, has a developed economy, and is not too far from Jiangnan. It's a good choice. Mom and Dad, I understand. The straight line distance between Jiangqing and Shanghai is about 600 kilometers, and it takes more than 3 hours even by high-speed rail. Before getting on the high-speed train, Su Jingming called Zhang Chaoyang, intending to inform him that he would arrive that day. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chaoyang was surprisingly enthusiastic and said that he would drive to wait at the Shanghai high-speed railway station in advance. Su Jingming couldn't persuade him, so he had to let him do it. After getting on the bus, Su Jingming put his luggage away and found his seat. He closed his eyes and took a nap by the window. At the same time, he was recalling the contents about the method of training supernatural powers in his mind. In addition to the 2 million bonus and a villa that Jiang Qing gave him, the most important thing was this method of training his supernatural powers. This is a method of training supernatural powers called Deep Sea Training Method. Just like superpowers, superpower training methods also have different ratings. There are 4 different levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced and top. The higher the level, the faster the practice speed. And this deep-sea training method is an intermediate supernatural power training method. The original version of the supernatural power training method was controlled by the Jiangqing government, and what was given to Su Jingming was just a copy. However, the content is the same, and there is no difference in practicing it. There is not much content on the method of training supernatural powers. With Su Jingming's mental power of up to 180 Hz, it only took him more than 2 days to memorize all the contents. According to the content of the supernatural power training method, there is a special energy floating between heaven and earth. Only by absorbing this energy can the power of supernatural powers be enhanced. On the first day after receiving the method to train his supernatural powers, Su Jingming sensed this special energy according to the instructions. At the same time, a plus sign appears after the level on the system panel. However, he did not choose to use power points to upgrade immediately. Because according to the contents of the Deep Sea Training Method, one can transform from an awakened person into a superpower. The higher the level of supernatural power training method you use to break through, the greater the benefits after the breakthrough. And when he enters the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, he will be able to read the top supernatural power training methods. Naturally, I would not choose to use the intermediate supernatural power training method to break through. The first thing I did after registering for school was to go to the library to look up methods for training my special abilities. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. It was really boring on the road and I couldn't train. He was just resting with his eyes closed, leaning against the window. Feeling sleepy, he simply fell asleep on the table. The high-speed train from Jiangqing to Moda will stop at several stations along the way. Among them is Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Several seats around Su Jingming were originally empty, but after arriving in Ning'an City, they were all filled. There seemed to be several young people getting on the bus, and one of the boys kept talking after he sat down. After a while, Su Jingming's already vague sleepiness disappeared immediately, so he had to stop sleeping and open his eyes. He was sitting in a 4-person seat with a table in the middle. At this time, the originally empty seats opposite were occupied by 2 young people, a man and a woman. Next to him, there was also a girl wearing glasses. The boy who had been chattering since getting on the bus was the boy sitting opposite Su Jingming. Huangpu University of Special Abilities is considered a good school in Shanghai. Last year, the minimum admission score was 406 points. My score this time was 421, which wasn't much higher, but it was basically a pass. Besides, my brother also studies at Huangpu University of Special Abilities. When we get to Shanghai later, I can take you there for a tour. Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers is usually not open to outsiders, but my brother is here, so you are lucky this time. The boy dressed elegantly and said a lot. Most of them were showing off their martial arts college entrance examination scores and their connections at Huangpu University of Specialties. The girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was listening with a smile on her face. However, the quieter girl next to the boy looked a little impatient and hardly responded. In fact, Lu Qian's patience with Zhang Chang has indeed reached its limit. After the Wuhan University College entrance examination, she and her bestie both wanted to apply to universities in Shanghai. So I bought a high-speed rail ticket today and wanted to go and see it in person. However, he unexpectedly met Zhang Chang next to him after getting on the car. After learning about their purpose, he began to brag non-stop. At first, she was quite patient and would even agree with me with a smile. But as time passed, these 2 things were mentioned over and over again for more than a dozen times, which made her feel a little bored. But out of politeness, she couldn't just tell the other person to shut up. Look, even the person who was sleeping quietly opposite was woken up. Lu Qian was about to apologize, but after seeing the other person's appearance, her beautiful eyes lit up. What a handsome guy. I saw that the boy opposite me had a resolute face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of clear and bright eyes. Her appearance is not inferior to that of the male stars on TV. Although she is not a flower maniac, she can't help but feel attracted to such a handsome guy. Especially when there are flies chattering nearby. I'm sorry to bother you, Lu Qian said with a hint of apology. Su Jingming waved his hands to indicate that he didn't care. Hello, I'm Sun Rue. Are you going to the Magic City too? Compared with Lu Qian's quietness, the girl with glasses next to Su Jingming is obviously much more generous. Seeing that Su Jingming was about the same age as him, he took the initiative to say hello. Su Jingming is also going to the Magic City. In response to Sun Rue's question, Su Jingming nodded politely. We are both going to the Magic City, so we are really destined to be together. Lu Qian smiled and said in a friendly manner, I am Lu Qian. I am going to the Magic City to take a look at the supernatural university there. I went there for tourism and visited my brother at Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers. The boy next to Lu Qian also came up and said, my name is Zhang Chang. Brother, are you also going to Shanghai to visit the school? Su Jingming was about to say that he was going to register for school, but the boy continued to talk. You are about the same age as us, so it must be true. How about this, I will take you all to Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers later. Zhang Chang chuckled, with a hint of superiority in his tone. I'm not exaggerating, there are so many universities in Shanghai, and Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers is also one of the best. After the application is finished, I will also go to Huangpu Yining University. Su Jingming was speechless when he heard this. As an international metropolis, the Magic City has some good supernatural colleges in addition to the top-notch Magic City Supernatural University. But among these universities, Huangpu University of Specialties, with an admission score of just over 400 points, is definitely not the best. Of course, for ordinary candidates, it is indeed a famous school. Su Jingming doesn't have much desire to talk to people he doesn't know well. Lu Qian is also a girl with a relatively quiet personality, while Sun Rue is a little more lively. But she seemed to prefer listening to speaking. So, in the following conversation, Zhang Chang naturally took the dominant position. He tried hard to show off his college entrance examination results and his connections at Huangpu University of Specialties, in an attempt to attract Lu Qian's attention. It's just that the words were too clumsy, and Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head secretly after listening to them. Not to mention Lu Qian, the word disgust was almost written on her forehead. However, compared to when she first got on the car, Lu Qian's endurance is much stronger. After all, there is a handsome boy now, isn't there? Therefore, in the following time, Lu Qian's eyes were almost always on Su Jingming. Time passed quickly, and after noon, the train finally arrived at the Moda high-speed railway station. Su Jingming and his group followed the crowd out. On the way, Zhang Chang tried to ask for Lu Qian's contact information, but was rejected. Soon, the group walked out of the high-speed rail station. Outside the station, there are taxis and private cars parked to pick up passengers. When Zhang Chang saw one of the cars, his eyes lit up and he quickly approached Lu Qian to show his courtesy. My brother's car has arrived. You guys can come with me. We can go to Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers for a visit. After saying that, he looked at Su Jingming pretending to be apologetic. But my brother's car doesn't have enough seats, so if you want to go with us, you'll have to take a taxi. But don't worry, we will be waiting for you at the school gate. Most cars have 5 seats, and with my cousin as the driver, there are only 4 people in total, so there is definitely enough space. He said this deliberately in order to squeeze Su Jingming out. After all, he was not blind. Just now in the car, the beautiful Lu Qian's attention was almost entirely on Su Jingming. Even a fool can see that Lu Qian has a crush on Su Jingming. However, if I can squeeze the other party out, then I may still have a chance. However, his actions did not achieve the desired results. Instead, Su Jingming looked at him as if he were a fool. When did I say I wanted to tag along? Lu Qian also reacted, her eyebrows raised, and she said angrily. Zhang Chang, your car only has 4 seats. Aren't you targeting me on purpose? That's definitely not what I meant, I just thought it might be a bit crowded with so many people sitting. Since you said so, let's go together. My brother's car can accommodate everyone. Seeing that Lu Qian was angry, Zhang Chang was slightly stunned, then immediately changed his words. He wanted to drive Su Jingming away, but there was no point in Lu Qian leaving. Do you think anyone wants to visit Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers? Lu Qian glared, then turned to look at Su Jingming. Jingming, if you don't mind, you can take a taxi with us. We had already planned several universities to visit before coming here, so we can do it together. Huangpu University of Specialties is indeed a good school. And it is generally not open to outsiders. If it were any other time, she would really like to go for a visit. But she was really fed up with Zhang Chang's unscrupulous and greasy show-off. Now he is deliberately bullying others, which is even more intolerable to her. Sun Rui, who was standing by, also noticed that Zhang Chang seemed to be deliberately targeting Su Jingming. Although she really wanted to visit Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers, at this time, she still stood firmly beside Lu Qian. He smiled and invited Su Jingming, "Come with us. It will be more lively with one more person. You guys." Zhang Chang's originally handsome face suddenly turned purple when he heard this. However, Su Jingming didn't even look at him, and said to Lu Qian and Sun Rui, "I'm going to the Magic City University town, and there's a car coming to pick me up. I'll go ask if I can take you with me. If it's possible, I can take you with me." Magic University town. Lu Qian was slightly stunned when she heard this. Shanghai University town is a famous tourist attraction in Shanghai. There is not only one of the top 3 universities in the country, but also the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Several surrounding universities are also among the best in the country, with extremely high admission scores. Of course, because they are all famous schools, you need to make an appointment in advance if you want to visit. But because it was so popular, people who had made reservations for a visit had already been queued up for several months, and they didn't even get a spot. Even if I go, it will be a wasted trip and I won't be able to get into the school. However, as a famous attraction like Shanghai University town, it is also nice to visit it even outside the campus. After thinking about it, Lu Qian nodded and said, "Okay, let's go over and ask together. If it doesn't work, we can just take a taxi ourselves." Su Jingming saw Zhang Chaoyang's car when he came out of the subway exit, so he took Lu Qian and Sun Rui with him and walked over there. "Humph, you guys can't even get into Huangpu University of Supernatural Powers. I don't believe you can get into the school in the Magic City University City." Looking at the 3 people leaving together, Zhang Chang couldn't help but feel a little sarcastic. But then, after noticing the direction Su Jingming was walking, he glared. "What is that?" I saw a Mercedes-Benz X100 off-road vehicle parked in the direction Su Jingming was walking towards. The Mercedes-Benz X100 is a military off-road vehicle that can accelerate to 100 km per hour in just 1.8 seconds and is suitable for any complex terrain. It is the most popular off-road vehicle model among adventurers in wilderness areas, and its official selling price is as high as tens of millions. Of course, in the economically developed Shanghai, a car worth tens of millions is nothing. The most eye-catching thing is the huge badges painted on the vehicle's hood and doors. In the center of the emblem is a sharp sword, surrounded by roses with thorns. The overall look is both domineering and gorgeous. Almost everyone in Shanghai recognizes this badge. That is the school emblem of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Although Zhang Chang is not a native of Shanghai, as a college entrance examination candidate, he naturally recognizes the school emblem of Shanghai Supernatural University. In fact, he noticed the car as soon as he walked out of the high-speed rail station. "I just thought it was used to pick up some distinguished guest from the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, so I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect that the person this car was waiting for was Su Jingming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he must be going for other vehicles." Zhang Chang stared at Su Jingming, hoping that he had guessed wrong. However, the other party took Lu Qian and Sun Rui and got into the car very smoothly and drove away. This car is really waiting for Su Jingming. Zhang Chang in the distance was stunned. The special car of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers cannot be easily used and is generally only used to receive important people. In other words, this simply dressed Su Jingming is actually a VIP of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Good boy, are all VIPs so low-key? Besides being shocked, Zhang Chang also felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I wasn't too arrogant just now. On the other side, after obtaining the consent of Zhang Chaoyang, director of the admissions office, Su Jingming took the 2 of them into the car.
Lu Qian and Sun Rui naturally also recognized the school emblem of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. But I didn't expect that what was waiting for Su Jingming was such a car. When they came to their senses, they were already taken into the car. "Are these all your friends?" In the driving seat, Zhang Chaoyang asked with a smile. "We met on the high-speed train. They wanted to apply to a university in Shanghai, so they came here for a field visit. I think there are many schools in the Magic City University city, so I will take them there on the way." Su Jingming, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gave a brief explanation. "Oh. There are indeed a few good schools in the university town, but if you want to visit them, you need to make an appointment in advance. Have you all made your reservations? I saw Zhang Chaoyang mentioned me." In the back seat, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who were as quiet as quails after getting in the car, were shocked by Zhang Chaoyang's aura as a high-level psychic, and shook their heads quickly. "Do I need to make an appointment in advance to visit a school?" Su Jingming frowned. This was something he didn't expect. "I didn't think it through. When we get there, I'll take a taxi to take you to where you originally planned to go." Su Jingming apologized, but Lu Qian and Sun Rui in the back row waved their hands. It's okay. We were just planning to walk around outside the school. Just take a look around. Here are 2 tickets for visiting all the schools in the Magic City University city. Just take them." While waiting for the red light, Zhang Chaoyang handed over 2 passes from the front row. "Visit pass." Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up at the same time. Of course they knew that Shanghai University Town had visiting passes, but they couldn't get the passes on the official website at all. The scalpers did have tickets, but each ticket cost 20 or 30,000 yuan, which was simply unaffordable for students like them. "This is too expensive. We can't have it." Although they wanted it very much, Lu Qian and Sun Rui still resisted the temptation and shook their heads to refuse. "It's just 2 tickets. What's so valuable about them? I have a bunch of them here." Zhang Chaoyang laughed and directly opened the box where the sundries were kept in the car. Inside the box, there was a stack of such passes neatly arranged, at least hundreds of them. "These were all given to me by others, and I have no use for them. Since you are all Su's friends, it's okay to give him 2. As the director of admissions, Zhang Chaoyang receives a lot of these passes every year. However, students of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers can freely enter and exit all schools in the university town, so naturally they do not need this kind of pass. If you keep it with him, it will be like waste paper. In fact, what's on this car is only a small part. There are at least hundreds of them in his office drawer." Since the other party said so, Lu Qian and Sun Rui knew. It would seem too contrived if I didn't accept these 2 tickets. So after thanking him sincerely, he accepted the 2 passes. As the director of admissions at Shanghai University of Supernatural Powers, Zhang Chaoyang is very experienced in filling out applications. Along the way, I gave Lu Qian and Sun Rui a lot of suggestions on filling out their applications. For example, which school in Shanghai may expand its enrollment this year, or which school's admission score may be lowered. Ordinary people simply cannot access inside information like this. So in addition to being happy, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were also extremely fortunate to meet Su Jingming on the road. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have access to such confidential information. The off-road vehicle sped along and soon drove into the Magic City University town. Finally, it stopped in front of the gate of Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. "I'm going to park the car first, you guys wait here for me." After dropping off Su Jingming and the other 2, Zhang Chaoyang went to park the car alone. Su Jingming also took this opportunity to look around at this top school in the country. When he was still in Jiangqing, he had searched for information about the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers on the internet. I know that the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is built in a very grand manner. But when the school actually appeared in front of him, he was shocked. Just from what I saw, the school gate was hundreds of meters wide. The flat concrete road below can accommodate dozens of cars passing at the same time. The height is almost 10 meters. On the huge school gate, the 6 characters, Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, were written in a flamboyant style. It sparkles brightly under the midday sun.
Wow, the school gate is so grand, what will it look like inside the school? Su Jingming finally understood why so many candidates aspired to enter top universities. In addition to the profound teaching background, entering and exiting such a magnificent gate every day is also a visual enjoyment. At the same time, Su Jingming couldn't help but look forward to his campus life in the next 4 years. On the side, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were also shocked by the grandeur of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Staring at the school gate without blinking. How is it? Shocking, right? At this time, Zhang Chaoyang, who had parked his car, appeared aside with a smile. He likes to see freshmen being shocked by the school the most. This is also one of the reasons why he chose to pick up Su Jingming in person. Our Magic City University of Supernatural Powers covers an area of 40,000 acres, a total of 26 square kilometers, so it is just right to have a school gate like this. Zhang Chaoyang's next words made Lu Qian open her mouth and eyes widen. 26 square kilometers. I remember that your Magic City University of Supernatural Powers only admits 1,000 new students every year. The total number of students from the 4 grades is only about 4,000, right? Such a small number of people living in such a big place. Lu Qian knew that the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers was very big, but she didn't expect it to be as large as 26 square kilometers. This is almost half the size of a county town. And in such a large area, there are only about 4,000 people living there. You have to know that this is in the Magic City where every inch of land is valuable. It's simply magical that a school can have such a large area. There are not that few people. All teachers and staff together have almost 10,000 people, and the average floor space per person is only about 2,600 square meters. Zhang Chaoyang's next "that's it" made Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes turn red with envy. The per capita land area is more than 2,600 square meters. What a terrifying number. For an ordinary university, it would be good if the per capita land area could be 1%. Just like that, amidst all kinds of shocking emotions, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were taken to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. When I came to my senses, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. I've told Teacher Zhang that you can visit the school at will. But once you go out you can't come back in, so let's say goodbye here, both of you. I wish you all will be selected by your favorite university in the end. For Lu Qian, it is impossible to say that she has no good impression of Su Jingming, a man whose height and appearance perfectly meet her aesthetic standards. Looking at the other person's figure leaving with Zhang Chaoyang, she mustered up all her courage but was unable to stop the other person and ask for his contact information. After all, we are not from the same world. Lu Qian shook her head. She just came from an ordinary family. To Su Jingming, who had the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers come to pick her up in person, she was just a passerby. It's good enough to have a chance to meet someone, but it's a pipe dream to want to develop a deeper relationship. Xiao Qian, I know who Su Jingming is. Sun Rui, who was standing by, suddenly screamed and handed the phone to Lu Qian. I was wondering why he looked familiar. It turns out he is the top scholar in Jiangnan province. It's him. Looking at the news about Su Jingming and the accompanying photos on Sun Rui's mobile phone. Only then did Lu Qian connect Su Jingming to the provincial top scholar who had caused a stir in the entire Jiangnan province some time ago. It turns out that he finally chose the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. No wonder a teacher went to pick him up in person. Although there has been a lot of hype on the internet, people may not be able to recognize him when they see him in person offline. This is the instinctive reaction of most people, and Lu Qian is no exception. There has been no definite news on the internet about which university Su Jingming will eventually choose. However, I didn't expect that the other party had already chosen the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers and had already started registering for admission. Sure enough, we are not from the same world. After learning the other party's true identity, Lu Qian felt relieved and smiled and pulled her best friend Sun Rui. Let's go, we finally got in, let's go shopping. With the director of admissions leading the way, Su Jingming encountered no obstacles in his enrollment. It took only over half an hour to complete all the procedures. Get your student ID and dormitory key. Originally, Su Jingming was shocked by the gate of Magic City University of Supernatural Powers at the school gate. But when he saw his dormitory, he was shocked again. He had seen many dormitories in his previous life as a graduate student with a doctorate degree. I even changed 3 universities and lived in 3 or 4 different dormitories. There are quadruple rooms, single rooms, and even 3-bedroom, 1 living room specially allocated for doctoral students. But he had never seen a place like the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers that used villas as dormitories. The villa in front of him looked even more luxurious than the one he had in Jiangcheng. Now, Su Jingming finally understood why the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers covered such a large area. If all these villas were provided to students, they would probably take up a small half of the area. Every student in our school lives in a villa. Of course, the luxury of the villa varies according to the scores. A provincial top scholar like you lives in the most luxurious one, with a total area of more than 800 square meters. But you don't have to worry about being lonely. The villa is allocated for 2 people, with 2 floors. You and your roommate, each on 1 floor. After listening to Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having been an orphan before and after the time travel, he was tired of living alone, and it would certainly be better to have a roommate. In fact, he preferred the harmonious atmosphere of a 4-person dormitory. A double dormitory is not bad. It's better than being alone. Su Jingming took out the key, opened the door of the villa, and entered the villa carrying his suitcase. Compared with the exterior decoration, the interior of the villa is more luxurious. The floor is made of large slabs of marble, which are polished to a shine. The furniture and furnishings throughout the house are also extremely exquisite. The dormitory is cleaned by cleaning staff every week, so there is no need to worry about hygiene. Zhang Chaoyang, who followed in, added another sentence. It would be impossible to clean an 800 square meter dormitory in less than a day. The purpose of recruiting students is to give them the most professional training, so it is naturally impossible to let them waste their energy on such trivial matters. All the enrollment procedures have been completed. Next, I will tell you a few things that you need to pay special attention to in our school. You say. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he sat opposite Zhang Chaoyang on the sofa. There are 2 things that need to be paid attention to most about the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. One is the credit system, and the other is the exclusive tutor system. Zhang Chaoyang said slowly, first of all, it's the credit system. In Magic City Supernatural University, credits are everything. Whether it is eating, buying equipment or purchasing some rare treasures, credits are required. The value of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 daxia coins. Of course, the actual value may be much higher than 10,000 daxia coins. After all, many of the things in our school mall are out of stock outside. There are many ways to obtain credits, one of which is to issue them on a fixed basis based on ratings. Every new student will receive a corresponding rating. For example, if you are rated S after admission, you can receive 100 credits every academic year. Also, ratings are not set in stone. After Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming roughly understood what credits were. Credits are the hard currency of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. As long as you have credits, you can buy almost anything you want. There are many ways to obtain credits, in addition to the basic credits issued every academic year. You can also obtain it by completing school tasks, climbing the battle power rankings, etc. You can check your personal credit balance on the school's official website. Zhang Chaoyang clapped his hands and called softly, Eva, come out. Su Jingming hadn't yet realized who he was calling. A cute-looking round ball was projected into the air not far in front of him. This is the AI that comes with every dorm, Eva. Eva's real body is the school's advanced artificial intelligence, and those in the dormitory are just its descendants. Of course, even if it is a sub-body, it has reached the standard of level 4 artificial intelligence, which is more than enough to assist in daily life. Zhang Chaoyang explained. One of the sub-bodies has reached level 4 artificial intelligence. Su Jingming was amazed. When he first traveled through time, he thought that the world of Blue Star didn't seem to be much different from his previous life, except that there were more ferocious beasts and superpowers. But later he discovered that the technological development of Blue Star was much more advanced than in his previous life. Not only does it realize the holographic simulation technology that game enthusiasts love most, it is also very powerful in artificial intelligence. Level 4 artificial intelligence is already able to have conversations with real people without any flaws. As for the most advanced artificial intelligence, it is said that it has real emotions and is no different from a real person. Of course, both holographic simulation technology and advanced artificial intelligence are things that only the upper class can access. Su Jingming, who comes from a simple family background, has never had any contact with anyone since he was born. That's why when I first traveled through time, I had the impression that Blue Star's technology was similar to that of my previous life. Next, with the help of Zhang Chaoyang, Su Jingming also learned to use this artificial intelligence named Eva. I also checked my remaining credits on the school's official website, and it was indeed 100 points. This also made Su Jingming sigh at the school's generosity. 100 credits are equivalent to 1 million daxia coins. Although this is only available to S-level students, the minimum credits obtained by freshmen of other levels after admission are also 20 points. Every year, there are nearly 1,000 new students admitted to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. In other words, the basic credits given to freshmen every year alone will cost the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers 200 million daxia coins. As expected of a top university with deep pockets. Su Jingming was secretly amazed, and Zhang Chaoyang opposite him also started to talk about the next point. The second thing to note is our school's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose his or her favorite mentor to become his or her exclusive mentor. Of course, this requires the instructor's consent. Exclusive mentor. Su Jingming was a little confused. Don't the instructors always attend the classes arranged by the school? Why do you need to find a special teacher? Can the efficiency of a class teaching as a group be compared to one-on-one instruction and explanation? Zhang Chaoyang explained with a smile. In addition, the instructors in our school are all high-level psychics. Almost everyone has his or her own original combat skills and methods of training supernatural powers. Some of them are not so important combat skills and methods of training superpowers. Maybe you will choose to share it with our library and become one of its collections. But how could those mentors' famous skills and extremely powerful combat techniques be shared selflessly? Only after becoming a disciple can one learn it. After Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming finally understood everything. 2. Many powerful combat skills are the result of the lifelong efforts of the psychic. It is simply unrealistic to expect others to share selflessly in an ordinary class. It is only possible to learn after establishing a closer master-disciple relationship. Teacher Zhang, is it difficult to become your disciple? What preparations do you need to make? Su Jingming asked quickly. Although I have the system, having an extra mentor will undoubtedly make my path of practice smoother. It may be troublesome for others, but for you who possess S-level supernatural powers, the difficulty is almost zero. Zhang Chaoyang said with a smile, you just need to find the lightning instructor you like and pay him a visit. And show your S-level abilities and current strength. I believe that no mentor will reject you. After that, he added. We have a total of 4 lightning instructors at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Among them, Yang Zhentian, the Dean of the School of Weapons, is the one I would first recommend you to become his disciple. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming saw Zhang Chaoyang off and sat alone on the sofa in the living room, relaxing. Luckily, I have an admissions teacher to guide me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that there are so many things to pay attention to at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Su Jingming felt somewhat fortunate. Of course, Zhang Chaoyang also said that these contents can be found in the must-read for new students on the school's official website forum. But after all, it was not as detailed as the other party. Especially the lightning instructor mentioned by the other party who is the most suitable for him. Thinking of this, Su Jingming said. Eva, help me search for information about my mentor Yang Zhentian. Okay. The virtual light ball in the air flashed slightly, and then projected all the information interface related to Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, 52 years old, is the Dean of the Weaponry College of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers and a 7th-level superior supernatural power user. He possesses the A-level lightning power of wind, fire, and true thunder, and is proficient in using various weapons such as boxing, broadswords, spears, and swords. Among them, he is most proficient in using the spear, which is nicknamed the Thunder Spear. Once in the wilderness, he fought with the 8th-rank beast Earthshaking Python for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally killed it alone. Su Jingming already knew this during the conversation with Zhang Chaoyang just now. The Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is divided into 5 major colleges. They are the Elements Academy, Weapons Academy, Tactics Academy, Auxiliary Academy, and Logistics Academy. Each college has different teaching methods and focuses. As the name suggests, the Elemental Academy mainly recruits students with elemental powers. Of course, lightning-related abilities under the natural category are also within the recruitment scope. The Elemental Academy focuses on cultivating student supernatural powers, with the ultimate goal of bringing the power of elemental powers to its fullest. The Weapons Academy is better at training close combat fighters who use the weapons in their hands as the main means of attack. It can combine superpowers and weapons very well. Every student who graduates from the Weaponry Academy is undoubtedly a master of weapons. The Tactical Academy mainly recruits psychics to develop their command and combat capabilities. Certainly. This is not to say that the students at the Tactical Academy are weak. On the contrary, there are students of the Tactical Academy who have developed their psychic abilities to the extreme. Just a glance can directly destroy the enemy's mind. Turn the opponent into a retard and end the battle immediately. The Auxiliary College recruits people with auxiliary superpowers. After the students of this college use their superpowers, it can bring very powerful enhancements to yourself and your teammates, and is an indispensable and important partner on the battlefield. As for the last Logistics Academy, most of the students there have special abilities, mainly responsible for some logistical production work. This can be clearly seen from the 5 major colleges of the Magic City Supernatural University. This is to cultivate talents in different directions for the war against ferocious beasts. And those who are qualified to serve as the dean of each college are the strongest among the strong. For example, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapon Academy, killed an 8th-level beast alone with his strength at the upper 7th level. This is a terrible record. After all, high-level psychics are not like low-level psychics. The strength between each level is not much different. At a high level, the strength between each small segment will undergo a drastic change. The difference in strength between the 2 ranks is frighteningly huge. High-level psychics like Yang Zhentian who possess cross-level combat capabilities are extremely rare in the entire Daxia Kingdom. That's right. If you're not strong enough, you can't become the dean of the Weaponry Academy. Su Jingming nodded slightly. A-level lightning ability, strength of the upper 7th level. He is also skilled in using a spear and is nicknamed the Thunder Spear. Judging from this series of information, Yang Zhentian is indeed a mentor who is very suitable for his current situation. There are 4 lightning instructors in our school. Let's take a look at the information of the other 3. Su Jingming also found out the information of the remaining 3 lightning instructors through Eva. These 3 mentors all possess A-level abilities, and the lowest level is upper level 6. However, 2 of them are instructors from the Elemental Academy. In other words, these 2 mentors do not use weapons and only hone their supernatural powers. To put it in a more understandable way, they can be regarded as thunder mages in online games who can only cast spells remotely. The last one is also a mentor at the Weapon Academy. But his strength is only at the lower 7th level, and his main weapon is not a spear, but a sword. Compared with Yang Zhentian, who is nicknamed Thunder Gun, this mentor is undoubtedly much inferior. From the looks of it now, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, is indeed my best choice to become a disciple. After you clean up the room and have lunch, you can go over and try to become my disciple. Su Jingming asked Eva to turn off the projection and restore it to standby mode. Then he carried his suitcase and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa has 2 floors, and he prefers the 2nd floor with its wide view and open-air balcony. Since the other roommate hasn't arrived yet, he will move in first. While going upstairs, Su Jingming finally discovered the only flaw of the villa. That is, there is no elevator and only wooden handrails are used. However, considering his current health of 181 points, it is quite easy for him to carry a 20 kilograms suitcase upstairs. After going up to the 2nd floor, Su Jingming quickly found the bedroom. The bedroom is very large, about 50 square meters, with a large bed in the middle that is 2 meters and 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. There was brand new bedding on the bed. Opposite the bed is a desk with a computer on it. There is a window on the side of the desk. Through the windows, you can see the flat road below. Just now, he and Zhang Chaoyang walked over from that side. Everything in the bedroom is brand new. I shouldn't have brought so many things here. There were a lot of things in Su Jingming's suitcase. There are not only spare clothes, but also miscellaneous items such as toothpaste and toothbrushes. By the time everything was put away and cleaned up, half an hour had passed. Let's eat quickly and then go find teacher Yang Zhentian. Su Jingming glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was now 1:30 in the afternoon, time for lunch. But it is different from ordinary universities. There are 4 canteens in Shanghai University, each of which serves food 24 hours a day. It's no problem if you miss the meal. Su Jingming took his student ID and villa key and left the villa. When he came here just now, he was chatting with Zhang Chaoyang and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. So this time he deliberately slowed down his pace and paid attention to the scenery around him. As a top university, the campus environment of Modu Yining University is impeccable. There are green meadows on both sides of the road, with colorful flowers blooming on them. There is a faint floral scent floating in the air. Along the way, you can see pavilions and seats everywhere for people to rest. This period of time is the summer vacation of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. However, there are still many students in the school. Some were walking in pairs, and some were walking alone. The auras of these students are very powerful, they are at least first or second level psychics. Occasionally, one could even see students whose aura was only slightly weaker than Zhang Chaoyang's. As expected of a top university, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Su Jingming felt emotional. In the conversation just now, he already knew that Zhang Chaoyang was a 5th-order lower-level psychic. If their aura is only slightly weaker than that of the other party, their strength is basically above the 4th level. There are 4 cafeterias in the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, and Su Jingming went to the one closest to the dormitory. As soon as he walked to the cafeteria door, he smelled the aroma of meat. After entering the cafeteria, he discovered that in addition to ordinary food, the cafeteria also provided meat made from ferocious beasts. Although the ferocious beasts have thick skin and flesh and are brutal by nature, they are full of treasures. The tough skin of ferocious beasts is not only an excellent material for making battle uniforms. Moreover, even if it is made into a leather bag, it is a luxury product that many wealthy people are scrambling to buy. The bones of ferocious beasts, ground into powder, are also an excellent medicinal material. As for the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, long-term consumption can also enhance physical fitness. It is also because of this that many people with special abilities will form adventurer teams and venture into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Then they would bring the beast's corpse back to the city and sell it at a high price. In fact, in the Military Science College entrance examination, the ferocious beasts killed by Su Jingming can also be sold at a high price. But those are the military district's properties and naturally cannot be taken away. Of course, the dishes in this cafeteria made with the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts are much more expensive than ordinary dishes. For ordinary dishes, you only need 0.001 credits, which means you can buy one serving for 10 daxia coins. But the lowest price for dishes made from ferocious beasts is 0.1 credit, which is 1,000 daxia coins. Su Jingming even saw some ferocious beast dishes that were sold for 10 credits and were worth up to 100,000 daxia coins. My goodness, if I don't have enough credits, I can't even afford to eat. Su Jingming shook his head, and then chose to buy a 0.1 credit portion of ferocious beast dish to try. I have to say that the school chef's cooking skills are very good. The tough flesh and blood of the ferocious beast was cooked until it melted in the mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. More than 10 minutes later, after filling his stomach and feeling a little unsatisfied, Su Jingming got up and left the cafeteria. In addition to providing dormitories for students, the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers also provides accommodation for teachers. Of course, they are all villas. And it is more luxurious than the student dormitory. After all, teachers who are qualified to teach at the Magic City University of Superpowers are at least 6th-level superpowers. Even in the outside world, they are all big shots. The president of the Ordnance Academy, Yang Zhentian, lives in Building 23 in the Teachers' Villa area. Su Jingming left the cafeteria and spent another 20 minutes reaching the Teachers' Villa area. Compared with the student dormitory area, the environment here is even better. The villa complex is backed by a mountain and there is a large artificial lake in the middle. In addition, scenery such as small bridges, flowing water, rockery, and waterfalls can be seen everywhere. Can you believe that the school specially put a small mountain as the background? Only top universities would be so generous. After silently complaining, Su Jingming easily found Villa number 23 based on the map at the entrance of the Teachers' Villa area. This is a villa with a strong ancient daxia style, and the exterior walls are painted the same color as the wooden structure. There are some light green wind chimes hanging under the eaves, which look both simple and elegant. Su Jingming went straight to the gate of the villa. When he was about to ring the doorbell, a smiling voice sounded behind him. "Are you here to become my disciple?" Su Jingming turned his head and saw a young man in white standing 5 meters behind him on the left. The young man had a delicate appearance, short hair, and a smile on his face. Unlike the smile of ordinary people, the young man's smile seemed a little wanton and cynical. Su Jingming frowned slightly when he heard this, but did not respond. "I don't even know him, so how does he know my purpose?" The young man didn't care. Seeing that Su Jingming was indifferent, he smiled and continued. "Apart from his disciples, those who usually come to see Teacher Yang are those who want to become his disciples. I have met most of Teacher Yang's students, and you are not among them, so you can only be here to become his disciple." "Of course, I am here to be your disciple." Before the young man finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Su Jingming's aura was a little strange. The Awakener. But he quickly reacted and raised his eyebrows. "Specially recruited students." Su Jingming did not hide anything. In fact, even among the specially recruited students, he is probably the only one who is only at the awakened level. However, the application for the military college entrance examination has just begun, and the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers has not yet announced the admission list. He was not surprised to find out that he was a special admissions student. The special recruits in previous years were either upper first class or middle first class. I didn't expect that there would be special recruits for awakened ones this year. The young man was amazed, but he did not underestimate Su Jingming. After all, being able to become a special recruit of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers at the level of an awakener means that one must be very strong. In addition, the potential is even more terrifying. Who is the senior? Seeing that the other party seemed somewhat familiar but did not seem to have any ill intentions, Su Jingming took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. "Weaponry College, sophomore year." "No, I should be a junior now." "Junior student, Tan Mingyang." Tan Mingyang introduced himself and then asked, "What about you?" "Su Jingming, a freshman, just reported today." "You've just registered and you know how to become a disciple. You're really quick, Su." Most freshmen don't know how to become a disciple until after the freshman competition. Freshman competition. Su Jingming frowned when he heard this. It seemed that Zhang Chaoyang didn't mention this matter just now. The freshman competition is a tradition of our Magic City Ability University. It is usually held 3 or 4 days after the freshmen have registered. By then, most of the teachers in the school will go to watch the game. Freshmen who perform well in the freshman competition will be sought after by all colleges, and their mentors will personally come forward to accept them as their disciples. Seeing that Su Jingming didn't know, Tan Mingyang gave a brief explanation. "Of course, for a special recruit like you, you don't have to wait until the freshman competition to become a disciple." Tan Mingyang did not deny Su Jingming's approach. But what he didn't say was that even if they were special admissions students, the probability of becoming a dean-level mentor right after entering school is as low as winning the lottery jackpot. Most likely it will be a wasted trip. However, specially recruited students are often the top scorers or geniuses in a certain province or city, and they are full of pride. Even if he told them this fact, there was a high probability that no one would listen, so he didn't say it. "Thank you for your answer, senior." Su Jingming thanked him and asked curiously, Senior Tan is also here to become Teacher Yang's disciple? Yes. Tan Mingyang nodded, and said with emotion, in the past 6 months, I have made several trips, but I still cannot meet the standards for becoming a disciple. I was about to give up, but I still felt unwilling to do so. Forget it, let's not talk too much, let's go in together. Tan Mingyang sighed and then pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the villa. Not long after, the door of the villa opened and a middle-aged man who looked like a butler appeared. Welcome, both of you. Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me. The smile on the butler's face was as warm as the spring breeze. Su Jingming, who came here for the first time, didn't feel anything unusual, but Tan Mingyang next to him was a little flattered. This was not his first time here. The butler had been very polite in the past, but never this enthusiastic. And from the tone of the housekeeper, it seemed that Teacher Yang was actually waiting inside. How is this possible? The 7th level psychics are not idle every day. On the contrary, they are very busy. Before, even if Tan Mingyang came to visit, you often have to wait in the villa for half an hour or an hour before you can see the person in person. And now, the busy dean of the Weapon Academy was actually waiting inside in advance. What is going on? With doubts, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming entered the villa together. Led by the housekeeper, Su Jingming and Tan Mingyang entered the living room of the villa. As soon as he walked in, Su Jingming saw 2 people sitting on the sofa in the living room. The one on the right is a young man who looks about the same age as Tan Mingyang. He has an ordinary appearance, the kind that you can't find him in a crowd without careful observation. But the young man's aura was extremely fierce. Just by sitting there, he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. Sitting next to the young man was a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a gray suit, had a strong build, and his eyes were gleaming with lightning. When meeting his gaze, Su Jingming felt as if he was being stared at by the most ferocious dragon-like beast, and the hairs on his body stood up. Compared with this middle-aged man, the aura of the young man next to him seemed vague. Su Jingming, who had previously looked up the tutor's information through Eva in the villa, naturally knew it. This middle-aged man. He is the dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Zhentian, a 7th-level superior psychic with the title of Thunder Spear. Dean Yang, I brought them all here. The butler said respectfully. Okay, go down. Yang Zhentian asked the butler to leave, then looked directly at Su Jingming with a smile on his face. You must be Su Jingming, Zhang Chaoyang has already told me this in advance. Come on, let's go to the training room. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Su Jingming hurriedly followed him. Tan Mingyang, who witnessed the entire process, stood there, a little dazed. Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, is famously strict. The Weapons Academy under his charge has the most rules and regulations among the 5 major academies in the entire Magic City Supernatural University. Therefore, the students privately gave Yang Zhentian the nickname Yang Yanwang. The other person's usually serious expression is very consistent with this nickname. But just now, he actually saw Yang Yanwang smile. Moreover, the other party seemed to know Su Jingming and actually took him directly to the training room. Obviously he wanted to inspect it in person. Who is Su Jingming? Is he the principal's son? Tan Mingyang quickly rejected his idea. Even if he was the principal's son, he probably wouldn't receive such treatment in front of this King Yang. It would be better if the principal himself came. Mingyang, shall we continue as usual? The remaining young man on the sofa looked over with a smile. Tan Mingyang came back to his senses, his expression brightened, and he clasped his fists and said, Then I'll trouble you, Senior Lu. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the fighting room on the 1st floor. Except for recruiting disciples. Other students who want to become Yang Zhentian's disciples must demonstrate corresponding strength. And this Senior Lu is one of Yang Zhentian's many students. As long as he can defeat Senior Lu who uses only 1/10 of his strength, he will be qualified. But in the past 6 months, he has never succeeded. On the other side, under the leadership of Yang Zhentian, Su Jingming came to the training room. This is a room of about 100 square meters, with various weapons placed on the weapon rack next to it. Among them was the spear that Su Jingming was familiar with. I've seen your military science exam video, and you are indeed very capable in combat, and your marksmanship is also at an advanced level. But before that, I want to see your S-level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Zhentian looked at Su Jingming expectantly. S-level lightning power, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Since he learned from Zhang Chaoyang a few days ago that a student with awakened S-level lightning ability had chosen the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, he has been waiting for Su Jingming's arrival. But unexpectedly, the other party waited until today to report to the school. Faced with Yang Zhentian's request, Su Jingming did not hesitate at all and directly used his supernatural powers. Crackling. Sizzle. Accompanied by dull thunder and the sound of leaping electric arcs, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder was summoned out and lingered around Su Jingming. The blue-purple thunder seemed to carry the vast aura of ancient times, powerful and ancient. When the Purple Sky Divine Thunder appeared, the entire training room was filled with an inexplicable majestic aura. This is the S-level superpower, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Zhentian was fascinated by the blue-purple thunder that was surrounding Su Jingming. Although he also possesses lightning abilities, and is even a 7th-level superior ability user. A trace of thunder used at will possesses incredible power. But his A-level superpowers, wind, fire and thunder, could never possess such an aura. This is a gap from the origin of supernatural powers, which cannot be made up by levels at all. After taking several deep breaths, Yang Zhentian's excited mood gradually calmed down. He looked at Su Jingming with a serious expression. Su Jingming, I also know the purpose of your coming. With your special abilities and potential, there will be no problem for you to become my disciple. But there is one thing I want to make clear in advance, I was traveling back then. Although he made some friends, he also made a lot of enemies. When you become my disciple and graduate in the future, you will also be affected by this aspect. There may even be enemies who attack you, are you still willing? The students are willing. Su Jingming did not hesitate at all and performed the ceremony of becoming a disciple with a respectful look. Joke. Which high-level psychic's rise is not accompanied by blood and gore? A supernatural being like Yang Zhentian, who is famous for his killing, has killed countless ferocious beasts and enemies. If you are not willing to take even this little risk, then I'm afraid I won't be able to find any suitable teacher in the entire Demon City University of Supernatural Powers. Okay, from today on, you are my 32nd disciple. Yang Zhentian said good 3 times in a row, and was a little excited. An S-level person with awakened superpowers only appears once every few years in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, there are many types of superpowers. Even if an S-level superpower awakener appears, he will probably be of other categories. Over the past 20 years, he has accepted more than 30 disciples, including those with A-level lightning skills and B-level lightning skills. There are even C-level lightning abilities. But Su Jingming is still the first one to have S-level lightning ability. Most of your seniors have graduated, and there are only 3 still in school. Lu Ming, who was downstairs just now, is one of your senior brothers. As for the other 2 brothers and sisters, I will introduce them to you one by one next time I am free. After saying this, the ring on Yang Zhentian's right hand flashed slightly. 2 secret books then appeared in his hands and were handed over. This is a top-notch method of training supernatural powers, as well as a bodybuilding combat technique created for the master. Su Jingming took the 2 secret books. The method of training superpowers is called Extreme Superpower Training Method, and the other combat skill is called Thunder Immortal Body. Fighting skills are divided into different categories, including body movement fighting skills and sword movement fighting skills. For example, Su Jingming's Lightning Gale Break is a spear-based combat skill. Bodybuilding combat skills are different from ordinary combat skills and are mainly used to strengthen the body. Compared to ordinary combat skills, it is also much rarer. Needless to say, the ability training method is one of the only 3 top ability training methods in the school. As for the other bodybuilding combat skill, Thunderbolt Indestructible Body, it is the result of my life's hard work. After being recognized by both the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, it is rated S-level. Yang Zhentian spoke slowly, but Su Jingming was shocked when he heard it. S-level combat skills. A 7th level psychic is also known as a grandmaster, because people of this level have already reached an extremely deep level of understanding of superpowers and martial arts, qualified to create your own supernatural training method or combat skills. Combat skills also have ratings, which are the same as the ratings of superpowers, and are divided into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the more powerful the combat skills. Of course, correspondingly, the difficulty of practice will be higher. For most 7th level masters, it is already great if they can create A-level combat skills. S-level and above SS and SSS level combat skills are all created by 8th level grandmasters or 9th level martial saints. Yang Zhentian, who was only at the 7th level, created S-level combat skills. Moreover, among the many types of combat skills, it is the most complex bodybuilding combat skill that involves the mysteries of the human body. I have to say, Yang Zhentian's talent in martial arts is simply terrifyingly high. The immortal body of thunder is only suitable for those with lightning abilities, and it has 13 levels in total. With each advancement, the body will undergo a corresponding transformation. But even I have only cultivated to the 10th level so far. The final triple has not yet been verified. But according to my guess, once you reach the full level, your physique will truly be immortal. Yang Zhentian's eyes glowed. The immortal body of thunder embodies all his understanding of martial arts and lightning-related supernatural powers. If he is unable to reach the peak of martial saint in the future, then Su Jingming is his greatest hope to verify this technique. In addition, the thunder indestructible body requires the level of a superpower to be cultivated. During this period of time, you should use the ultimate superpower training method to advance. After you advance, I will help you build the foundation for the Thunderbolt immortal body. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment, and then said, in addition, you also need to practice boxing. Practice boxing. This was something Su Jingming didn't expect. Of course, once you practice the thunder indestructible body, your physique will be greatly enhanced. Combined with close combat skills and lightning abilities, your combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. In addition, weapons are only one of our means of fighting and should not be overly relied upon. If one day your weapon is destroyed while fighting a ferocious beast, will you turn around and run for your life without your weapon? Yang Zhentian talked about it and gave a real-life example. Back then, I fought with the 8th rank beast, the earth-shaking demonic python, until the next day. My spear, which was made of SSS-grade alloy, was shattered directly due to the long-term excessive load. Even my lightning abilities were almost drained, and on the last day, I relied on my body and boxing skills to complete the final kill. Yang Zhentian's tone was calm, but Su Jingming could imagine the brutality of that battle. At the same time, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it never hurts to learn more fighting skills. Of course, I will also teach you the marksmanship skills at the same time. When you have mastered boxing and spearmanship to a certain level, I will also teach you how to use a saber and a long sword. Yang Zhentian said immediately. Teacher, can I ask, to what extent have you mastered these skills? Su Jingming was a little curious. My boxing and spear skills are both at the Grandmaster level. As for my knife and sword skills, they are slightly inferior and are only at the master level. Yang Zhentian's tone was very calm, but Su Jingming couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard it. The proficiency of skills is divided into 6 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster and perfection. It would take an ordinary psychic several decades just to improve his skill in using a certain weapon to a high level. The master level may not be reached even if you spend your entire life. As for the higher levels of grandmaster and perfection, they are even more mysterious realms. Yang Zhentian not only reached the grandmaster level in boxing and spearmanship, but also reached the master level in other weapon skills. I turned to studying other weapons because my boxing and spear skills could not improve any further. As for you, it's still too early. Seeing that Su Jingming seemed a little frightened, Yang Zhentian couldn't help but laugh. In college, you only need to focus on boxing and shooting. The learning of combat skills also mainly revolves around these 2 aspects. Remember not to bite off more than you can chew. Teacher, I understand. Su Jingming nodded. Although there is a system ranking, the proficiency of weapon skills can be improved by only investing ability points. But the value of soldiers is not their quantity, but their quality. When power points are limited, it is obviously better to specialize in a certain weapon. Just follow what the teacher said and focus on boxing and spearmanship first. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. Then Yang Jintian gave him a list, which recorded the names of the fighting skills that Su Jingming needed to learn next. Just go to the library, find the combat secrets, and learn them. This made Su Jingming sigh inwardly. Sure enough, it is better to have a mentor to guide you. Otherwise, it would be impossible to develop such a detailed study route by yourself. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jingming walked out of the villa with a great harvest. However, at the door he met Tenming Yang, who had just left the villa. But there was no longer the smile on his face, only bitterness. It seems that this apprenticeship has failed again. Seeing this, Su Jingming didn't bother to ask for the result. He simply said hello and prepared to leave. Senior Tan, I'm leaving now. Wait, how did your apprenticeship turn out? Was it successful? As if grasping at a life-saving straw, Tenming Yang asked. However, instead of giving the answer he wanted, Su Jingming nodded. It really worked. Tenming Yang almost popped his eyes out. Dean-level mentors generally do not accept apprentices before the freshman competition. What is the situation now? Is he really the principal's son? But he doesn't look like him. Looking at the figure that was gradually going away, Tenming Yang, who had experienced several failures, fell into endless self-doubt. On the other side, Su Jingming returned to the villa and went straight to the training room on the second floor. The room configurations on the upper and lower floors of the student villa are exactly the same. In addition to the training room and bedroom, there is also a shower room, a video room, a study, and his favorite open-air balcony. Compared with teacher Yang Jintian's training room, this training room is slightly smaller, only about 80 square meters. But there is no problem in using it for some regular training. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the Ultimate Superpower Training Method, and started reading. Compared with the intermediate, deep-sea superpower training method, this top-level, extreme superpower training method is obviously much more profound. It took Su Jingming more than 4 hours to thoroughly understand the entire book. Then he closed his eyes slightly and began to sense the special energy between heaven and earth according to the method recorded in the Ultimate Superpower Training Method. After a while, many white spots of light appeared within his sensing range. Densely packed and vast like the ocean. That is the special energy called Yuan Neng. Only by absorbing it into the body can the supernatural power be transformed. It is worthy of being the top-level supernatural power training method. The energy sensed is much more than that of the intermediate supernatural power training method. Su Jingming's face lit up with joy, and then he opened his eyes. Since the top supernatural power training method can sense Yuan energy, it proves that there is no problem with his training. You don't have to practice step by step anymore, just add points and advance. Deep blue. He let out a low cry in his heart, and a light blue system panel immediately appeared in his mind. Name Su Jingming. Level, Awakener, plus. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 186 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit 187 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Wind Break, Advanced plus. PowerPoints, 2534. Add some more. Su Jingming clicked the plus sign behind the level without hesitation. The next moment, the energy in the surrounding air was injected into Su Jingming's body at an extremely terrifying speed. And it automatically operates according to the practice method recorded in the Ultimate Superpower Training Method, constantly enhancing his superpowers, physique and spirit. It only slowly stagnated when it broke through a certain limit. Level, Awakener First Order Lower Level Psychic. Ha, a breakthrough. Su Jingming clenched his fist slightly and could feel that the power contained in his body was several times that of just now. More importantly, the supernatural powers have also been enhanced. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. With a low shout and the sharp sound of leaping electric arcs, blue-purple thunder appeared around Su Jingming. Compared with before the promotion, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder is obviously not as thick and the color is also darker.
If I meet that level 2 bloodthirsty violent bear again, I'm afraid my thunderbolt will be able to kill it without even using a gun. Looking at the blue-purple thunder dancing on his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded with satisfaction. Successfully promoted, he finally took the first step towards the pinnacle of superpowers. Su Jingming roughly tested his strength in the training room. From an awakened being to a mutant, his strength has almost increased 4 or 5 times. Then he opened his system panel again. Name Su Jingming. Level, lower level 1, plus. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 283 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 289 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Wind Break, Advanced plus. PowerPoints, 2234. It only cost me 300 ability points to advance to the first level. The consumption of PowerPoints is not too much, but the improvement of basic attributes is beyond my expectations. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel emotional. If he used the Deep Sea Ability Training method to achieve a breakthrough, his energy, blood, and spirit would only increase by 30 or 40 points at most. But after switching to the top-notch Supernatural Power Training method, his 2 basic attributes were improved by more than 100 points. This is undoubtedly a world of difference. No wonder all the superpower users want more advanced superpower cultivation methods. The gap is really too big. Su Jingming couldn't help but shook his head. At the same time, he was also very glad that after obtaining the Deep Sea Superpower Training method, he did not rush to upgrade. There are still a lot of ability points left, but the level cannot be increased further for the time being. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. On the one hand, you will need ability points to learn combat skills later. On the other hand, he also needs to adapt to his strength after the promotion, and then make further improvements after he is fully adapted. Then let's take a look at this S-level bodybuilding combat skill. Su Jingming opened the secret book of Thunder Immortal Body and read it in detail. As a 7th-level psychic, Yang Zhentian has a very deep understanding of martial arts and lightning powers. All of his understanding was integrated into this bodybuilding combat skill. So, Su Jingming, who had just come into contact with this secret book, quickly immersed himself in it. As expected of an S-level combat skill, it is indeed exquisite. 2 hours later, Su Jingming closed the secret book with a feeling of unsatisfied satisfaction. There are 13 levels in total of Thunder Immortal Body, but he can only understand the first 3 levels at present. As for the contents after the first 3 levels, they were too profound and he couldn't understand them. However, even just the content of the first 3 levels opened up a whole new world for him. General bodybuilding combat skills require the use of different methods to strengthen the body. Only after going through countless trials and tribulations will the body gradually become stronger. However, this bodybuilding combat skill has one more step than ordinary bodybuilding combat skills, building the foundation. The first level of Thunder Immortal Body requires the use of the blood of thunder beasts to forge the foundation of the immortal body. Only then did he use his own lightning abilities to strengthen his body. The strength of the Thunder Immortal Body that was ultimately achieved was closely related to the blood of the thunder beast that was originally used to forge its foundation. If you use a high-level ferocious beast to lay the foundation, your physical strength will become stronger and stronger in the future. If one uses the blood of low-level fierce beasts, or even just ordinary fierce beasts, then the physical strength will be further reduced. The blood of the thunder beast is a bit troublesome. Su Jingming touched his chin. On Blue Star, low-level ferocious beasts only rely on their bodies to fight. High-level ferocious beasts are like supernatural beings, possessing all kinds of incredible abilities. For example, the famous Silver Moon nine-tailed fox has a charm similar to that of a psychic. If you fail to react in time, the only outcome will be death. Thunder beasts, like lightning-type mutants, control the power of thunder. However, the level of such ferocious beasts is at least level 4. Su Jingming alone would definitely not be able to get the blood of such a ferocious beast at the moment. But luckily, he has a mentor. The teacher said this afternoon that I will go to him to build my foundation after I advance to a superpower. So I will go to him directly tomorrow. Early the next morning, after washing up, Su Jingming found teacher Yang Zhentian again. When Yang Zhentian learned that Su Jingming had advanced, he was a little surprised.
So soon. In the more than 20 years that he has been teaching at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, he has seen countless geniuses. But even for these geniuses, it took a lot of time to transform from awakened ones to psychics. But it has been less than 24 hours since Su Jingming got the secret book yesterday. I actually advanced successfully. Maybe it's the result of years of accumulation. Su Jingming smiled modestly. Okay, since you have successfully advanced, today I will forge the foundation for your Thunderbolt immortal body. Yang Zhentian didn't think too deeply about it, nodded, and continued. The immortal body foundation I prepared for you is the blood essence of the 7th level high-level Thunder Beast Storm Bear. Yang Zhentian's ring flashed slightly, and a transparent glass bottle appeared out of thin air in his hand. The glass bottle has a capacity of about 800 milliliters. The bright red blood inside is rippling slightly, and there seems to be faint flashes of silver-white lightning. High-level Thunder Beasts are extremely rare. Over the years, the highest level Thunder Beast I have killed is this giant Storm Bear. There is a more advanced 8th order Thunder Beast blood in the school resource library, but it is a SS level resource. Even if you are my teacher, I can't easily exchange it. Yang Zhentian felt helpless. Although he is the dean of the Weaponry Academy, he cannot use the school's resources at will. However, the school will also give them a large amount of points similar to credits every year to exchange for resources. However, as a 7th level superior supernatural being, his own cultivation expenses are also very high. Most of the points I had were already spent, and the balance in my account was no longer enough to redeem SS level resources. Certainly. The essence blood of the 7th level upper level Storm Giant Bear is already extremely rare and is a high-quality S-level resource, which is more than enough to build the foundation. But he thought that Su Jingming was an S-level awakened person with supernatural powers, so he subconsciously wanted to use better essence and blood. By the way, I heard Zhang Chaoyang say before that you can get an S-level resource every year. Yang Zhentian's eyes suddenly lit up and asked. Although Su Jingming was a little confused, he still nodded. Very good. With your S-level resources and the blood of the Storm Bear in my hand, maybe we can exchange them for SS-level resources. However, despite saying so, Yang Zhentian still chose to seek Su Jingming's opinion first. Jingming, is there any other use for your S-level resources? Just let the teacher handle it. Su Jingming shook his head. Joke. Even if that S-level resource has other uses, others have come up with high-quality S-level resources. Moreover, the SS-level resources obtained in exchange are still used on oneself. If you still refuse, you would be a fool. Okay, then you just wait for me here and I'll come as soon as I go. There was a flash of lightning, and before Su Jingming could even react, Yang Zhentian's figure disappeared from the spot. This movement technique feels almost like teleportation. Su Jingming admired in his heart. But he also knew that this was just an illusion caused by the other party moving too fast. Classmate Su, the dean will be back soon. Let's eat some fruit first. Not long after Yang Zhentian left, the housekeeper who opened the door yesterday came up with a plate of fruit. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Su Jingming thanked him politely. This Uncle Fu is not only the housekeeper of the villa, but also has been through life and death with teacher Yang Zhentian. This is what I heard from the teacher in the training room yesterday. The opponent's strength is also extremely strong, he is a 6th level mid-level psychic. Therefore, he was a little cautious when facing this housekeeper. After Su Jingming stayed in the villa for more than half an hour, Yang Zhentian finally came back. In a flash, Yang Zhentian appeared in the living room of the villa. Teacher. Su Jingming stood up quickly. SS-level resources have been exchanged. Let's go to the training room. Yang Zhentian looked a little excited and couldn't wait to take Su Jingming to the training room on the 2nd floor. It took some effort to exchange for SS-level resources this time. Originally, the resources department was unwilling to let me exchange 2 S-level resources for SS-level resources. But luckily I called the principal and he agreed to the exchange. Yang Zhentian flipped his right hand, and another glass bottle filled with essence and blood appeared in his hand. However, unlike the previous essence and blood, the blood here was a strange silver-white color. There are also traces of electric arcs and a breath of tyranny lingering in it. This is the SS level resource, the blood essence of the 8th order lower level Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the bottle of essence blood in his hand, Yang Zhentian also felt a little emotional. Dragon-type beasts are the most difficult to deal with among all the ferocious beasts. He could kill a lower-level 8th order earth-shaking python by jumping levels, but he could not kill any lower-level 8th order dragon-like beast. And such a bottle of essence and blood would be of great use to him as well. Certainly. If it wasn't so precious, the school wouldn't have classified it as an SS-level resource. Su Jingming saw this scene and silently kept the kindness of the teacher and the principal in his heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring, let alone such precious SS-level resources. When he becomes powerful, he will repay these favors many times over. Take off your coat and sit cross-legged. Following Yang Zhentian's instructions, Su Jingming took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body muscles, and then sat down cross-legged. The next moment, he felt a slight chill on his back, and at the same time a slight tingling sensation came from his back. Although the stinging sensation was slight, it seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, causing him to frown slightly. The blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus is naturally nothing to a high-level psychic like me. But for a low-level psychic like you, it is as poisonous as a poison. Even if it comes in contact with the skin, it will cause a stinging sensation. Yang Zhentian behind him explained while smearing the blood in the glass bottle in his hand on Su Jingming's back. At this moment, his eyes were filled with blue and white thunder. You can clearly see every blood vessel and meridian on Su Jingming's back, allowing him to apply the medicine more accurately. After more than 10 minutes, all the blood in the glass bottle was consumed. Su Jingming's back was also covered in blood, a silvery white color. Next, I will use my wind, fire, and thunder to create the foundation of your immortal body. In fact, the shaping of the foundation, after all, is to melt the blood of the thunder beast into your own blood. Only in this way can you obtain a physique comparable to that of ferocious beasts, or even stronger than them. But how much blood and essence you can absorb in the end depends entirely on you. Yang Zhentian took a deep breath, then growled, wind, fire, and thunder. Crackling. A red thunder that was countless times more powerful than Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder burst out from Yang Zhentian's body. The sound of thunder filled the air, and the temperature of the entire training room seemed to rise sharply due to the appearance of thunder. The whole shaping process will last about 4 or 5 days and it will be a bit painful, so just bear with it. The most important thing is not to lose consciousness, otherwise the efficiency of absorbing the essence and blood will be greatly reduced. As soon as he finished speaking, all the red thunder rushed forward and completely submerged Su Jingming. If any of these bolts of lightning accidentally hit Su Jingming, he would be destroyed on the spot. However, with the control over superpowers of a 7th-level superior superpower user, such a thing would naturally be impossible to happen. The power of the wind, fire, and thunder was controlled by Yang Zhentian within the range that Su Jingming could bear, and it poured into Su Jingming's back. Threads of thunder, carrying the blood essence of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, shuttled through Su Jingming's body, constantly transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and even bones. However, for Su Jingming himself, this series of actions was like being bitten by thousands of ants, causing him pain deep in his bones. Fortunately, he did not faint on the spot, but just gritted his teeth and endured it silently. 5 days later, in Villa number 23. Uncle Fu, it's already the 5th day, right? Hasn't the teacher finished yet? Lu Ming, another disciple of Yang Zhentian, sat on the sofa in the living room and asked the housekeeper beside him. This is the 3rd time he has come here in recent days. But every time he came, the answer he got from the butler Fu Bo was that Yang Zhentian was still building the foundation for Su Jingming's immortal body of thunder. It's not over yet. This time, the dean is using the blood of an 8th-level beast to build the foundation for student Su. It takes more energy and time. Butler Fu Bo replied. Although Yang Zhentian is currently unable to spare time, basic communication is still possible. Therefore, he knew what had happened and that what was used for Su Jingming was the essence and blood of an 8th-level ferocious beast. The blood of the 8th-rank beast Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Lu Ming knew this news when he came here last time. It is impossible to say that I am not envious at all. After all, they are all disciples of Yang Zhentian. When he was creating the foundation of his immortal body, he only used the blood essence of a 7th-order lower-level thunder beast. However, after learning that Su Jingming possessed S-level supernatural powers, he felt relieved. An S-level awakened person with special abilities is indeed worthy of the teacher's painstaking training. The blood essence of an 8th-level dragon beast, combined with an S-level lightning ability, I am looking forward to junior brother Su's thunder immortal body. As an S-level bodybuilding combat skill, the power of thunder indestructible body is not static. On the contrary, it is closely related to the essence and blood used to shape the foundation, as well as the psychic's own lightning and thunder abilities. The essence and blood of an 8th-level ferocious beast, combined with S-level supernatural powers, is obviously an extremely explosive combination. Roar. At this moment, a roar like that of a dragon-like beast suddenly exploded in the villa. This voice was full of majesty and brutality, and it was only heard in the ears. It was as if he had seen a powerful and violent dragon-like beast. Junior Brother's foundation has been successfully formed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a flash of lightning, he actually used a body movement combat skill to jump up to the 2nd floor. When he arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor, the first thing he sensed was a sense of threat as if from a top-notch ferocious beast. This sense of threat actually made even this level 3 psychic feel a little uneasy. Then he saw the source of the threat. In the center of the training room, Su Jingming was standing there with an upright posture. However, unlike the humble and polite manner they met last time, Su Jingming now exuded a violent aura. His originally clear and bright eyes turned blood red, and his naked upper body had veins bulging on his well-proportioned and powerful muscles. Seems to be influenced by the owner. The terrifying blue-purple thunder lingering around him also fell into a state of frenzy, flashing and jumping constantly. The entire training room flickered with the thunder that was beating around Su Jingming. Perfect. It's perfect. Facing the scene, Yang Jintian in front of Su Jingming was excited, 98%. Jingming's blood absorption rate has reached 98%. 98%. That's so high. Lu Ming, who was standing at the door of the training room, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard this. To build the foundation of the thunder immortal body, one needs to absorb the blood essence of lightning beasts. But after all, it is the essence and blood of a ferocious beast. Even with the assistance of the teacher's wind, fire, and true thunder throughout the process, the absorption efficiency cannot reach 100%. Generally speaking, an absorption rate of 90% is already a very good one. As far as he knew, among the teacher's 20 or so disciples who had cultivated the thunder indestructible body, the highest absorption efficiency was only 92%. His own absorption efficiency at that time did not even reach 90%, but only 87%. Now, Su Jingming has achieved a record-breaking 98% efficiency in absorbing essence and blood, which means that the essence and blood of this ferocious beast is extremely suitable for him. Su Jingming had no idea what others were thinking, but when the foundation of the thunder immortal body was successfully formed, he felt endless negative emotions such as bloodthirstiness and violence erupting from the depths of his heart. There is an urge to destroy everything around you. At this moment, Yang Jintian's deep voice rang in my ears. Jingming, wake up. The voice was as loud and majestic as spring thunder, instantly dispelling all the negative emotions in Su Jingming's heart. Teacher, what happened to me just now? Su Jingming's eyes gradually regained clarity, but his expression remained confused. This kind of out-of-control of emotions had never happened before I practiced the thunder indestructible body. It must be the blood essence of the thunder Tyrannosaurus that affected your mind just now. Yang Jintian frowned slightly. The thunder Tyrannosaurus is also famous for its brutality among the fierce beasts. You absorbed its essence and blood, and achieved an astonishing 98% absorption efficiency. Perhaps it is because the degree of fit is too high that such side effects occur. Before this, disciples who practiced the thunder indestructible body would be more or less affected by the bloodlines of some ferocious beasts. But no one's change has been as obvious as Su Jingming's. But you don't have to worry too much, as long as your emotions don't fluctuate drastically, these negative emotions will not be triggered. In addition, as your strength increases, these side effects will gradually disappear. Yang Jintian added. These have been verified on him and his other disciples. That's good. Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't want to be the kind of person who is controlled by emotions all the time. Moreover, he could feel that his body had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Even if there are some side effects, they are not significant. Subconsciously, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name Su Jingming. Level, lower level 1, plus. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 391 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 289 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Wind Break, Advanced plus. Bodybuilding, Thunder Immortal Body, First Level plus. PowerPoints, 2234. The Qi and Blood increased by more than 100 points. Su Jingming's eyes lit up slightly. For those with special abilities, in addition to the improvement of their Qi and health values when they are promoted, routine physical training can only increase Qi and Blood by 2 or 3 points. But his Qi and Blood value increased by more than 100 points after his promotion a few days ago, and now it suddenly increased by 100 points again. Of course, the Qi and Blood value is just one of the digital manifestations of physical strength. As for the body's defense and wound recovery speed, they cannot be seen from the Qi and Blood. However, he had a feeling. In his current state, I am afraid that he can fight a second-level beast head-on with his physical strength alone, without using any combat skills or superpowers. In addition, he also noticed that a new column for bodybuilding was added to the system panel. It seems that I can use my PowerPoints to directly increase my body strength in the future. Su Jingming was secretly delighted. Congratulations, junior brother, for successfully building the foundation of the Thunder indestructible body. Your future in martial arts will be smooth sailing. At this time, Lu Ming also came up from the door and congratulated with a smile. This is your senior brother Lu Ming, whom you saw last time you came here. Yang Zhentian introduced at the right time. Hello, senior brother Lu. Su Jingming put on his shirt and called out respectfully. The last time I saw you, you were not yet my student, but this time it's different. But I haven't prepared anything. What's your student number? I'll transfer some credits to you as a greeting gift from you, my senior brother. Lu Ming has a gentle personality and wanted to give a gift on the spot. Seeing that Yang Zhentian on the side did not stop him but nodded slightly, Su Jingming told the other party his student number. After a while, he received a reminder on his mobile phone that 200 more credits were added to his student account. So much. Looking at the text message alert on his phone, Su Jingming was slightly dazed. 200 credits, which is 2 million daxia coins. It's just a meeting gift, is it so expensive? It's only 200 credits, which is not much for you, senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian on the side said with a smile, senior brothers should take care of their junior brothers and sisters. When you have junior brothers and sisters, you should also prepare gifts for them. The students understand. Su Jingming nodded to show that he understood. The foundation has been successfully formed. You must be tired after not eating or drinking for 5 days. Go back and rest first. Come back tomorrow morning and learn boxing and spear techniques from your senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian then waved his hand, with a hint of fatigue between his brows. Going without food or water for 5 days is nothing for him, a 7th-level mutant. However, it was extremely exhausting to manipulate Su Jingming's body with extremely delicate abilities for 5 consecutive days. Let Su Jingming go back and rest, in fact he himself needs rest more. Su Jingming naturally realized this, so he didn't bother him any further. After respectfully taking his leave, he left the villa. June 22nd. I didn't expect that it would take almost 5 days and 5 nights to build the foundation. Outside the villa, Su Jingming looked at the date on his mobile phone and couldn't help but feel emotional. During these 5 days and 5 nights, he has been enduring inhuman pain and needs to stay conscious at all times. Fortunately, he managed to get through it all and eventually achieved a 98% blood and essence absorption rate, a near-perfect fit. It's still early now, so I can go to the martial arts gym to test my physical strength after I create my immortal body. The blood essence of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex of the lower 8th level is an SS-level resource. With the help of Yang Zhentian, most of this essence and blood was integrated into Su Jingming's body and became a part of him. The amazing energy contained in the essence and blood made Su Jingming, who had not eaten anything for 5 consecutive days, not feel hungry. Instead, he is full of energy and looks radiant. So he couldn't wait to verify how much his strength had increased with the immortal thunder. Every student dormitory at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is equipped with a training room. However, this training room is not very big, and there are no testing instruments such as punch strength testers, so we can only do daily training. If you want to know exactly what your special abilities are, the power of your fighting skills, and even your punching speed and strength, you need to go to a martial arts gym. There are 2 martial arts schools on the campus of Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, namely the most famous Thunder Martial Arts School and Violent Bear Martial Arts School in the Great Xia Kingdom. When in Jiangqing, Su Jingming often went to Lei Ting Martial Arts School. This time he was also planning to go to the Thunder Martial Arts School to test his strength, but just as he was walking over there, he faintly smelled a faint stench. Su Jingming then discovered that because of the creation of the Thunder Indestructible Body, a lot of impurities were expelled from his body and attached to his skin. Forget it, let's go back to the dormitory and take a shower before going to the martial arts gym. Su Jingming didn't want to be a source of odor pollution, so he turned around and walked towards the student dormitory. As he got closer to the student dormitory, Su Jingming saw more and more people along the way. This phenomenon became even more obvious when he stepped into the Xinqing Villa area. On the road, which had been very deserted before, there were now many students, both male and female, walking on it. Some of them are men and women hooking up together, but most of them are just a few male or female classmates together. They looked about the same age as Su Jingming, about 18 or 19 years old. Many students looked around curiously like curious babies, and some were even accompanied by their parents, dragging suitcases. Are these all freshmen? Su Jingming then remembered that 6 days had passed since he reported to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. At this time, the application for the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination had already been completed, and the admission notices had been sent to each student. But I'm afraid that only top universities like the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers would have so many freshmen choose to enroll early. Students who can be admitted to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers are considered geniuses in the province and the city. Naturally, you will understand the principle of taking one step faster and every step faster. By registering in advance, you can be the first to enjoy the high-quality educational resources and facilities of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Of course, they won't be so stupid as to wait until September to report. Su Jingming's villa is at number 32 in Student Dormitory Area 3. When he walked to the door of the villa, he found that the door, which he had closed before leaving, was wide open. It looks like my roommate has arrived. Su Jingming walked into the villa with a smile. Sure enough, I saw a boy sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, using the artificial intelligence Eva to search for information. Noticing someone entering the villa, the boy turned around. When he saw Su Jingming walking in, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa, ran to Su Jingming, and generously extended his right hand. You should be my roommate. Hello, I'm Lu Wentao, nice to meet you. Lu Wentao has a handsome appearance, slightly dark skin and shaggy bangs. At this moment, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the first impression he gave people was that of a sunny and cheerful person. Su Jingming. Su Jingming also smiled and shook hands with Lu Wentao. Su Jingming. You are the top scholar in Jiangnan province. When Lu Wentao heard Su Jingming's name, he let out a low cry as if it was a conditioned reflex. You know me? Su Jingming looked at him puzzled. This should be the first time the two met. Of course. My nickname is Know-It-All. Lu Wentao puffed out his chest proudly and said, I know the information of most of the freshmen in our class. But I didn't deliberately collect your information. It was just that the noise you made was too loud at that time. After all, you are the biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province this year. Lu Wentao chuckled. He was naturally sensitive to information, and when he saw Su Jingming's information on the internet, he silently recorded it in his mind. However, after there was no news related to Su Jingming on the internet for a period of time, he stopped paying attention to it. Unexpectedly, the other party also applied to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers and became my roommate. By the way, are you really from Jiangqing, a poor city in Jiangnan province? You don't live in other economically developed cities, but you took the college entrance examination in Jiangcheng. Also, were you really an awakener during the college entrance exam? And your abilities don't look like they're only at level E. Lu Wentao was very outgoing. He started to be close to Su Jingming as soon as they met. And he asked a series of questions like a string of cannonballs. Su Jingming not only didn't mind this, but even had a smile on his face. In his previous life, he was born in an orphanage. Everything was fine when I was in elementary school. I had a lot of friends around me. But after entering junior high school, you need to leave the orphanage and live on your own. At that time, what he hated most every day was going home after school. Since he was the only one at home, he could only turn on the TV and pretend that someone was there to keep him company. Things got a little better when I entered high school and could live in the school dormitory, but I was still lonely on weekends. He preferred the feeling of being in a lively environment, so he studied hard and was admitted to university. The happiest time for him was joking around and playing games with his roommates every day. But 4 years later, he will face the end of being alone again. So with his efforts, he was admitted to graduate school and had several roommates again. Later, I was admitted to the doctoral program and met a group of lively senior students. Later, he drank a little too much at his doctoral graduation dinner. When I woke up, I traveled to this world. And the tragedy is that he is also an orphan. Although his aunt would come to see him occasionally, loneliness was still his main theme. Therefore, whether in his past life or this life, Su Jingming is rather resistant to loneliness. Seeing Lu Wentao's talkative appearance at this time, he actually liked him more. So Su Jingming sat on the sofa and chatted with Lu Wentao. During the conversation, Su Jingming also learned that Lu Wentao came from Sichuan province, which is known as the land of abundance. He possesses A-grade psychic powers and mid-level first-order strength, and his score in the military college entrance examination is among the top 20 in Sichuan province. I applied to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers because of the tactical college among the 5 major colleges. In his words, in the future he will command millions of troops to kill all the ferocious beasts on the blue planet. When Lu Wentao learned that Su Jingming was actually just an awakened one in the college entrance examination, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Okay, I won't say any more. I have to go to the martial arts gym later. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming stood up from the sofa when he saw that the time was almost up. Martial arts gym. I want to go too. Lu Wentao was equally excited. I haven't been to the martial arts gym in the Magic City with the most supernatural powers. Okay, then let's go there together after we finish taking a shower. Su Jingming nodded and went straight to the second floor. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jingming, feeling refreshed, changed into clean clothes and walked out of the villa with Lu Wentao. It is now past 11 in the morning, the sun is shining outside, and there are many freshmen walking on the road. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walked together towards the dormitory area exit. As usual, Su Jingming walked straight and did not look to the side. Lu Wentao next to him was looking around, his eyes wandering over the new students on the road. Occasionally, he would stay on some pretty female classmates for a while longer, revealing a slightly obscene smile. "Ah Ming, look over there. There's a beautiful girl over there." After walking for a while, Lu Wentao's eyes suddenly lit up and he excitedly patted Su Jingming's shoulder. Su Jingming subconsciously followed Lu Wentao's gaze. I saw 2 girls walking out of the villa side by side about 10 meters ahead. The 2 girls are about the same height, both around 1.67 meters. The one on the left is a little shorter and looks pretty good, but not stunning. But the other girl was different. She has a pretty face, willow-shaped eyebrows and cherry lips, and is truly stunningly beautiful. Her skin is extremely white and as tender as a baby's. What is even more eye-catching is her figure. She is wearing a simple white t-shirt, but her breasts are proudly full. She was wearing a pair of light blue tight jeans, which highlighted her legs, making them look both slender and full. How is it? Not bad, right? Lu Wentao asked with a smile. It's really good. Su Jingming did not deny it. Be it figure or appearance, this girl is much better than the internet celebrities captured by beauty cameras in her previous life. But aren't you known as a know-it-all? Do you know who she is? Su Jingming made a joke about Lu Wentao's nickname of know-it-all, but he didn't expect him to say it out loud. Unexpectedly, Lu Wentao straightened his chest again and said proudly. Of course I know. Her name is Song Qiuyun. She is at the upper level of the first rank and possesses a natural light type A-level ability. Oh, that's good. Su Jingming was a little surprised. It seems that Lu Wentao's self-proclaimed nickname of know-it-all is not all bragging. Of course, Song Qiuyun is from our Sichuan province. This year's college entrance examination total score is over 9,000 points, making me the top scorer in Sichuan province. Lu Wentao replied with a grin. In fact, long before the Wuka college entrance examination, Song Qiuyun relied on her proud appearance, figure, and strong strength. It is quite famous in Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province. On the other side, Song Qiuyun, who was walking with her friends, suddenly stopped. Her A-level natural light ability is called Dawn Light, which not only gives her good lethality. It also gave her a very keen sense of perception. It was precisely with this sensing ability that she was able to avoid areas where dangerous beasts gathered in advance in the martial arts college entrance examination. And just now, she seemed to feel the terrifying gaze from a ferocious beast. This gaze did not seem to be malicious, but it was quite oppressive. This gaze came quickly and went away quickly. However, Song Qiuyun was still very keen to discover the source of this gaze, which was from the slightly tall figure not far ahead. But how could a human give off an aura similar to that of a ferocious beast? Song Qiuyun frowned slightly, somewhat confused. In the end, I can only blame it on my own illusion. However, the tall figure of Su Jingming in front of her quietly left a faint impression in her heart. The Thunder Martial Arts School in Jiangqing serves the population of over 1 million in Jiangqing. The Thunder Martial Arts School of the Magic City Supernatural University only needs to serve the more than 10,000 teachers and students of the Magic City Supernatural University. However, the scale of the Thunder Martial Arts School here is even larger than that in Jiangqing. Opposite the Thunder Martial Arts School is the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, which is also 6 or 7 stories high and looks like a giant beast crawling there. I have to say that the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers has built this kind of supporting facilities to perfection. With an exclamation of admiration, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped into the Lei Ting Martial Arts Hall. The first floor of the Thunder Martial Arts School is a spacious hall with a reception desk at the front. In addition, there are some sofas around for rest. At this moment, some people who have finished training are sitting on the sofas drinking drinks, resting and chatting. Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts School. What do you two need? A waitress in a short skirt came up to greet us warmly. We want to find a training room with a strength tester. Su Jingming replied. Thunder Martial Arts School is only open to high school students for free. For college students, membership fees are still charged. The membership fee is the same as that of Baoxiong Martial Arts School, 100,000 Daxia coins per year. It's just that the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers pays membership fees for students every year. Therefore, for them, the facilities in the martial arts hall are free to use. The training room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. The staff member smiled sweetly and led the way, while Su Jingming and Lu Wentao followed behind. Lei Ting Martial Arts School treats every guest in this warm manner. You can choose to accept or reject. Because it was their first time coming to the martial arts gym at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers and they were not familiar with the layout, Su Jingming chose to let her lead the way. Ding dong, we're on the 3rd floor. The elevator door opened with a pleasant prompt tone. What comes into view is a spacious hall. There were a lot of people in the hall, but most of them looked a little strange. Some were covered in flames, some were 2 or 3 meters tall, and some even had their limbs transformed into some kind of animal. Along with it came all kinds of noisy noises. Haha, I finally perfected my C-rank combat skill, Anode Blaze. Haha, so what if I have mastered it? It still can't break my metal skin. You are all garbage. I will triple in size and I can slap you all against the wall with one slap. These people seemed to be undergoing training, and some of them knew each other and would occasionally argue with each other. This is the public training room in our hall. It can accommodate 300 people for training at the same time. The entire hall is also made of C-grade alloy mixed with memory metal, so there is no need to worry about superpowers or combat skills causing damage. Of course, if you find it too noisy, you can choose a single training room. The staff explained. Su Jingming was not too surprised to hear this. There is also a public training hall like this in the Thunder Martial Arts School in Jiangcheng. The atmosphere in the public training hall is better. After all, there are so many people training around, and I won't be lazy. Many people with poor self-control choose to train in public training halls. In addition, when a certain combat skill is successfully practiced, the cheers from people around you will also make people feel a sense of accomplishment. However, the downside is that your combat skills and training results will also be known to others. Okay, here it is. Su Jingming originally planned to go to a private training room, but thinking that he had a roommate next to him, he chose to stay in the public training room. Okay, please follow me. The staff took the two people to the hall. Those who can be admitted to the Magic City University of Superpowers are basically all people with superpowers. Therefore, when walking through the hall, one could from time to time feel the powerful energy fluctuations brought about by other psychics when they were testing their combat skills. My goodness, are these guys trying to see who is stronger? Each one is making more noise than the other. Lu Wentao couldn't help but complain as he felt the floor beneath his feet was shaking. As a psychic, he naturally couldn't cause such a commotion. Su Jingming, who was standing aside, was attracted by the 5 pillars standing in the center of the hall. On these 5 pillars, there are many names densely written, followed by a string of numbers. The 3 names at the front of each pillar are the largest, shining with golden light, and look extremely conspicuous. This is our fist strength challenge list. There are 5 lists in total, corresponding to levels 1 to 5 of the psychics. Would you two like to give it a try? If you rank in the top 3,000 on the list, you'll get 50 points as a credit. A staff member nearby explained with a smile. You can get a reward if you enter the top 3,000. So easy. Lu Wentao on the side immediately became interested. After all, there are only more than 4,000 students in the entire Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. You just need to swipe your student ID card on the pillar and you can start the challenge. However, this is a fist challenge, so you are not allowed to use supernatural powers or combat skills. Otherwise, it will be considered a foul. Okay, Amin, wait here for me. I'll go give it a try. Lu Wentao nodded and walked directly into the center of the hall. Then he swiped his student ID card on the sensor of the first pillar. Welcome, Lu Wentao, student number 203701256, is starting a boxing challenge. Please cheer for him. As if a switch was triggered, the host's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the hall. Afterwards, spotlights were shining on Lu Wentao. Everyone in the hall was also drawn to this scene and subconsciously looked over here. Hey, someone has started a fist power challenge. Haha, judging from his aura, he is only at the middle level of the first rank, so he seems to be a freshman. Hey, this is going to be fun. In the hall, many seniors looked at the figure in the center with gloating eyes. Lu Wentao, who was in the center, was stunned. He didn't expect that the start of the challenge would cause such a big noise. But at this point, it is impossible to retreat. So he took a deep breath, mobilized all his strength, and punched the target in front of him with all his might. Bang! The target made a dull sound and then shook violently back and forth. Call. Lu Wentao slowly exhaled a breath. He was quite satisfied with this punch. There shouldn't be any problem getting into the top 3,000. The punch force is 476 kilograms. Very good performance. The voice reappeared, first announcing the power of this attack in a high-pitched voice, and then said in a slightly depressed voice. But unfortunately, your punching power ranks behind 100,000. After 10, 100, 000. Lu Wentao was completely shocked. Isn't there only more than 4,000 students in the entire Magic City University of Supernatural Powers? However, he quickly realized that this punching power list not only counts the current students, but also includes students from previous years. The Magic City University of Supernatural Powers has been established for hundreds of years and enrolls more than 1,000 students every year. Cumulatively speaking, that's more than 100,000 students. What a joke. No wonder everyone is looking at me, it turns out they're waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Lu Wentao finally reacted and felt his cheeks burning. He walked down in shame. After the 100,000th place, it makes me laugh to death. When I was a freshman, my score wasn't that low. Look at the little guy, his face is as red as a monkey's butt, he must be a freshman. The entire training hall was filled with joyful discussions because of Lu Wentao's performance. Ming, do you want to go up and give it a try? You will definitely be better than me if you go up. Lu Wentao, who couldn't stand the gossip, quickly encouraged Su Jingming, who was standing beside him. It's better for two people to be embarrassed than for one person, right? Okay, I'll go up and try too. Su Jingming did not refuse when he heard this. The purpose of his coming here was to test his physical strength, and punching power is also a part of physical strength. Besides, he wanted to see it too. With my current strength, where can I rank among all the geniuses gathered in this place since the establishment of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers? Welcome, Su Jingming, student number 203701204, is starting a boxing challenge. Please cheer for him. When Su Jingming swiped his student ID, the same high-pitched voice rang out again. Hey, someone else has started a challenge. It seems to be the companion of the men just now. TSK, this one's strength is even lower, it seems to be only the lower level of the first rank. First order lower position. It's hard to say whether your punching power is 400 kilograms or not. Not surprisingly, the audience was not optimistic about Su Jingming, who was only at the lower level of the first rank. However, Su Jingming at the central level was not affected at all and took a deep breath. Afterwards, all of Su Jingming's energy and blood were mobilized to the limit. Keep your body straight, use your waist to exert force, and use your waist to drive your arms to twist. With this force, the fist turned into a black phantom like an arrow shot from a bow, smashing hard into the target in front of it. Bang! A deafening sound like a heavy hammer falling rang out in the hall, followed by loud cheers. Punching force of 4,589 kilograms. Peak punching force. Congratulations, you broke the record. Punching force of 4,589 kilograms. Peak punching force. Congratulations, you broke the record. The high-pitched voice echoed in the hall. At the same time, golden light burst out from the first pillar in the center of the hall. Su Jingming's name, as if the Supreme Being had descended, shimmered with golden light and ranked first. Due to the appearance of Su Jingming, the names of other people on the entire list began to fluctuate like waves, and their rankings decreased one by one. First place, Su Jingming, punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Second place, Luo Yang, punching power, 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Chen Dehai, punching power, 4,122 kilograms. This sudden scene made those who originally wanted to laugh at Su Jingming. Like a duck with its neck strangled, he lost his voice in an instant. For a moment, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. The record for the highest punching power has been broken. Suddenly, a word coming from somewhere echoed in the hall, and it made everyone react. Immediately, the whole audience started to discuss heatedly. The punching power record was actually broken. More than 4,500 kilograms, is this the kind of punching power a human can produce? You can beat me into a pulp with just one punch, and you tell me this is a freshman. You know. Thunder Martial Arts School was built since the establishment of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. It can be said that Thunder Martial Arts School has witnessed the historical changes of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. The 5 ranking lists on the 3rd floor of Thunder Martial Arts School have accumulated the boxing power data of more than 100,000 students from the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. The top 1,000 people on any of these lists would have been leaders of their time. It is also because of this that the higher the ranking record, the more difficult it is to break. It has been almost 10 years since the record on the first pillar was broken. And now, the peak punching power record of a first-level psychic has finally been broken again. Moreover, it was broken by a freshman who was only at the lower level of the first rank. How could this not shock and surprise them? Many people quickly took out their mobile phones and took pictures of Su Jingming in the center, recording this historic moment. In addition, many people couldn't wait to share this news with their friends and teachers. It was even posted directly on the student forum of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. In the hall, some people also suspected that Su Jingming had cheated by using his supernatural powers or combat skills. After all, pure physical strength reaching more than 4,500 kilograms of punching power is indeed too amazing. However, this statement was quickly denied by others. The punch strength tester in the center of the hall is controlled by the school's artificial intelligence EVA. And it is a sub-body that has reached the first-level artificial intelligence standard. If cheating occurs, the results would have been invalidated and would not be notified at all. Speaking of which, this Su Jingming is only at the lower level of the first rank. It is still far from reaching the peak of the first level. Does that mean this record will be broken? A sentence that came out of nowhere in the crowd instantly sparked a heated discussion. Yes, Su Jingming is so powerful even though he is only at the lower level of the first rank. Wouldn't it be even more powerful when you reach the middle or upper first level? You know. The top 10 people who had left their names on the first pillar were all those who had reached the peak of the first level and could not break through anymore. But Su Jingming is completely different. No one knows where his limit is. On the other side, Lu Wentao was dumbfounded listening to the discussions of people around him. I originally thought that if Su Jingming also went up to embarrass himself, then my previous result would not be too noticeable. But who would have thought that Su Jingming was so powerful that he broke the record held by more than 100,000 people with just one punch? Now, he seemed like a clown even more than 100,000 people away. Brother, you are really my brother. Looking at Su Jingming walking down, Lu Wentao was completely convinced. Brother Ming, I will follow you from now on. I will go wherever you say to go. It's not that exaggerated. Su Jingming smiled and shook his head. In fact, this punch was indeed beyond his expectations. Originally, he guessed that it would be around 3,500 kilograms at most. I didn't expect it to be more than 1,000 kilograms more. It seems that the Thunder Tyrannosaurus and I are indeed more compatible. Su Jingming nodded secretly, then looked at the staff next to him. There will be credits for breaking records, right? The female staff member was still a little confused at this time. Seeing the handsome face so close, she came back to her senses and said with a blushing face. Of course there is. There is a 400 credit reward for breaking the record. It should have been credited to your account by now. Su Jingming took out his cell phone and saw that there was a reminder of credits arriving. In addition to the 200 credits given as a gift from senior brother Lu Ming at Teacher Yang's villa, and the 100 basic credits issued by the school. He already has almost 700 credits in his student account. Great. If I break the record again next time, can I still get credits? Su Jingming put away his phone and said eagerly. You can only get credits once for breaking the record. However, the staff responded negatively. This made him feel a little pity. His strength is still far from reaching the peak of the first level, and he will definitely break the record of a section of psychics many times in the future. But there are 4 other pillars, corresponding to the 2nd to 5th levels of psychics. The same goes for breaking the records on these pillars later. Su Jingming smiled slightly and had already thought of a way to earn credits. At this time, the senior brothers and sisters in the hall, whose emotions had calmed down, came over one by one with smiles on their faces. Su Shuiyi, this is your first time in this martial arts gym, right? Come, I will teach you how to use the equipment. Brother Su, nice to meet you. I'm Wang Jie, a junior. You can call me Brother Jie. Junior, our club is short of people. Why don't you consider joining our club? There are a lot of girls in our club. The punching power ranking list, although it only reflects physical strength, cannot reflect the strength of superpowers and the power of combat skills. But his punching power is so high, how could other aspects be bad? Besides, those who can make it into the top 10 in the punching power ranking are all amazing talents that appear only once every few years. What's more, Su Jingming directly broke the record and became the first. Those who can be admitted to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers are not fools. What are you waiting for if you don't make friends with this junior who has unlimited potential? But when Su Jingming saw this scene, he felt a little tingling on his scalp. He didn't dare to stay in the public training hall any longer, so he quickly ran away with Lu Wentao. We also found a separate training room to conduct the remaining strength tests. However, what he didn't know was news that the record for the punching power of a first-level psychic has been broken. Like a whirlwind, it quickly swept across the entire campus. Many people know that among this year's freshmen, there is a tough guy named Su Jingming. With a punch force of over 4,500 kilograms, my junior brother's physical strength is truly exaggerated and terrifying. In a student villa, senior brother Lu Ming looked at the posts on the school forum on his mobile phone and couldn't help but marvel at them. Back then, he also challenged the boxing power ranking list. At that time, he was a first-level superior psychic, at the first level of the Thunder Indestructible body. However, he only punched with a force of more than 3,500 kilograms. Compared with the current Su Jingming, the difference is not small at all. Qiuyun, look, this guy is so handsome. In the library, Song Qiuyun, who was browsing a book on martial arts secrets, was stopped by her roommate Qi Dongxia in a low voice. At the same time, a mobile phone was handed to him. On the mobile phone, a young man stood tall under the spotlight, with a pillar in front of him shining. The young man was tall, with a resolute face, and his eyes were distinctly black and white, and slightly cold. Is it him? Song Qiuyun recognized at a glance that the other person was the boy she had just spotted on the road, who seemed to have the aura of a ferocious beast. So his name is Su Jingming, and he seems to be quite strong. This is a post on the school forum, and it's quite popular. However, after reading all the content, Song Qiuyun's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. In this case, that strange aura of a ferocious beast was not her illusion. But how does he produce that aura? Song Qiuyun looked at the figure in the picture, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Su Jingming. So you've come to the Magic City too? This time, I want to take back all the honor that belongs to me. Inside the villa, a young man looked at the figure in the picture with some resentment. If it weren't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have missed the chance to be the top scholar in Jiangnan province and become the laughingstock of Ning'an City. After entering the individual training room, Su Jingming underwent a series of strength tests that focused on physical strength. It turned out that after possessing the immortal thunder, his physical strength had been terribly improved. The skin's defense is comparable to that of E-grade alloy, achieving the ordinary sense of being invulnerable to swords and guns. He tried to make a wound on his skin, but it healed within just a few breaths. Strong defense and recovery speed, worthy of being an S-level bodybuilding skill. Su Jingming's eyes lit up slightly. With this kind of physique, as long as you don't do anything too reckless, your life will hardly be in danger. In addition, he found that his height had increased from 1.86 meters to 1.89 meters. The weight was even more exaggerated, soaring from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. However, there was no change in his appearance, except that his bone density increased and his muscles became tighter. If it were in the previous life, this physical fitness would definitely be considered as a little Superman. Su Jingming is very satisfied with his current situation. In addition, I am also fortunate to have such a good teacher. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a huge improvement in just a few days. The strength test is complete. I'll go to the library later. Thanks to the S-level authority granted to him by the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, all the books in the library are open to him for free. Su Jingming has long coveted the collection of books owned by the top university, the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. After leaving the room, he found Lu Wentao in the training room next door and left the Thunder Martial Arts School together. Brother Ming, do you know that there are many posts about you on the school forum now? On the way, Lu Wentao said excitedly, there are many others who are clamoring to challenge you. Just now in the training room, he did other things besides training. I also checked my phone for a while during the break and naturally saw the posts on the school forum. Challenging me. Su Jingming raised his eyebrows slightly. The martial arts style of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers is quite strong. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, these people want to step on him and achieve their own fame. However, Su Jingming had no interest in such a battle invitation. Wentao, are you going to the combat skills library? At the fork in the road, Su Jingming asked Lu Wentao. I just went once yesterday, so I won't go today. Okay, then you go back first. Su Jingming nodded, and after parting with Lu Wentao, he walked straight towards the library. There are two libraries in the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. One is an ordinary library, which contains history and cultural books. The other is a combat skills library, which contains numerous combat skills and supernatural power training methods for various types of supernatural powers. Su Jingming went to the second library. As one of the most important places in the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, the Combat Skills Library was built majestically. It stands there like a small mountain, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Moreover, the entire Combat Skills Library is somewhat like a mirage and looks somewhat unreal. It is rumored that the entire Combat Skills Library is under the control of a vice president of our school who possesses space-related abilities. It seems to be true. This was a piece of information that Su Jingming accidentally discovered when he was searching for library information through EVA. If anything goes wrong, the entire Combat Skills Library will exist independently of this space. Without the corresponding means, even a 9th-level martial saint would not be able to forcibly seize the originals of these precious secret books. Drop. After swiping his student ID at the door, the tightly closed door opened and Su Jingming stepped in. On the first floor of the library is a large hall. There is only one reception desk in the lobby. Su Jingming came to the front desk and was about to ask how to look up the combat secrets. The female teacher behind the front desk stood up directly with a gentle smile on her face. S-level student Su Jingming, welcome to the Combat Skills Library. Is there anything I can help you with? The female teacher had a good-looking face and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, looking like a Chinese teacher in a middle school. However, the faint aura that emanated from them indicated that they were all at least 4th-level psychics. You know me. Su Jingming was a little surprised. Even if he just broke the record, he shouldn't be so famous, right? Even the teacher in the library knows himself. Students with S-level permissions can freely browse all combat techniques in the library and are special permission holders. So when you swipe your student ID at the door, I already have a notification on my end. The female teacher had a beautiful smile on her face and her attitude was very friendly, even respectful. It sounds a bit far-fetched that a 4th-level psychic is respectful to a 1st-level psychic. But this is not the case for the female teacher herself. After all, having S-level authority means that the other party has endless potential. As long as they don't die young, they will at least be master-level psychics in the future. She had almost exhausted all her potential just by reaching the 4th level of psychic power. Such a respectful attitude can be considered a gesture of goodwill in a sense. The previous admissions director Zhang Chaoyang was like this, and the same is true for this female teacher. So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded suddenly, and then asked. I want to see the combat skills of lightning-related supernatural powers. Which floor should I go to check it out? Combat skills below level B are all in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. As for combat skills above level B, they are kept secret because they are too precious. You need to make an online selection in the reading room on the 4th floor before you can check the secret book. The female teacher explained patiently. Then I'll go straight to the reading room. Su Jingming nodded. Since he can look up more advanced combat skills, he will naturally not learn low-level combat skills. Okay, reading room 403 on the 4th floor has been opened to you. You just need to swipe your student ID card on the sensor at the door to enter. After operating on the computer for a while, the female teacher said. Afterwards, Su Jingming, led by a staff member nearby, took the elevator to the 4th floor. Somewhat similar to the student dormitories in the previous life, the reading rooms on the 4th floor are made up of individual rooms. It's just that the decoration is more refined and has a peculiar classical charm. After going up to the 4th floor and walking for a while, a room marked 403 appeared in front of Su Jingming. Drop. I swiped my student ID card at the sensor at the door and the door opened. There is a sub-body of the artificial intelligence Eva built into the room, and you can ask her if you need anything. After selecting the combat skills online, click confirm and we will send you the original cheats. In addition, since combat manuals above level B are extremely valuable, please be careful when reading them. After the staff member repeated the precautions one last time, he turned and left. Su Jingming also walked into the room. The reading room is not very big, only about 20 square meters. There were tables and chairs in the middle, and in the center of the table was the familiar spherical shape projected by the artificial intelligence Eva. S-level student Su Jingming, what combat skills do you need to look up? Eva shook her head and took the initiative to speak. Lightning system, all combat skills above B level. Su Jingming didn't hesitate and directly stated his request. Okay. The little ball nodded humanely. Then, the name of Secret Mommy's combat skill and a brief introduction to it appeared on the holographic projection nearby. Wanlao Tian Lion, SSS level with lightning power as the core, it creates a thunderstorm area with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this combat skill is only available to those with lightning ability of level B or above and level 5 or above. Thunder God's Wrath, SS level thunder that sends down divine punishment, extremely powerful. Note, this combat skill is only available to those with lightning ability of level B or above and level 4 or above. Thunder Abyss, SS level open up the Thunder Abyss and seal a certain place with thunder. Note, this combat skill is only available to those with lightning ability of level B or above and level 4 or above. SSS level combat skills, and SS level combat skills. As expected of a top university, the combat skills secrets included are so rich. Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he watched. It's just a pity that SSS level and SS level combat skills are too powerful. The amount of supernatural power required to release it once is also terrifying. Low-level psychics, even if they drain all their psychic powers, are unable to release them once. Even the S-level combat skills have relatively lower requirements. They also need to reach the second or third level and possess C-level or above abilities before they can learn. Su Jingming drooled at the advanced combat skills on the list, but he had no way to learn them. I had no choice but to quickly scroll down the list and browse to the place where there were A-level combat skills. Compared with advanced combat skills, the requirements for these A-level and B-level combat skills are not that high. Any first-level psychic can learn it, and the psychic requirement is only D-level or above. Su Jingming browsed through the combat skills on the holographic projection. At the same time, he took out the list of fighting skills that Teacher Yang had given him some time ago and compared them with each other. However, after just browsing for a while, he found that the list of combat skills given to him by Teacher Yang was indeed very suitable for him. Having a good teacher saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would take a lot of energy just to choose the fighting skills to learn. Combat skills are generally divided into offensive, defensive, physical, auxiliary, and bodybuilding types. Combining various combat skills together, just like playing arcade games, can achieve a similar control chain effect. If there is no one to guide you, it will take a lot of effort to develop a set of combat skills that suits you. And if you want to learn a combat skill, it takes a lot of time. Once you choose the wrong fighting skills, you will find out after you have learned it, but it will be too late. But Su Jingming is different. With the list of combat skills provided by Teacher Yang, it is equivalent to having obtained the strategy to pass the level. In addition, Mr. Yang's combat skills list provides at least 2 combat skills of different categories. This allows Su Jingming to make the best choice based on his own situation. In this way, Su Jingming spent more than half an hour selecting 4 combat skills. They are the attack-type Thunder Spear and Chain Thunder Gun, the body movement-type Thunder Flash, and the auxiliary-type Thunder Prison. These 4 combat skills, without exception, are all A-level combat skills. The relevant introduction is also described very clearly in the list in front. Thunder Spear, Level A, gathers thunder, condenses it into a spear and throws it out. Chained Thunder Spear, Level A, a spear with thunder attached to it will continuously stab the enemy's vital points. During the stabbing process, the thunder will continue to accumulate in the enemy's body and explode at the end of the combat skill. Lightning Flash, Level A, a burst of thunder, advancing a certain distance in a certain direction. Thunder Prison, Level A, condense a prison of thunder to lock the enemy in place. Among the 4 combat skills, the Lightning Spear belongs to the long-range attack type, and the Chain Lightning Spear belongs to the strong attack type, which can cause a lot of damage in a short period of time. Lightning Flash is an offensive-type physical combat skill that can instantly close the distance between you and the enemy in battle. As for the last Thunder Prison, it can lock the enemy in place, making it impossible to escape. With these 4 fighting skills combined together, plus my strong physique, I have almost no flaws in battle. Su Jingming nodded with satisfaction and clicked confirm. It has been detected that the 4 combat skills you selected are all A-level combat skills, and the average learning time for each combat skill is 6 months. The total period is as long as 2 years, and the learning time is too long. It is recommended that you reasonably combine it with other low-level combat skills. After discovering that the fighting skills chosen by Su Jingming were all very difficult to learn A-level fighting skills, Eva issued a warning. In fact, A-level combat skills not only have a long learning cycle, but also consume a lot of supernatural powers. Most psychics would choose to equip their skills with lower-level B or C-level combat skills. But Su Jingming is the exception. There are more than 2,000 ability points on his system panel. For him, learning combat skills is just a matter of adding points, and there is no time cost at all. In this case, of course we should choose a more powerful combat technique. As for the high consumption of supernatural powers, this is not a big problem. Once his level is raised later, the problem will be solved naturally. No need to change, that's it. Okay, wait a moment. Eva didn't wait long after her voice fell. The staff then brought 4 martial arts secrets manuals, then respectfully closed the door and left. 4 A-level combat manuals. Looking at the 4 secret books on the table, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel emotional. In the outside world, a D-level combat skill book costs hundreds of thousands of daxia coins. For example, his previous Lightning Gale Break was a D-level combat skill. C-level and B-level combat skills are priced at millions or even tens of millions. It's even harder to find a way to buy more advanced A-level combat skills. And now, 4 A-level combat secrets books were lying quietly in front of him, but he didn't need to pay any price. This is a top university. The educational resources it possesses are simply unmatched by other schools. After expressing his emotion, Su Jingming flipped through 4 martial arts secret books one by one. As A-level combat skills, the content of these secret books regarding supernatural powers and the use of qi and blood is extremely profound. Even the words carry the creator's artistic conception and aura. Artistic conception is something mysterious but real. For example, just by looking at the sword marks, you can feel the state of mind of the swordsman. Either fierce or resolute. These secret books also contain this kind of artistic conception. It is also because of this that many A-level combat skills can only be learned through the original. The copied copy is impossible to learn from because it has lost the artistic conception. This is also why the Combat Skills Library preserves the original Combat Skills Manual so carefully. It's worthy of being an A-level combat skill. This way of using supernatural powers is simply fantastic. 4 hours later, Su Jingming closed the last martial arts secret book and slowly exhaled. He has already gained a preliminary understanding of the contents of these 4 combat skills. Following the normal steps, the next step is to continue practicing diligently until you have thoroughly mastered this fighting skill. However, that is for ordinary people. But it was different for Su Jingming. Deep Blue. Add some more. PowerPoints -200, Thunder Spear, primary. PowerPoints -200, Chain Lightning Gun, primary. PowerPoints -200, Lightning Flash, basic. PowerPoints -200, Thunder Prison, basic. As the points were added, the obscure contents of the 4 combat skills were fully understood. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. The 4 A-level combat skills that originally took 2 years to learn were all mastered by Su Jingming. And his system panel is also brand new. Name Su Jingming. Level, lower level 1, plus. Superpower, Purple Thunder, S. Physique, 391 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 289 Hz, plus. Skills, Gunmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Spear, Elementary plus, A-level Chain Lightning Spear, Elementary plus, Lightning Flash, Elementary plus, Thunder Prison, Elementary plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced Plus. Bodybuilding, Thunder Immortal Body, First Level Plus. Power Points, 1434. The ability points on the system panel were reduced by half, which made Su Jingming feel a little painful. The 4 A-level combat skills he obtained in exchange would undoubtedly be of great help in improving his strength. With so many fighting skills, I wonder which lucky person will be the first to experience the power of my fighting skills. A malicious smile of expectation appeared on Su Jingming's face. Of course, if the opponent is too weak, he might not even have time to wait for him to unleash a whole set of combos and would be killed on the spot. Let's go back to the villa and try it out later to see how much energy this set of combat skills consumes. The combat skills secrets on the desktop will be automatically collected by the staff. So Su Jingming got up and left the reading room without packing up. When I walked into the lobby on the first floor, I received respectful greetings from the female teacher again. With a smile on his face, Su Jingming walked out of the combat skills library. I took out my phone and saw that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I was so immersed in the secret book that I even forgot to eat lunch. But it's not a big deal. After dinner, I'll go back to the dormitory to practice my combat skills. After Su Jingming left the combat skills library, he went to the cafeteria to have dinner before returning to the student villa. Brother Ming, a teacher just came to inform us that there will be a freshman meeting at playground number 1 at 9 a.m. tomorrow. In addition, a large group of freshmen was established. When Su Jingming walked through the living room on the first floor, Lu Wentao jumped over from the sofa. He handed over the phone, on which there was a QR code for a group called Magic City Supernatural University 2037 Freshman Group. Okay, I understand. Su Jingming took out his mobile phone and added the group. There are quite a lot of people in the group, with a total of 613 people, and the number is still increasing. The top announcement is the freshman meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. On the chat interface, there are many new chats. I went to the combat library today, and guess what? I have A-level permissions, and I can read all combat manuals of A-level and below for free. That's cool. But I have B-level clearance, so can I only read secret books below B-level? What a coincidence, I'm also a B-level. I'm not the only one with C-level clearance, am I? Don't worry, it seems that the authority can be upgraded. I should be told about it at the freshman meeting tomorrow. It was similar to the college freshman group in my previous life, and all the topics discussed in the group were school-related. Su Jingming took a look, wasn't very interested, and walked straight up the stairs. Lu Wentao seemed very interested in this and kept chatting on his mobile phone on the sofa. At the same time, he kept saying, "By the way, Brother Ming, didn't you go to the combat skills library this afternoon? What level of combat skills did you choose in the end?" For A-level combat skills. Su Jingming's answer on the stairs made Lu Wentao slightly stunned. A-level combat skills. Or 4. If I have to learn all of this, wouldn't it be until my sophomore or junior year? As expected of Brother Ming. He doesn't follow the usual path. Lu Wentao subconsciously gave a thumbs up, and then asked curiously. You can browse A-level combat skills, so Brother Ming, you have A-level authority. It's not A-level, it's S-level. After saying this, Su Jingming had already walked up to the second floor and his figure disappeared on the stairs. Only Lu Wentao was left on the sofa, confused. S-level. Our school actually has higher authority than A-level. Lu Wentao joined the large group of freshmen after a teacher came to visit him shortly after he returned to the dormitory in the afternoon. After joining the freshman group, he has been chatting and gained a lot of information. First of all, every student who registers at school will have a level of authority. The level of authority determines how many basic credits you can get. For example, if he has A-level authority, he can get 60 credits. Through his silent statistics in the freshman group, he found that most people had B-level or C-level permissions. Only a few people have A-level authority, so they subconsciously believe that A-level is the highest authority a student can obtain. However, no one expected that Su Jingming actually had the amazing S-level authority. Why is this so? The other provincial champions I know only have A-level authority. Lu Wentao couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Su Jingming from upstairs also entered the training room. He held a gray-white 2-meter-long spear in his hand. His original F-class obsidian gun was almost scrapped by the time the Military Science College entrance examination was over. Therefore, he did not bring it to the Magic City. This gray spear is a practice gun stored in the training room, and the metal strength is not even F grade. The weight is pitifully light, only 20 kilograms. But he couldn't find any other alternative at the moment, so he had to make do with it. It's okay, it's just a test of fighting skills, not a real battle. After the training is over, I can go to the school mall to see if there is a spear that suits me. If there is one, buy it as soon as possible. Ever since reporting to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, Su Jingming has been very busy. On the first day of enrollment, he went to Yang Zhentian to become his apprentice, and learned the method of training supernatural powers and bodybuilding combat skills. The next day, I went to teacher Yang to build my foundation. It took me 5 days to build my foundation, and I only woke up today. It is also because of this that he has not yet purchased his battle uniform and weapons. The first thing to try is the chain thunder gun. Su Jingming stood tall in the center of the training room, the blue-purple Zixiao Divine Thunder quietly covering the gray-white spear held in his right hand. The next moment, the spear turned into countless phantoms, with flashes of lightning, and stabbed out one after another. Crackling. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the gun shadow lasted for almost 2 seconds, and finally ended with an upward sweep. Buzz. The sharp spear tip wrapped in lightning was still swinging violently with a small amplitude after the gun barrel came to rest. The energy consumption is not bad, it's only about 1/8. Su Jingming made a silent estimate. As for the power, it cannot be determined due to the lack of testing equipment. But judging from the aura of the released combat skills alone, it is more than enough to instantly kill a second-level bloodthirsty violent bear in its prime. Next, it's the Thunder Prison. In this way, Su Jingming tested the 4 new A-level combat skills he had mastered. The energy consumption of the attack-type chain lightning guns and lightning spears is slightly higher. Each release consumes almost 1/8 of the purple sky divine thunder. Thunder Prison is slightly better, consuming only 1/10 of the supernatural power. As for the lightning flash that involves physical movement, the consumption is even lower, requiring only 1/20th of the supernatural power. It seems that even if I fully unleash a set of combat skills, the maximum consumption of my supernatural power is only about 2/5, which is within an acceptable range. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. The training spear in his hand was penetrated by the purple sky divine thunder for a long time. It had already turned slightly red, as if it had been placed on charcoal fire. If an ordinary person held it, his skin would have been burned. However, Su Jingming showed no signs of abnormality. He casually placed his spear on the weapon rack and went to the kitchen refrigerator to get a bottle of cold drink. That's right, the villa has a kitchen, and it's on both the upper and lower floors. But most students don't choose to cook for themselves. Eva, open the school mall and search for guns. Okay. Su Jingming sat on the sofa, drinking an iced drink while browsing the mall interface projected by Eva. Gun weapons. F-class meteorite gun, 0.45 credits/kg, starting from 10 kilograms. F-class obsidian gun, 0.49 credits/kg, starting from 10 kilograms. F-class light gun, 0.42 credits/kg, minimum purchase, 5 kilograms. E-level meteorite gun, 1.11 credits/kg, starting from 10 kilograms. E-level obsidian gun, 1.13 credits/kg, minimum purchase, 10 kilograms. E-level light gun, 0.97 credits/kg, minimum purchase, 5 kilograms. D-class meteorite gun, 2.45 credits/kg, starting from 10 kilograms. D-level obsidian gun, 2.58 credits/kg, minimum purchase, 10 kilograms. D-level light gun, 2.32 credits/kg, minimum purchase, 5 kilograms. Hey, the weight of weapons in the mall can actually be determined freely. Su Jingming raised his eyebrows, but the price is about the same as outside. His original obsidian gun weighed 50 kilograms and sold for 270,000 yuan. When converted, it is about the same price as in the school mall.
As for the weight of the spear that is suitable for his use, Su Jingming had already tried it out at the Lei Ting Martial Arts School in the afternoon. 210 kilograms is the most suitable range for him to use. It has a certain weight, so it doesn't feel light when wielded, and it can also be drawn out very quickly. In that case, we'll still need the obsidian gun, but this time we'll use an E-grade alloy and increase the weight. Su Jingming quickly filled in the weight he needed on the holographic projection. And the credits required to purchase such a 210 kilogram spear are as high as 237 points. Of course, this is also because he has a strong physique and the weapons he needs to use are too heavy. An ordinary first-level psychic only needs to spend 60 or 70 credits to use a 60 or 70 kilogram weapon. After choosing the weapon, Su Jingming selected a set of E-level combat uniform worth 70 credits and E-level combat boots worth 10 credits. These equipment totaled 317 credits after Su Jingming chose to pay. The credits on his student account suddenly shrank by half, leaving only 382.6 credits. The purchase was successful. The weapons and uniforms will be delivered to the dormitory tomorrow. Please check them carefully. Eva's cute reminder sounded in the living room. I've picked out my equipment. Let's take a break and then continue training. Su Jingming picked up the iced drink and took another sip. Although he has the system, he is not lazy because of it. It's still early now, just a little after 7 in the afternoon. In addition to training, you can also practice methods to cultivate your supernatural powers. The whole evening could be said to be arranged clearly. The next day, 8:20 in the morning. Su Jingming, who had completed more than an hour of training on the second floor and had washed up, walked downstairs wearing short-sleeved shirt and long pants. But he found that Lu Wentao, who was sitting on the sofa on the first floor, had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. What? Did you chat with the girl all night last night? Su Jingming sat down on the sofa with a smile and patted Lu Wentao on the shoulder. Brother Ming. Lu Wentao's eyes lit up, and then he asked in a somewhat hurried tone. Brother Ming, why do you have S-level authority? Last night I stayed up all night looking up the information of top scorers from other provinces, and I feel that the performance you showed in the college entrance examination is not that different. After saying that, he reacted and quickly added, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. Is this why you didn't sleep well? Su Jingming smiled, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the purple thunder that faintly emitted terrifying energy fluctuations danced at his fingertips. There's nothing wrong with that. The reason is simple, because I have S-level abilities. S-level superpower. Lu Wentao's eyes widened. No wonder the school only gave Su Jingming S-level authority. It turns out to be an S-level ability. In addition, he just remembered that the other party was only an awakener during the military college entrance examination. The power of that thunder was indeed too strong. If it is an S-level ability, then it can be explained. But he was a little confused and asked. Why didn't you tell me yesterday when we first met? You didn't ask. Su Jingming spread his hands and said innocently. He had no intention of hiding his special abilities. It's just that because of those articles on the internet, many people still mistakenly believe that he only has E-level superpowers. Even if there is a mutation of superpowers, I would not think in the direction of S-level superpowers. Okay, the freshman meeting starts at 9 o'clock. It's almost time. Let's go. Su Jingming did not continue teasing Lu Wentao. He stood up and left the villa with him. There are 4 playgrounds in the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. The place where the freshman meeting is held is exactly on playground number 1. When Su Jingming and Lu Wentao entered the playground, there were already quite a few people there. However, because they had not yet been divided into colleges and classes, everyone did not know each other. Most of them chat in pairs without disturbing each other. In the crowd, Su Jingming also found Song Qiuyun, whom he had seen outside the dormitory yesterday. She was staying with her roommate at the time. Song Qiuyun's appearance is already top-notch, and coupled with her impressive figure, it is not an exaggeration to call her a goddess. On the playground, many male students were attracted by her attention. There are also some female students who looked at some sensitive parts, and after comparing them secretly, they showed expressions of great envy. At this moment, Song Qiuyun suddenly turned around and met Su Jingming's eyes.
What a keen perception. Su Jingming was startled, but didn't feel embarrassed. He nodded slightly at Song Chuyun and then looked away. Su Jingming. Song Chuyun on the opposite side couldn't help but blink when she saw this. When an ordinary boy is caught peeking, he will either lower his head in embarrassment, or they would quickly turn their heads, look away, and pretend to be looking at the scenery in the distance. Only Su Jingming not only had no reaction, but even looked at him for a while longer and nodded at him. What a peculiar boy, Song Chuyun thought to herself. Next to him, his roommate Chi Dongxia also noticed Su Jingming's arrival and her eyes lit up. It's Su Jingming. He looks even more handsome than in the photo. Su Jingming's appearance was not bad to begin with, and he was about 1.89 meters tall. Among so many people, he stands out like a crane among chickens. Coupled with the aura of the origin of thunder bestowed upon him by the S-level supernatural power Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he looks even more mysterious. This is definitely a man that countless girls admire. So, except Chi Dongxia. The other girls present also had their eyes sparkling with excitement after seeing Su Jingming. Su Jingming is here. He was the one who broke the school record yesterday. Sure enough, he is also a freshman. Su Jingming seems to be the top scholar in Jiangnan province. He is very powerful. The news that the record of Magic City University of supernatural powers that had been held for more than 10 years was broken yesterday went viral on the forum. As a result, most of the freshmen present knew Su Jingming. So, after Su Jingming appeared, pairs of eyes looked over at him. There are various emotions in these gazes. There is the admiration and enthusiasm of young girls, as well as the solemnity of male classmates facing the strong. Of course, there is also a lot of contempt and disdain. But no matter what emotion he had, Su Jingming was absolutely the focus of attention at this moment. However, at this moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Su Jingming. I, Lei Zhou, want to challenge you. Accompanied by a sudden sound, a group of 4 people walked out from the crowd. The young man in the lead was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a white t-shirt and white trousers. He is thin, but exudes a faint sense of danger. The 3 people around him were either of strong build or had carefree smiles. The aura on their bodies is at least above the middle level of the first rank, and they all look very fierce. The young man in white shirt and white pants at the head was Lei Zhou, who was a student of the No. 1 high school in Ning'an City, Jiangnan Province, and ranked 2nd in the Jiangnan Province Military College entrance examination. Su Jingming. Lei Zhou had a look of resentment on his face. Both of his parents are 4th-level psychics, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. At the age of 16, he awakened the elemental fire-type A-level supernatural power, Senran Yehua. From then on, he soared to fame and became a hot talent in Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. He crushed all the geniuses in the city along the way, and in just 2 years, he advanced from an awakener to a first-level superior psychic. He has become the most popular candidate to win the Jiangnan Province Wuka College entrance examination this year. And he did not disappoint expectations, scoring over 9,300 points in the Wuhan University College entrance examination. You know, the highest score in Jiangnan Province in previous years was only 8,800 or 8,900 points. With his score of over 9,300, he can be said to have secured himself the title of Provincial No. 1. However, just when he thought that he had secured the title of Provincial Top Scholar, the Municipal Education Bureau and his family were preparing a celebratory banquet. Su Jingming suddenly emerged and won the top spot in Jiangnan Province with a total score of more than 11,000 points. More importantly, Su Jingming actually came from Jiangqing in the impoverished northern part of Jiangnan Province. You know, Ning'an City, as the capital of Jiangnan Province, receives the most educational resources from the province every year. However, this time the provincial top scholar appeared in Jiangqing, which has the least resources. As a result, rumors spread in Ning'an City that the Ning'an City Education Bureau was a good-for-nothing and was not even as good as Jiangqing, a remote prefecture-level city. For this reason, the Ning'an Municipal Education Bureau was under tremendous pressure. He, who was once the pride of Ning'an City, suddenly fell into the mortal world. However, when he studied Su Jingming's military college entrance examination video, he found that the strength of the two of them was actually not much different. Su Jingming got more than 2,000 points because he killed all the ferocious beasts in the core area. In Ning'an City, the candidates are all very strong, and the ferocious beasts in the core area are all snatched away, leaving nothing for others. Therefore, he has always been brooding over this matter. If he had taken the college entrance examination in Jiangcheng, he might have scored more than 10,000 points and won the provincial top spot. Therefore, after discovering that Su Jingming was also at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, Lei Zhou wanted to issue a challenge invitation. The purpose is to step on Su Jingming. Prove to the people of Ning'an City and the entire Jiangnan province that it was not because of him, but because of the test location. In fact, he had already sent out several challenge invitations on the school forum yesterday. But there has been no response. That's why he would challenge me to a fight face-to-face at this freshman convention. Lei Zhou, I know him. He was the second in the Jiangnan province's martial arts college entrance examination. The second place challenged the first place. Interesting. There are rumors on the internet that the top scorer in Jiangnan province seems to have taken advantage of the exam location. The difference in strength between the two is actually not that big. Lei Zhou might even be stronger. So that's how it is. No wonder Lei Zhou couldn't wait to initiate the challenge. He wants to prove himself. Among the onlookers, there were also students from Jiangnan province who recognized Lei Zhou's identity. He acted as a science popularizer and explained things to people around him. Su Jingming also learned the whole story from the fragmentary words of the onlookers. But even so, he did not intend to accept the invitation to fight, and shook his head to refuse. Sorry, I'm not interested. Before he advanced to become a psychic, he still had some desire to fight. But now he has been promoted to a first-level lower-level psychic, and has even cultivated an S-level thunder immortal body and mastered 4 A-level combat skills. It can be said that if he fights with Lei Zhou, it would almost be like an adult fighting a child. Even if I win, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Haha, not interested. I wonder if you are afraid of our brother Lei. Everyone on the school forum is saying that you are the most talented person our school has seen in more than a decade. I think you are nothing special. Forget it, brother Lei. There's no need to argue with a man like him. Before Lei Zhou could say anything, several people around him started talking in a sarcastic tone. Don't talk nonsense, Su Jingming is not that kind of person. Lei Zhou pretended to be angry and shouted, then said with a fake smile. Su Jingming, I remember your aunt's family seemed to be in the business of exotic flowers and plants, right? It just so happens that our family is currently your sister-in-law's largest purchaser, and we still owe your family a large sum of money for goods. If the payment for the goods is not made on time, your aunt's family might be in trouble. The so-called exotic flowers and plants are natural treasures that embody the essence of heaven and earth. They can only be collected in the wilderness area, and each exotic flower and herb has special effects. Either it can strengthen the qi and blood, or it can strengthen the mental strength. It is of great use to people with special abilities, and many of them are willing to pay a high price to buy it. Therefore, there are many businesses doing this kind of business across the country. After the results of the martial arts college entrance examination were announced, Lei Zhou discovered that Su Jingming had a good relationship with his aunt Su Qingwan. So he asked his family to place a large order with Su Wanqing's company, and only gave a deposit without paying the balance. If the other party wants to sue and drags it out for a year or two, even if the lawsuit is won, the company will have already closed down due to bankruptcy. I originally just wanted to trick Su Jingming, but I didn't expect to use it here. Moreover, Lei Zhou also knew that someone like Su Jingming, who attached great importance to family ties, would not be able to have no reaction to this. You threaten me. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. It was just a glance, but Lei Zhou on the opposite side felt a chill in his heart. He felt as if he was being stared at by a top-notch ferocious beast, and the hairs on his body stood up. But even so, he still pretended to be calm and said, "It's not a threat, just a reminder. Time and place." Su Jingming let out a long breath, and his pair of black and white eyes were filled with an unprecedented coldness. Not far away, Song Qiuyun, who had a strong sense of perception, sensed the brutality hidden beneath the coldness. Such a violent aura, how on earth did he do it? Song Qiuyun's curiosity about this tall boy was further strengthened. 7 days later at 12 noon, Combat Arena number 3. Seeing Su Jingming took the bait, Lei Zhou responded directly. Okay, but I hope you won't regret it then. Su Jingming said coldly and turned away. Before coming to the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, he knew that his uncle's company had received a large order. To this end, my uncle's family worked around the clock and worked for 2 days and 2 nights to complete the order. He also said that the money earned from this order was enough to cover the company's expenses for a year. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a trap set by someone in advance. Since this matter was caused by me, I should end it by myself. Su Jingming agreed. There will be a big battle in the Combat Arena number 3 in 7 days. Go ahead and get a good seat when the time comes. After all, the provincial champion will be making an appearance. The onlookers were of course not afraid of trouble, and when they saw the 2 men agree to a fight, they all became excited. We agreed to go to the actual combat arena together to watch the fun. And this is exactly what Lei Zhou wants. The reason why he set the time at 7 days later was to make this matter widely spread and attract more audiences. Then, defeat Su Jingming in front of everyone, only then can you get the ultimate sense of accomplishment. First of all, welcome all the freshmen to choose our Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. This freshman meeting is not a formal opening ceremony. I have called you here to answer some questions and discuss how to better use school resources. First, the clearance level of each of you. After the episode, the freshman meeting officially began at 9 o'clock. On the podium in front of the playground, a male teacher was speaking eloquently. The main content involved is similar to what Zhang Chaoyang said, namely the credit system, exclusive tutor system, etc. But be more detailed. The combat power list mentioned therein aroused Su Jingming's great interest. The combat power list is somewhat similar to the Thunder Martial Arts School's fist power list, but it tests the student's actual combat power. A device called a virtual stealth cabin is needed to fight in a holographically simulated battle scene. The more levels one passes, the higher his ranking will be. And the final reward is also very generous. After the freshman meeting is over, we can take a closer look at this so-called battle power list. Su Jingming said silently in his heart. After all, the concept of holographic stealth is also a new thing for him. Next, the freshman meeting lasted for more than an hour. Except for the first half hour or so when the male teacher on the podium was speaking, the rest of the time was spent on students asking questions. After the freshman meeting, Su Jingming came to teacher Yang Zhentian's villa. In the living room of the villa, senior brother Lu Ming was already waiting there. Let's go to the training room. I'll teach you boxing in the morning, and the teacher will teach you shooting in the afternoon. Seeing Su Jingming coming in, senior brother Lu Ming took him directly to the training room. In fact, according to the original plan, he should be the one teaching both boxing and shooting. But Su Jingming's marksmanship has reached an advanced level, the same as his proficiency in marksmanship. Therefore, only teacher Yang Zhentian can teach. In this way, Su Jingming began training with his senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming is a senior student this year and has reached the peak of level 3. His boxing, gunmanship, and swordsmanship have all reached advanced levels, and he possesses A-level lightning abilities, making him a true genius. Under his guidance, Su Jingming began to learn boxing. In this way, in the following period of time, Su Jingming lived a very regular life. I get up at 6:30 in the morning and train in the training room for an hour. Arrived at teacher Yang Zhentian's villa at 8:30. In the morning, I learned boxing from my senior brother Lu Ming. In the afternoon, I learned gun skills and some applications of lightning powers from my teacher. Certainly. His senior brother and teacher were not there every day. When they were not there, Su Jingming would train by himself in the training room in the villa. Soon, 7 days passed. On July 1st, at 8:30 in the morning, Su Jingming came to teacher Yang Zhentian's villa as usual. Let's go to the training room. Senior brother Lu Ming was about to go to the training room with Su Jingming when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He paused, turned around in surprise and asked, "You advanced?" Su Jingming did not hide anything and nodded with a smile. He advanced using the system last night. It cost him 300 ability points to advance from an awakener to a first-level lower-level psychic. This time, it took 386 ability points to advance from the lower level of the first order to the middle level of the first order. The consumption of ability points was not an integer, which confirmed his guess. That is to use the system to advance, which consumes power points on the basis of one's original cultivation progress. If he is just one step away from the middle level of the first order, then the power points consumed by using the system to advance may be lower. Maybe you can advance with less than 100 ability points. This is also one of the reasons why he is busy with training every day. How long has it been since then, and you've already advanced? Lu Ming was shocked when he got the confirmation. But he knew that when Su Jingming first came here, he was just an awakened one. Now, less than half a month has passed and he has directly broken through to the middle level of the first order. What a monstrous speed of cultivation. You know, it took him nearly a year to advance from an awakener to a mid-level first-level position. Even with this, he is already considered a rare genius. I remember you had a match with another freshman at noon today. Lu Ming's expression changed and asked. Today at 12 noon, Combat Arena number 3. Su Jingming nodded. He had mentioned this matter once before to his senior brother Lu Ming. Okay, I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Others may not know Su Jingming's strength, but how could his senior brother who accompanies him in training every day not know? After practicing the Immortal Thunder, Su Jingming's physical strength alone is comparable to that of a second-level ferocious beast. Combined with his already superb advanced marksmanship, his attack was even more powerful. Moreover, this was the case when Su Jingming did not use his supernatural powers or combat skills. According to Lu Ming's estimation, Su Jingming's overall strength can almost be regarded as a second-level high-level psychic. Now that he has entered the middle level of the first order, his strength has been enhanced again. He didn't think that any freshman could beat such a pervert. Come on, I'll go with you after the training. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. In fact, he also wanted to see how terrifying this junior brother's strength was in his prime. 11:42 a.m., Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, Training Building. On the first floor of the training building, there are 10 arenas, numbered 1 to 10. This place is specially used for students to practice practical combat or settle some personal grudges. At this time, many students were already sitting densely in the audience seats around the arena. Most of these people are freshmen, about 400 or 500. You know, there are only more than 600 new students reporting to the school at present. In other words, most of the freshmen gathered here because of this matter. Jiangnan Province is a major educational province. The battle between the first and second place will be very interesting. After school starts in September, there will be a freshman competition. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the provincial top student. But speaking of which, I checked the information recently and found that Su Jingming really took advantage of the test site. If they were placed in the same test site, I'm afraid Lei Zhou would be the top scorer in Jiangnan Province. So, Lei Zhou has a higher chance of winning. Not necessarily. After all, Su Jingming just broke our school's punching record recently. Haha, what's the point of a punching power record? When we psychics fight, we don't all rely on brute force. I think Lei Zhou is stronger. The students were discussing among themselves, and each had their own guesses about the outcome of the battle. Among them, many freshmen who checked the information felt that they had discovered the shady dealings. It is believed that Lei Zhou is stronger, and the only reason Su Jingming was able to get the top spot in Jiangnan Province was because the examination site was remote. Qiu Yun, who do you think has a better chance of winning between the two of them? In a corner of the audience, Song Qiuyun and her roommate Qi Dongxia also came here. Su Jingming. Song Qiuyun's red lips moved slightly without any hesitation. The firm tone made Qi Dongxia slightly stunned. Although she and Song Qiuyun only met after becoming roommates. But she knew that Song Qiuyun would usually come to a conclusion after careful consideration. This was the first time she saw the other person so confident. But I think Lei Zhou is stronger and has a better chance of winning. Although Qi Dongxia is very loyal to Su Jingming's appearance. But in terms of strength, she still prefers Lei Zhou. In addition, she also agrees with the rumors among freshmen. Su Jingming was able to get the top scorer in Jiangnan Province because he really took advantage of the test center. However, Song Chuyun didn't care about this. The state has mandatory regulations for the Wuka college entrance examination. You must take the college entrance examination in the same place where you attended junior high and high school. Su Jingming may have taken advantage of the test center, but he also did not enjoy the rich educational resources of the provincial capital. He came from the impoverished Jiangcheng, but eventually won the provincial top spot, which proved his extraordinariness. If Lei Zhou and Su Jingming's identities were swapped, Su Jingming, who grew up in Ning'an City, can still compete for the provincial top spot. As for Lei Zhou, who grew up in Jiangcheng, he might not even be able to make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province, let alone compete for the provincial champion title. There was a gleam of wisdom in Song Chuyun's beautiful eyes. Qi Dongxia, who was beside him, was stunned when she heard this. Oh yes. People only pay attention to the differences in test points, but fail to pay attention to the huge disparity in identity resources between the two sides. If the military science college entrance examination in Ning'an City, which is rich in educational resources, is of average difficulty, then the resource-poor Jiangcheng is of hell difficulty. Su Jingming was able to stand out in the hellishly difficult Jiangcheng and win the provincial championship. It has proved his strong strength and potential. Just when Qi Dongxia realized this, there was a commotion in the audience and everyone looked towards the entrance. Su Jingming is here. She quickly turned her gaze and looked towards the entrance. Really? A tall and slender figure walked in against the light. I have to say that Su Jingming does have a strong aura. With a height of 1.89 meters and wearing a black combat suit, he looks tall and strong, but not a bit bloated. On the resolute and tough face, there is a pair of eyes, black and white, clear and bright. He carried a thick black spear on his back, the sharp tip of the spear with a blood groove shining coldly under the midday sun. He just walked in, and the powerful aura he exuded made the entire place quiet. TSK, my junior brother looks so good. When he achieves good results, I wonder how many senior and junior students he will charm. Lu Ming, who had just sat in the back row of the audience, saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With a good figure and appearance, coupled with strong strength, he will definitely be the most ideal dating partner for the girls in the Magic City University of Superpowers. Certainly. There are already signs of this in the audience today. Many young girls stared at Su Jingming as he walked in, and some even took out their phones to take photos. Su Jingming's level has increased. In the front row of the audience, Lei Zhou, the opponent, keenly noticed the change in Su Jingming's aura. But fortunately, I have other preparations. Lei Zhou thought to himself. He was ranked second in Jiangnan province, so he was not a fool without brains. He felt that he would definitely win this time. Especially when the opponent broke the record some time ago. He was confident in challenging Su Jingming, so he naturally prepared a trump card. Su Jingming, it's too boring to just decide who wins or who loses. How about we add some jackpots? Looking at Su Jingming, who was walking over, Lei Zhou stood up and said. What's the prize? Su Jingming raised his eyebrows. All your credits. There was an undisguised malice on Lei Zhou's handsome face. Of course, I will also offer credits and great xia coins of corresponding value. Whoever wins will take it all. Can. Su Jingming would naturally not refuse the opportunity to make money for free. Okay, to prevent cheating, we will transfer all the credits to Mr. Zhou's account. The battles between people with special abilities are extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, it is common for them to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. In order to prevent students from dying on the spot, teachers with auxiliary healing abilities will be stationed in the arena area every day. Today, the one sitting in the arena area is a female teacher named Zhou Yun. She is a 6th-order mid-level psychic with a B-level auxiliary ability, the Healing Light. In a fight like this between first-level psychics, no matter how fierce the fight is, she can still save them. At the same time, teacher Zhou Yun is also the referee of this game. Therefore, Su Jingming transferred all his 370 credits to teacher Zhou Yun. Lei Zhou, in addition to transferring 50 credits, also transferred 3.2 million daxia coins. TSK, a bet worth 3,700,000, what a bold move. Both sides seem to be tough. If they lose, it will be a heavy blow to both sides. It's good to have a jackpot, it will make the fight more exciting. The freshmen in the audience were a little amazed at the bet. On the one hand, everyone is a freshman who has just enrolled, and 3.7 million is already a considerable number. On the other hand, in 2 months we will face the crucial moment of the freshman competition. No matter which side loses the money, it is equivalent to losing a large amount of cultivation resources. In terms of improving strength, we will definitely lag behind others. Both parties please enter the ring. After confirming that there was no problem with the credit transfer between both parties, teacher Zhou Yun spoke up. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou also stepped onto the stage respectively. The arena is a 30m x 30m square arena. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou stand opposite each other, 10 meters apart. One held a gun and the other held a knife. Before we begin, let me stress once again that if one party surrenders or loses consciousness, the other party will not be allowed to continue the pursuit. Otherwise, the game will be interrupted immediately and the other party will face the most severe punishment from the school. Do you understand? Zhou Yun emphasized with a serious expression. These two people, one is the first in Jiangnan province, and the other is the second in Jiangnan province. Being injured is no problem, but if one of them dies, that would be troublesome. Therefore, in actual combat, it is absolutely not allowed to continue pursuing after admitting defeat. Clear. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou nodded at the same time. That's good to know. Let's get started. Zhou Yun nodded and immediately started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. When the countdown ended, Lei Zhou, holding the big knife, let out a low roar. The fierce fire. Boom. Flame, the dark white flame spread out with Lei Zhou as the center. The chilling fire of hell, an elemental fire type A-level ability. Combined with Lei Zhou's high-level strength, the cold fire he unleashed had a terrifyingly high temperature. The temperature of the surrounding air also rose sharply due to the appearance of the eerie fire. In the auditorium, the audience members sitting closer to the front felt as if they were being burned by the flames. Frightened, he quickly ran to the back. Su Jingming, I will take back all the honor you made me lose today. Blazing flame slash. On the ring, the terrifying high-temperature white flame swept towards Su Jingming, and Lei Zhou himself also took a step forward. He directly crossed a distance of more than 9 meters and came in front of Su Jingming. Then, he raised his right hand, and the white sword wrapped in flame slashed towards Su Jingming with a dull sound of breaking through the air. What a skillful combination of fighting skills. Directly get close and then launch a slashing attack. This should be a combination of charge and fiery slash. He really uses it very skillfully. As expected of an A-level ability, the high temperature of this flame is terrifying. Many freshmen in the audience held their breath and watched this scene intently. Charge is a very common C-level combat skill that can directly sprint a certain distance. But many people present could not do what Lei Zhou did, that is, after a sudden attack, immediately release another combat skill. This requires extremely terrifying proficiency. However, 90% of the people present couldn't handle this seemingly simple combo. As expected of the second place in Jiangnan province, this foundation is very solid. Just as the freshmen were amazed at the connection between Lei Zhou's fighting skills, Su Jingming on the ring also moved. Crackling. Accompanied by the sharp sound of electric arc jumping, the blue-purple Zixiao divine thunder began to linger around Su Jingming. It was like an eggshell, isolating the evil fire from outside. The next moment, the dark and cold spear also moved. But no one saw clearly how Su Jingming made his move, they only felt a flash before their eyes. Immediately afterwards, the sound of golden swords rang out, echoing in the venue. By the time everyone reacted, the black spear had already blocked the attack from the sword. Blocked, blocked. You can just casually break a combat technique with a single shot. Is this still possible? What kind of power is this? So fierce. Faced with this scene, the freshmen were all stunned. You know. The combat skills are a fusion of the power of supernatural powers and chi and blood. Most people, when faced with combat skills, would either dodge directly or use the same combat skills to parry. But Su Jingming was different, he did not use any combat skills. Just relying on that spear, he easily blocked Lei Zhou's fiery slash. To put it in a more popular way, Su Jingming's ordinary attack directly broke the enemy's ultimate move. How is this possible? Lei Zhou on the ring also couldn't believe it. However, what responded to him was Su Jingming's indifferent and low voice. Nothing is impossible, you are just too weak. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang. Lei Zhou's body suddenly bent into a C shape and his waist was hit by a huge force. The gloomy fire in the sky lost control due to the severe pain and suddenly disappeared, and he himself flew out like a cannonball. After hitting the alloy cable at the edge of the ring, it came to a sudden stop and fell to the ground helplessly like a puppet, with blood all over its face. At his original position, Su Jingming, whose body was surrounded by blue and purple divine thunder, slowly retracted his spear. Just now, he just used his spear to strike once. But because the gun was fired too quickly, Lei Zhou was completely unable to react and was knocked away. As Lei Zhou fell to the ground, the audience fell into complete silence. From the beginning to the end of the battle, Su Jingming seemed to have only fired twice. And then, this battle just ended like that. What about the promised battle? It was said that Lei Zhou is stronger than Su Jingming. How come Lei Zhou was the one who was killed instantly? RNM. Money back. What? No money. Well, excuse me. Originally, everyone thought that Lei Zhou was slightly stronger than Su Jingming. Even if they are not much stronger, they should at least be evenly matched. But what is the situation now? Only a few seconds into the fight, Lei Zhou's fighting skills were broken, and then he was knocked away. This can already be called a crushing victory. And it was a one-sided crushing victory. Lei Zhou had almost no power to fight back. And is Lei Zhou weak? He is not weak, with the A-level evil fire ability and skilled combat skills. Most of the freshmen present couldn't handle this combo. Moreover, they were 100% sure that Lei Zhou possessed other even more powerful combat skills. But is it useful? It didn't work. As the enemy, Su Jingming simply burst out his lightning ability, and then killed him instantly with 2 shots. He didn't even use any combat skills. At that moment, all the freshmen in the audience had the same word in their hearts: unfathomable. In the audience, the provincial champions from other provinces looked at the tall figure on the stage. All of them had solemn expressions and looked fearful. Because they found that even if they were the ones to go up, the final result would probably be the same as Lei Zhou's. This is too boring. He didn't even force out 10% of my junior brother's strength. Lu Ming, who was sitting in the back row of the audience, felt disappointed. With this kind of strength, he dares to challenge Su Jingming. He is simply seeking death. On the stage, teacher Zhou Yun, who was acting as the referee, was looking at this scene with some surprise. He didn't expect that Su Jingming's strength was so much stronger than Lei Zhou. The winner is. Just as she was about to announce Su Jingming's victory, Lei Zhou, who was lying on the edge of the ring, spoke weakly. Teacher, I haven't given up yet. The game is not over yet. Then he took out a blood-red pill from his arms. Blood rage pill. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhou Yun's face changed, and she quickly stopped him. This is just a game, not a fight for you. There are exotic flowers and plants in the wilderness area, and naturally all kinds of elixirs can be refined based on these natural treasures. The blood burst pill is a kind of pill that people with special abilities use to fight for their lives. After taking it, your strength can be increased several times. Of course, the side effects were also serious, and I couldn't get out of bed for a month or 2 afterwards. No. It's okay. I'll bear any consequences myself. The blood-spurting pill is the trump card that Lei Zhou prepared for Su Jingming. It will not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. However, Su Jingming's strength far exceeded expectations, and there was nothing he could do about it. Give it a try. If I lose, I'll admit defeat. With a low roar, Lei Zhou swallowed the blood-burst pill in one gulp. Although the victory obtained in this way is somewhat unfair. But at least it's a win. It's better than losing. So, the next moment. Under the effect of the elixir, an extremely powerful aura burst out from him. The fierce fire bloomed again, several times more powerful than before. The area 5 or 6 meters around him was covered in a sea of white flames. Hey, 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 you can take pills during the game. Isn't this obviously a foul? Seeing Lei Zhou erupting again, his roommate Lu Wentao in the audience could no longer sit still and quickly stood up to protest. This move also prompted many freshmen to speak out. Yeah, you can't take pills during the competition, right? Can it still be considered a fair match if it uses external forces? Lei Zhou committed a foul, he should be declared the loser. Although the freshmen were looking forward to seeing a more exciting battle, they were also very resistant to the act of taking pills. Of course, most of those who spoke up for Su Jingming were girls. Among them was Song Chuyun's roommate, Qi Dongxia. This is not an official competition. Since no relevant rules were set before the competition began, taking pills is allowed. Zhou Yun on the stage shook her head. If Su Jingming has any pills, he can take them as well. In actual combat, there aren't many rules to restrict combat. But who could have thought that Lei Zhou actually prepared the blood-blasting pill that only the psychics would take when they were desperate? It looks like this is a rather high-grade blood-burst pill. It has temporarily raised Lei Zhou's strength to that of a lower-level psychic of the second rank. Su Jingming is in trouble now. After carefully sensing the aura of Lei Zhou, Zhou Yun couldn't help but shook her head secretly. Lei Zhou is a first-level superior psychic, and his actual combat power is originally at the second level. At this time, with the help of the blood-burst pill, he forcibly entered the second level, and his comprehensive strength was probably directly improved to the upper level of the second level. With such strength, even Su Jingming, who had shown great vigor just now, would probably find it difficult to withstand. However, what she didn't expect was Su Jingming on the ring was not at all panicked. Instead, he held a spear in his hand, full of fighting spirit. The desire to fight is actually even stronger. This mentality is quite good. Zhou Yun nodded secretly. But what she didn't expect was that Su Jingming's mentality was not only good, but could be considered happy. Finally, it's not the adults beating the kids anymore. Su Jingming's mouth corners raised slightly. As if sensing its master's emotions, the purple divine thunder lingering around also became active. The crackling sound of electric arcs and thunder rang out one after another. Then, with a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was less than 1 meter in front of Lei Zhou. Lightning flash. An A-level combat skill that allows you to advance a certain distance in any direction. With Su Jingming's current strength at the middle level of the first stage, the distance he can advance is as far as 20 meters. It was easy to rush to Lei Zhou, who was more than 10 meters away. What a fast speed! Lei Zhou's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously raised his knife to chop. Su Jingming also swung his gun to fight back. This time, Lei Zhou finally saw Su Jingming's actions clearly. However, just seeing it clearly was useless, as he had no way of changing his tactics. He could only watch Su Jingming's spear coming towards him. I just don't believe that even after taking the blood rage pill, I still can't beat you in strength. Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and simply increased his strength. However, he soon regretted it. The spear and the broadsword collided, accompanied by a metal collision sound that was several times stronger than before. A huge impact force came from the long sword, causing his knuckles to crack directly and blood to flow out. He was so shocked that he took 3 or 4 steps back. What kind of monster are you? After standing still, Lei Zhou looked at Su Jingming not far away with fear. This is his strength after taking the blood-blasting pill, which increased 3 or 4 times. In a competition of strength, he is still no match for Su Jingming. What made him feel even more desperate was that even after being strengthened, his sinister fire was still unable to break through the thunder defense around Su Jingming. From then on, whether in terms of physical strength or superpowers, Lei Zhou was defeated miserably. No, we can't fight head-on. Lei Zhou's eyes flashed, and he decisively chose to move away from Su Jingming, hiding more than 10 meters away. Then, it was his long-range attack. Flame burst. The gloomy fire around Lei Zhou condensed into basketball-sized fireballs, which continuously smashed towards Su Jingming. As an offensive B-level fire skill, each fireball produced by the flame combo will explode on the enemy. The lightest case is severe burns, and the worst case is burning to ashes. However, for Su Jingming, who was protected by the purple sky divine thunder, the explosion of the fireball could not cause him any harm at all. Instead, it was the shock wave generated by the explosion that slowed his movements. Oh no! The shock waves from the flame bombs prevent Su Jingming from getting close to Lei Zhou. As expected of him taking the blood rage pill, the power of this fire ability is a little too high. But it's okay. Su Jingming just needs to withstand this wave of attacks and wait for the effect of Lei Zhou's medicine to wear off. The freshmen in the audience were all paying close attention to this scene. The bad news is that Su Jingming, the short-legged warrior, was kite-ed by the mage. The good news is that the mage has no damage and can't sustain for long. When the effect of the medicine wears off, it will be time for Su Jingming to counterattack. Lei Zhou on the ring obviously knew this as well, and was anxiously controlling the eerie fire. Want to produce more fireballs to break through Su Jingming's thunder defense. However, the other party was like a rock in the torrent, standing still. Damn it, what level is Su Jingming's lightning ability? It's so abnormal. Lei Zhou couldn't help but curse inwardly. To be reasonable. Under the effect of the blood burst pill, his rank has been temporarily raised from the upper level of the first level to the lower level of the second level. The power of Class A Sinister Fire has been greatly enhanced. It is impossible to deal with a first-level mid-level psychic who cannot even break through the psychic defense barrier. But fortunately, there are still more than 10 minutes before the effect of the drug wears off. I still have a chance. Lei Zhou was not someone who would give up easily, so he quickly calmed himself down and prepared to think of another way. At this moment, Su Jingming's deep voice suddenly sounded. Thunder Spear. I saw Su Jingming, who was suppressed by the continuous fire bombs not far ahead, clenched his left hand in the air. Along with the piercing sound of thunder, a blue-purple thunder spear was immediately condensed. Then, he swung it towards the side fiercely. The lightning spear was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye it was already within 5 meters of Lei Zhou. No. He also has long-range attack methods. Lei Zhou quickly dodged to the side. Phew. The lightning spear grazed his side and tore his battle suit. It caused a charred wound and blood gushed out. The purple divine thunder left by the lightning spear also spread to the wound. As an S-level power, even just a trace of it can cause great damage. As a result, the pain at the wound felt like being bitten by thousands of ants, and it almost made Lei Zhou faint. However, this is not over yet, the deep voice sounded again. Thunder Prison. Sizzle. Su Jingming on the opposite side pointed his spear, and accompanied by a thunderous sound like the chirping of thousands of birds, endless blue-purple thunder spread down from the top of Lei Zhou's head. Forming a thunder prison, covering the thunder universe. Restricted combat skills. Lei Zhou looked grim. Restricted combat skills are often difficult to break through, and even if you break through by force, you will pay a huge price. Looking at the terrifying aura of thunder all around him, Lei Zhou felt that if he chose to break through by force, he would be the one who would suffer. So, he simply followed Su Jingming's example and took back all the evil fire. Form a materialized white flame barrier around yourself. Humph, I want to see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhou snorted coldly, not thinking that Su Jingming could break his fire barrier. However, at this moment, Su Jingming on the opposite side moved. A flash of lightning directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Lei Zhou. The flame barrier looks like it has decent defensive capabilities, but I don't know if it can withstand my attacks. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes, and the 2-meter-long obsidian spear in his hand was already wrapped with blue-purple lightning. Chain of thunder guns. The dark spear turned into a phantom and stabbed out again and again. Thunder flashed. And the fire barrier that Lei Zhou had high hopes for was pierced in just an instant. How is that possible? Along with Lei Zhou's terrified cry, the sharp gun tip wrapped in terrifying thunder quickly enlarged in his pupils. You will die. If you get stabbed, you will definitely die. At this moment, Lei Zhou's desire to survive was magnified to the limit. Give up. I give up. Laugh. The sharp spear tip was surrounded by blue-purple lightning and glowed red like a branding iron. Under Lei Zhou's horrified gaze, it stopped 1 centimeter away from his forehead. Just when he thought he had escaped, the spear suddenly turned and stabbed straight at his right shoulder. Puff! A big hole was pierced in the shoulder and the shoulder blade was directly broken. The intense pain almost made Lei Zhou faint. But Su Jingming on the opposite side put away his spear, and the expression on his resolute and tough face remained calm and steady. The entire battle process seemed to be very long. But from the time Su Jingming used the thunder spear to counterattack to the time he finally completed the suppression, it actually only took 4 or 5 seconds. By the time everyone reacted, Lei Zhou had already admitted defeat. The winner of this match is Su Jingming. Zhou Yun noticed Su Jingming's actions, but didn't say much. She announced the winner of the game at the appropriate time. At this time, in the audience, the freshmen, who had come to their senses, also started excitedly discussing Su Jingming's nearly perfect combination of combat skills just now. Crush. Crush again. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he actually performed 4 combat skills in succession. Isn't this too exaggerated? Not only that, the connection between the combat techniques is also very smooth. The blood burst pill forcibly raised Lei Zhou's level to the lower second level. Originally, everyone thought that Lei Zhou could make a comeback. However, Su Jingming still crushed them one-sidedly. The most terrifying thing is that Su Jingming has a great grasp of the timing of releasing his combat skills. If you don't move, it's fine. But if you move, it's like thunder and lightning. The release of a series of combat skills left Lei Zhou with no power to fight back. End the battle immediately. And most importantly, he actually stopped his fighting skills abruptly at the end. This is the most terrifying thing. After releasing the combat skills, it is extremely difficult to stop. Even if you stop forcibly, you will suffer from the backlash of your energy and blood. However, Su Jingming stopped his fighting skills as if nothing had happened, and even his breathing was not disordered at all. This made some students couldn't help but marvel. By the way, Su Jingming's combat skills all seem quite powerful. Are they all B-level combat skills? It's possible. The power was too strong. Lei Zhou's flame barrier didn't even last for a second before it was broken. For B-level combat skills, amazing. The highest combat skill I have mastered is only C-level. Really? Su Jingming's 4 lightning-based combat skills brought them a sense of power that was completely different from low-level combat skills. At the back of the audience, Lu Ming was numb when he heard the freshmen's discussions. Others may not be clear about the levels of these combat skills, but as a fellow disciple, how could he not be clear? Thunder Spears, Chain Thunder Guns, Thunder Prison, and Thunder Flash are all A-level combat skills. For A-level combat skills, junior brother, you really dare to choose. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. As Su Jingming's senior brother, Lu Ming also received a list of combat skills after becoming Yang Zhentian's disciple. But in the end, he only chose one A-level combat skill, Thunder Flash. The rest chose B-level and C-level combat skills. It's not that he doesn't want to choose more advanced combat skills. But the higher the level of the combat skills, the more difficult it is to learn and the longer the period. Naturally, he would not choose too many advanced combat skills, which would slow down the improvement of his own strength. However, Su Jingming not only chose A-level combat skills, but also chose 4 in one go. What's even more outrageous is that they have all learned it. How can I, your senior brother who has spent more than 4 months just learning Lightning Flash, feel embarrassed? Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. With such an outstanding junior brother, he, as a senior brother, is under great pressure. Su Jingming, I accept defeat sincerely this time. The credits and Daxia coins are all yours. In addition, I will pay your aunt on time. On the ring, Lei Zhou finally recovered from the severe pain. After looking at Su Jingming deeply, he covered his shoulder and turned away from the ring in pain. Lost. This time he completely lost. And it can basically be considered a complete defeat. I can't defeat him in normal form, and I still can't defeat him even after taking the blood burst pill. Everything that had just happened had already caused him to feel severely frustrated. In addition, the right shoulder blade was broken and it would cost a lot of money to hire a healing person for treatment. And after more than 10 minutes, the effect of the blood-blasting pill will wear off and he will immediately lose all strength in his body. For the next 2 months, I had to stay in bed and recuperate. One step slow, every step slow. For freshmen who have just entered the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, this period of time is the golden time to improve their strength. After not being able to practice for 2 months, he was almost half useless. Even if they can catch up later, they will not be able to become the first echelon among the freshmen. Wanting to catch up with Su Jingming is nothing but a foolish dream. Can you regret it? Lei Zhou did not regret it. Before taking the blood-spurting pill, he was already prepared to bear any consequences. I just didn't expect Su Jingming's strength to be so abnormal. Student Su Jingming, congratulations on your victory. Referee teacher Zhou Yun smiled slightly. Then all the credits and Daxia coins were transferred to Su Jingming's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 3.2 million Daxia coins. At this point, Su Jingming has 422 credits in his student account. There are also 7.42 million Daxia coins in the bank account. Gambling makes money really fast. Su Jingming shook his head. The battle was over, and the feud between him and Lei Zhou also came to an end. Judging from the other party's appearance, he is really scared after being beaten, and he will not cause trouble for himself in the future. Su Jingming casually put the spear on his back and jumped off the stage. Bang! Su Jingming himself weighs 120 kilograms, plus the 210-kilogram obsidian gun behind him. The total weight is 330 kilograms. Jumping down from the platform that was more than 1 meter high was like dropping a huge block of iron. The ground shook slightly after being hit, and Lu Wentao, the roommate who was walking over from the audience, couldn't help but blink. Brother Ming, how heavy is your spear? It feels quite heavy. 210 kilograms. Su Jingming replied indifferently. 210 kilograms. Lu Wentao's eyes widened. He himself weighed only 65 kilograms. This spear is equivalent to 3 of him. Good fellow, no wonder Lei Zhou doesn't dare to fight you head-on. Who can withstand a 200-kilogram attack? Lu Wentao was amazed. According to his estimation, let alone Lei Zhou, even the top scholar from other provinces would probably not dare to take the shot. Student Su Jingming, are you interested in the club? Suddenly, a girl who appeared out of nowhere came up to Su Jingming and asked with a smile. This girl has a pretty face and a tall figure. The legs under the black skirt are round and slender, and the whiteness is glowing. In addition, unlike ordinary girls, her makeup is very mature and she doesn't look like a college student. Instead, she seems like an elite woman in society. Who are you? Su Jingming asked in confusion. He didn't know her. Vice President of the Spirit Fox Society, Suman. Suman smiled sweetly and handed over a business card. It lists her name, position, and the club she belongs to. Your fight just now was very exciting. Our Spirit Fox Club needs fresh blood like you to join us. Suman stated her purpose directly. Our Spirit Fox Club is one of the top clubs in the school. The president is a third-order superior psychic. In addition to organizing training experience exchange meetings. From time to time, he would take members to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts and enhance their combat capabilities. In addition, resources will be distributed regularly every month. In short, there are many benefits to joining our club. Are you willing to join? Suman listed the many benefits of the club in one breath, and then looked at Su Jingming with anticipation. This scene was also seen by some students who were closer. The Spirit Fox Society. I remember them being an elite society. Yes, that's them. I've seen their recruitment announcement on the school forum before. But don't they only want a second-level psychic? Why did they choose Su Jingming? Hee, do you think it's important whether Su Jingming is at the second level or not given his current strength? Well, that seems to be true. TSK, the Spirit Fox Club, I'm so envious. As an institution of higher learning, the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers naturally has its share of clubs. But it is different from the Electronics Club and Go Club in ordinary cultural schools. The clubs at the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers do not require you to master any special skills. As long as you are a person with special abilities, you can join. Certainly. Some societies also set recruitment thresholds. For example, at least the first-order middle position, at least the first-order upper position. Some societies with a recruitment threshold of level 2 or above are called elite societies. This kind of club, because the members are all strong. Whether it is exchanging cultivation experiences or hunting ferocious beasts together, you can get a very good experience. As an elite club, the Linghu Club is the club that many freshmen dream of joining. But because my grade didn't meet the standards, I wasn't even qualified for an interview. But now, the vice president of the Linghu Society has directly invited Su Jingming. How can they not feel envious? The Spirit Fox Society. Su Jingming raised his eyebrows slightly. He has no aversion to joining a society. But he still needs to understand what kind of club the Spirit Fox Club is. Sumen, your Spirit Fox Club has broken the rules. At this time, senior brother Lu Ming came over from not far away with a frown on his face. President Lu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Sorry to bother you. Su Man's pretty face changed slightly. After an anxious apology, she walked away quickly, swaying her body. Senior brother, what are you doing? Su Jingming was a little confused. Nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, the club usually starts recruiting new students after the freshman competition. This is a rule that has long been established by all major societies, but there are always some people who want to make small moves. So that's how it is. Su Jingming suddenly realized. The club established this rule probably because it wanted to determine the strength of the students in the freshman competition before recruiting new members. Of course, I can understand them. After all, you are so outstanding, junior brother. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming on the shoulder and said, okay, the game is over, I have to go back to the dormitory. Goodbye, senior brother. Su Jingming nodded, Lu Ming waved his hand, and turned to leave. Lu Ming, a third-level peak psychic, masters the lightning-related A-level psychic Jade Pivot True Thunder. He is also the vice president of the Elite Ashes Society. This senior brother Lu Ming is even more charming in person than in the school photo. Looking at Lu Ming, who was gradually walking away, Lu Wentao, who was nicknamed the Know-It-All, couldn't help but sigh. There are about 4,000 students enrolled in the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. However, most of them are at level 1 or level 2, and there are no more than 200 people who have reached level 3. As for the higher 4th level, although there are some, almost none of them stay in school. After expressing his feelings, Lu Wentao immediately looked at Su Jingming. By the way, Brother Ming, have you ever been to the center of Magic City? No. Su Jingming shook his head. These days, he spent all his time on training and didn't even leave school, so naturally he didn't go to the city center. That's great. I've never been there either. How about we go shopping downtown tonight? Okay. Su Jingming thought for a moment and nodded. He still understands the principle that only by alternating between relaxation and tension can one achieve long-term success. After training for such a long time, it's time to relax. In addition, he was also quite interested in Modu, one of the most prosperous cities in Daxia Kingdom. Okay, but it's no fun for just the two of us to go. I can post a dorm get-together thread on the school forum to see if anyone wants to join me. It would be best if there are girls there. Lu Wentao suggested excitedly, and as he followed Su Jingming out, he picked up his phone and started operating it. Soon, a post titled, "Want to go to the center of Shanghai together tonight?" It soon appeared on the student forum of the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. The post also stated his and Su Jingming's identities, and that they were planning to go shopping in the center of Shanghai at night. Qiuyun, look, Su Jingming and his friends are going to the center of Magic City tonight and are looking for companions. In the audience, Qi Dongxia, who had already stood up and was about to leave, suddenly saw this post by Lu Wentao on her mobile phone. His face lit up involuntarily. Qiuyun, let's go together, just treat it as a dormitory party. Su Jingming. Looking at the tall figure in the distance that had already walked to the exit. Song Qiuyun, who had never been interested in this kind of social gathering, thought for a moment and nodded, okay. On the other side, after leaving the training building, Su Jingming received a call from his aunt Su Qingwan. Xiaoming, is everything okay in the Magic City? Yeah, it's good. Haha, that's good, that's good. I forgot to tell you last time I called you that your cousin Tang Chi has been admitted to the school in your magic city. It can be heard that the young lady is in a good mood, and there is a smile in her tone. Oh. Which school? Linjiang University of Supernatural Powers. It seems that it is not too far from your Magic City University of Supernatural Powers. Linjiang University of Supernatural Powers. It's not too far from here. Su Jingming said with a smile. There are a total of 5 supernatural universities in the Magic City University City, and Linjiang Supernatural University is one of them. The national ranking is also pretty good, around 100th. When will Sister Chi report to school? The official registration date is September 1st. She wants to register earlier, but she hasn't decided on a date yet. Okay, when Sister Chi has made up her mind, let me know. I'll pick her up at the station then. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming hung up the phone. Teacher Yang Zhentian has not been in school recently. So he didn't go to the teacher's villa. He took his spear, walked into the training room on the 2nd floor, and started training on his own. On the other side, Lu Wentao, sitting on the sofa on the 1st floor, felt both happy and worried. The good news is that many people left messages under his post, asking to go together. The trouble was that there were too many people and he had no idea who to choose. Hey, this Qi Dongxia seems to be Song Qiuyun's roommate, right? Suddenly, Lu Wentao saw a familiar name in the message, and his eyes lit up. In that case, let's call Qi Dongxia and the others first. But 4 people still seem a little too few, not very lively. It would be better if we had 2 more people. In that case, whoever the little rooster points to will be the one. Just like that, Lu Wentao randomly chose another dormitory to leave a message.